The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The world's best squared off in the U.S. chess capital for their last chance to qualify for the 2026 Grand Chess Tour Finals at the Sinkfield Cup in St. Louis. Fireworks were on display early and often, with the classical tournament deciding who continues chasing glory and who goes home disappointed. After narrowly missing last year's finals, defending Sinkfield Cup champ Wesley was determined to get in, taking an early lead and nursing it for most of the event. However, the conservative play that maintained his advantage left the door wide open for Praggnanandhaa to catch him with 1 round remaining, forcing a dramatic playoff that went to Armageddon. Pragg pressed with white but was unable to reel in the win, making Wesley back-to-back Sinkfield Cup champion. Following that epic conclusion, the field is set for the finals. Caruana, Keymer, and 4 contenders, but only one will be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion.
We've had 5 exciting tournaments with incredible nail-biting chess, and now 4 elite players will be battling to see who will be the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 1 of the finals of the Grand Chess Tour. Well, we have seen a lot of incredible chess, and the elite players have come down to just 4. They will be battling to see who can win this new title. It'll be lots of excitement, and all that starts right now.
Hello, everyone. At last, it all comes down to this. We are in the GCT Tour Standings Finals. Wow, I can't believe it. I'm your host, Yasser, and I'm surrounded by an all-star team of absolutely brilliant chess commentators. Maurice, Peter, and Nasi, big St. Louis welcome to all. Maurice, exciting times.
Absolutely. We see now these 4 players, Gen Z versus the millennials, in fact, and it should be incredible. They're top of world chess. It's going to be an incredible 6 days.
Absolutely. And Nasi, what would you add to that?
I'm so excited to be here for the Grand Chess Tour Finals. You know, these players, best in the world, have been battling it out for the last 5 months to make it here, and now only 4 remain. And as Maurice said, it's clashes of generations, so I can't wait to see all the action.
And fantastic. And Peter, tell us about the GCT Tour Finals. How did everything finally kind of work out?
Let's take a look at the final standings of the tour proper, so to speak, with everybody having played the 4 events. Pragg ended up victorious on 35.5 points with his win in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the tie for first in the Sinkfield Cup. Wesley's in second, Fabiano in third, and Vincent just prevailing in his race against Sukandar to get the final spot in the finals.
Half a point. How cruel is that? Peter, in terms of the roster of players, tell us where they stand in the world rankings.
It's a very impressive graphic you're about to see. We have these 4 players about to battle it out for the bragging rights, a lot of money, and the win on the tour. And they are 4 of the top 8 players in the world, and just a stunning roster of players. Very exciting tournament ahead of us.
The format for these finals, Peter.
Let's take a look. This is going to be a bit trickier than the tournament we just finished covering, because this is a knockout tournament which combines all 3 time controls. In the semifinals, the final, and the third place match, Players will begin by playing 2 classical games with the same time control we just witnessed in the Singfield Cup. An hour and a half for the first 40, and then a half an hour till the end of the game with a 30-second increment. Then 2 rapid games, kind of a slow rapid, the last haven for this time control, 25 plus 10 in the rapid games. And then 4 blitz games of 5 plus 2, and players get 6 points for a classical win, 4 points for a rapid win, and 2 points for a blitz win. And an additional quirk to the rules this year is if both classical games are specifically drawn, not 1-1, both drawn, the players will play a bonus blitz match with the blitz time control of 5 plus 2 until somebody wins a game. Ooh. And that somebody gets an additional 2 points. So in that case, the classical portion will end with a score of 8-6.
Wow, that's a twist, absolutely. And the schedule for these finals?
The schedule is fairly straightforward. We'll have 3 days of semifinals and then 3 days of the matches of finals and the match for the 3rd place. Classical game today, classical game tomorrow, and then a full day of shorter time controls, increasingly shorter time controls as well. And then the whole schedule is repeated for the matches again once the finals begin. And you do want to mention that the 3rd place match is incredibly relevant because only 3 players out of these 4 will earn a guaranteed spot into the 2027 Grand Chess Tour. So there's a lot at stake in the 3rd place match.
Thank you, Peter. It was all about classical chess today. And Maurice, I had no idea who was going to qualify from the Singfield Cup. That was just great.
It came down to the very last game and the very last day before we knew the answer to the question. But now we do, and these 4 players, they are deserving of their stature and their standing right now in this Final 4 spot. They got here different ways. Let's take a look at how they did so, starting with the tour winner in terms of standings, and that is the youngster Indian superstar Praggnanandhaa. He started off middle of the pack in the first event and then came in 3rd, picking up a little bit of pace in the rapid and blitz in Croatia. But it was when he got to St. Louis that he said, I'm the boss. Check out who's the new sheriff in town, winning 1st place in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and tying for 1st in the Singfield Cup. He did lose that last match, but still that 1st place tie gave him great 11 Grand Chess Tour points, and that was enough to put him at the top of the standings as the 1st place finisher. And someone who is absolutely consistent and certainly well deserving of his spot as well is Wesley. So Wesley came in 3rd in the 1st event, the 2nd event, and the 3rd event, and then capped it off with a fantastic finish in the Singfield Cup by tying for 1st, beating out Prague in the tiebreak. And this American superstar is super cool, super calm, very difficult to beat, and will be a problem whoever has to play him. And that person who's going to play him is his compatriot and Olympiad teammate, Fabiano Caruana, the reigning Grand Chess Tour champion. He started off fabulously in his first 2 events, getting 2nd place in both. It looked like he would coast to the finish, but a middle-of-the-road finish in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and then a really spotty Singfield Cup where he was not pleased at all with his gameplay. That landed him in the right spot he needed in order to qualify, but we'll see whether or not he can pick up some momentum and get that great play that we're used to seeing from him. Finally, we have Vincent Keymer. The first time on the tour, the young German showed up and said, my first tournament, here I am. Put some respect on my name. 1st place in the Classic in Romania, and then 5th place in the Rapid and Blitz. But then that bad finish, 9th place in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, gave him only 2 points. And he had a race, and I mean a thoroughbred race with Javikir Sindarov that went down to the very last game that got him a tie for 3rd place and eked out for him, in fact, at the very end. But he is here, the 4 incredible players. Again, Gen Z versus the millennials. We don't know who's going to win. I'm not sure who's a favorite, but Nazi, you got some points on these matchups.
Absolutely, Maurice. First of all, it's all about classical chess today. So let's take a look at our matchups, and I will start with Wesley against Fabi. These two American giants, they've been facing each other for more than a decade, and look at their results in classical chess. 40 draws, 5 wins for Wesley, 6 for Fabi, so evenly matched. But in their last 2 meetups here in St. Louis, Rapid and Blitz and Sinquefield Cup, Wesley came out victorious. So I'm sure Fabi is highly motivated to get his revenge. It's going to be very exciting. Now, the next matchup is between these two youngsters, Vincent, Keymer, and Praggnanandhaa. They've played 14 classical games. 9 of them were decisive. That tells a story. Both are incredibly ambitious. They have aggressive styles and don't like to settle for quick draws. So I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Fantastic, Nasi. What matchups? And Peter, tell us about the brackets. Oops. Let's go directly to the playing hall as Alex Onishuk, the brand new executive director of the Grand Chess Tour. He replaces Michael Kordakovsky. Alex has been the deputy to Michael for a number of years there. So as round 1, or game 1, gets underway, do we have Englishes in both games?
Well,
Wow.
definitely.
This is great.
Vincent, I guess. Yeah, no, hang on. I think.
No.
My screen said, I think this, yeah, Fabi played the French.
So
This has not happened very often. I mean, these days the French has been enjoying a bit of a revival, but still.
Renaissance, you might say, yeah, but wait a minute, hold on. Fabi can play everything. I mean,
Yeah.
but he can't play the French. Come on.
Well-
I mean, he's been playing E5, he's been playing Sicilians. But the French is such a totally different animal from his usual defenses.
Yeah, the party demanded.
And I thought it was going to be a bit of a surprise for Wesley to see a French, and I was afraid that this was going to happen. Wesley has been
Really?
ultra strategic with the white pieces, just making draws, and he counts on black to win his games, and opponents overpress. To see an exchange French on the board, this has a very drawish reputation.
Depending on how he treats the move, I think move 5 will show us quite a lot here, because these days sometimes the exchange French is being played with the intention of playing c2, c4.
Right.
And then you get some isolani positions which could become quite sharp. But this being Wesley, I wouldn't be betting on it necessarily.
So you're suggesting that if Fabi should play the move knight f6.
Or maybe bishop d6 in particular, but I
Bishop
think
d6
maybe
in-
even against knight f6. But I think against bishop d6, people have been playing c4 quite consistently here. My recent exposure to the French was French became part of Prague's repertoire for Tirana.
Right.
And Prague, I think, consistently plays knight c6 after knight f3, which is definitely a way to maybe try and preserve the game going a little bit, because you can, even in that tournament, in his second half game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, there was a opposite side castling in that game, and like black castle queen side. So we'll see how Fabi approaches it, but e takes d5, you have to say, is a little bit of a disappointment for us. Not a shock, because Wesley has been very consistently playing ultra solid chess with the white pieces. Yeah, knight c6 on the board by Fabiano. As I mentioned, this is one of the ways to at least suggest to white, maybe we can play a game of chess today, which we would obviously welcome.
Is knight c6 designed to discourage c2, c4?
I think...
Or encourage c2, c4?
Probably the move that really encourages c4 is bishop d6, because I think black very often will react to c4 by playing bishop before check at some point.
Gotcha.
And you want to do it from f8. You want to do it in one tempo, of course. You don't want to
Okay.
spend two moves on that.
I used to play the exchange French myself
As
with the
white.
same idea of c2, c4. The biggest
Right.
challenge was always bishop to b4 check, and then a knight going to e7, the setup with the knight on c6, knight on e7. Your bishop unable to take over the d3 square, the b1, h7 diagonal, because black would be well poised to play bishop to f5 once the knight is on e7, and that counters any bishop aspirations on the d3 square. I usually got nothing if they played like this. this way of playing, as Peter's pointing out, with the tempo lost, so to speak, by bishop d6, you could play c4 and feel like you gained something.
Wesley played something.
But Wesley
Bishop b5, yeah.
has played bishop to b5. And I must say, I usually never put my knight on f3. I usually put it on e2 and play a reverse Tarish, if you will. But this line here, Wesley is going into very different country, and I'm wondering if he's looking for an edge or just looking to play super solid chess in the first game.
Yeah, we'll see. I think c4 exists in this position, and play could become very concrete. I have a vague recollection of something along the lines of c4, d takes c4, d5. Black, as is often the case, does these things. D takes e6, b takes a4, and both of these pawns will often fall, but black will then get very comfortable development, and I don't think black is supposed to be worse at all in these types of positions. But we'll see. Obviously, Wesley is by no means forced to play c2, c4 here. There's plenty of other options.
Exactly. Well, wonderful. Shall we give this game a pause and go to our other semifinal game between Vincent and Prague?
This one is also curious because they
Started as an English, c4, yeah?
And for a change, because I have a feeling in the Singfield Cup, a lot of players just responded to c4 with e7, e6.
And just went to a queen's gambit
And
decline,
switched
yeah.
back to QGDs.
Right.
But Prague says, yeah, let's play in English today, and goes for c4, c5, knight f3, knight f6. And after knight c3, obviously, a lot of moves are possible here. And Prague goes with e7, e6, which is interesting because this, I think, indicates he's probably inviting Vincent to switch to a Tarash. Because definitely one of the main moves for white in this position would be g2, g3,
sure.
to which my feeling the response is probably going to be this.
Interesting.
And then probably the Dubov Tarash these days. People generally
With
play the
bishop
Tarash
c5.
with the intention of putting the bishop on c5 and not e7.
Right.
But there's so many moves here. I mean,
Wow,
it's
yeah.
just which direction does white feel he wants to go in. You could play g3, you could play d4, you could play e3, you could play e4
Yeah,
even.
e4 switches to a Sicilian in a way. This is like a Khan Sicilian with 3 c4, which can appear on the board via very different move orders as we're observing right now. Yeah, Vincent perhaps did not expect precisely this reaction from Prague, and is now weighing his options. Pretty much every single move here is perfectly legal. There are points to e3, definitely points to g3.
I just like perfectly legal.
Yeah, d2, d4. I wonder if the point here, and I think I have seen this before, is, and this is why maybe black doesn't begin with knight c6, because I think it has by this point become fairly recognized that these types of positions are very often just straight up equal.
Yeah.
And you're not at all obliged to go back to this massive swathes of theory after knight c6. Right. And Vincent does go
g3.
Yeah, it does go g3. I'm expecting this to be a Tarash. Yeah, Whoa!
What?
Whoa! Okay.
What?
Okay, I was completely wrong about everything.
Wow.
And getting up from the board after the move, a telltale sign that he knows he has prepared something strange, something novel. Boy, queen to b6. We saw this in a game, was it Javakir? Sindarov played queen.
Favi also was playing queen b3 in English, which was very confusing.
I'm just saying that the early queen
very
b6 in the opening.
I don't think I've seen this in this position, and due to...
We do have some games in the line after queen b6.
Do tell.
But do you believe the position? I mean, the queen on b6.
No, we've seen from the video that this is not a glitch. This is what he played, but...
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, he came to play.
How often has this been played before?
I only have 17 games in the database.
Oh,
and once
out of
again,
the thousands of games you could play in this line.
And this is the full chess.com database, which I think implies we're also looking at online games, not just the the games over the board, and 17 out of that database is nothing.
No.
Basically non-existent, I think.
Although there is a transposition that could occur very easily
Mm-hmm.
after bishop to g2,
Yes.
the move knight c6.
Okay.
And once you put knight c6 on the board, we suddenly transpose into a knight c6 line with the move queen b6 coming later, and we have 222 games in this exact position. So it's just by transposition of moves, if Vincent goes down this path, that will land him in a position that is well known, in fact. And the point being that it's very difficult to get the move d4 in because where the queen stands, and so white will have to figure out a different path entirely. You can start with e3, you can start with b3, but certainly a move that comes with some surprise to his opponent, just an incredible aggressive move. And there's no way Vincent is sitting there thinking, oh, he just blundered a bad move. He knows he has been caught out there with something surprising, and he's looking deeply to figure out exactly how to handle it.
I still feel Vincent probably is fairly happy about this.
Right.
Because this is fresh and new, but also everything we know about chess suggests to us that this is not a way to completely close the line. You will get a game here, and probably you will begin by being at least slightly better with white.
Right.
Because we are developing normally, and black is doing this just to stop d2, d4, which, yes, is a very topical idea, but I mean, it gives us a tempo, and a queen on b6 is not going to be an oil painting necessarily for black.
And why does this stop d4? I mean,
well, it doesn't stop d4 right now.
I will have to include e3.
Well, I
is
mean,
that such a terrible thing?
We can actually begin with, like, the knight is still on b8, guys.
So I can do it right away.
So this exists. This absolutely exists. And then my assumption is black wants to play either knight c6, transposing, and this is now massive, massive theory. This is now thousands of games.
Oh, gotcha.
But I think if Pragg wanted this position, he probably would have begun with knight c6. There is no real reason to do it in this order. And the sort of the independent option would be to play something along the lines of bishop c5, provoke e3,
okay,
play castles, and then try to play d5 as early as possible, including in the cases where it's a pawn sacrifice, which I suspect probably works out okay-ish for black.
Especially since you have bishop h3.
Oh.
But let me pause you, Peter, and invite Nasi into this discussion as she's prepped herself on this line. Nasi, over to you.
Thank you, Yasser. I think we're all shocked after this move, queen b6, and I just want to discuss a little bit what comes after. Peter did mention, so what happens if white still goes for d4? Because it's all about the square on d4. That can be the only idea behind this queen b6, right? So let's check if white still plays a d4. Black can take. Let me clear the board. There we go. Knight takes d4, bishop c5. And I was looking at this interesting line after knight a4. Black gives check, queen b4, bishop d2. You can take the pawn. And now I take on c5. Of course, you can't take back because of rook c1. And then, as you can see, white will be winning. But instead, you take on d4. And then knight c5. What do you think about this position? It's pretty unclear. Very interesting. I'm sure Vincent is calculating a little bit. But of course, he doesn't have to go for d4. And in this position, more natural will be, as Maurice mentioned, just bishop g2, then ideas of b3, castle, and so on. But such a shock, this move queen b6. In my database, there's only like 15 games. Definitely a novelty for all of us, but Pragg seems well prepared. And the shock factor, right? Vincent is very surprised, and we'll see how he will handle it. In such situation, he might want to challenge Pragg and ask, okay, let me see what you have prepared if I go bishop g2 and then b3, castles, bishop b2. What is the queen doing on b6? Is it well placed there?
Thank you, Nasi. Well, the surprise value has certainly cost Vincent 10 minutes on the clock, Peter.
Already, and I think is probably going to cost him more because the decision tree is now incredibly wide. Apart from the forced variations that Nasi was showing us after d4, and I do want to, like my original thought about that gambit position that Nasi had shown, I can bring it up on my board as well.
Yeah.
I thought this has to be very good for white, and then I thought for a bit more, and I couldn't come up with like a convincing convincing follow-up for white. Also, I just want to mention, for a moment there, as I was trying to kind of predict in which direction Nazi's analysis will go, after bishop d2, I thought, is knight e4 a move? But it's not. After bishop takes b4, knight c3, knight takes e3, white has queen b3, and black probably resigns, regrettably.
A reflection of queen b6, yes, regrettably.
Yeah, regrettably. But the position Nazi was describing to us, queen c4, knight c5, queen d4, the dark squares appear to be very vulnerable, but we can't really get to them. Black will very soon play knight c6, d7, d5, and the more I look at this, the more I think we probably have enough for maybe equality, but not more. And Vincent very concretely, he says,
played e4.
Yeah, no, he says no to all of this and switches to this structure, which I think makes a decent amount of sense.
That 17 games of your database just probably went down to 2. Who answers queen b6 with e4, Maurice?
5 people.
5 people.
5 people, and knight c6 is the auto move against this one. Again, making d4 just simply impossible to play. And, you know, you look at the move queen b6, and we've been making a lot of noise about it. I'm sure fans are wondering, well, a lot of fans have been taught this as well, don't bring your queen out early.
Exactly.
So what would be the case when a queen comes out early? How would you exploit such a thing? And the idea of maybe getting in a knight a4 when a bishop is on c5 makes sense. But if the queen is just left to hang out on the b6 square, black is going to develop pieces, control the center, and there's no direct threat to this queen's placement. It's doing something strategically important, guarding that central square. And you may not argue at all with the queen being on b6, because how do you exploit it? The time issue that it may cause, right, that's usually another question. But in this type of closed position, you kind of get away with moves like this.
Absolutely. And for white, I thought, let's say in a position on my screen.
Hold on. I'd like to go back to the exact moment, the live position, if you don't mind, Peter. Because as I see it, white wants to play d4, but he's a little bit afraid of bishop c5. So the move e4, as I see it, Vincent would like to encourage d6 to stop e5. And then I could play d4 without suffering bishop c5.
But the knight is on c6, and it's always going to be
it just got placed there. But now the question I'd ask you is, can I play e5?
I don't think you can, because doesn't it drop off after...
without bishop g2, sorry.
Sorry, I'm trying to make 2 moves in a row.
Exactly, queen e2.
I'm curious about queen c7. I think black is completely fine after d7, d6 very often in this type of position, but let's try and be greedy.
Okay.
What happens if we agree?
Knight b5.
Queen b8.
d4, let's go.
Let us indeed go.
And bishop, that's not going to work. I have to play, no, that's not going to, I have to play knight takes d5, bishop b4, check.
If you take on d4, I can even take on d4 and e5, frankly, or even on e5 straight away. Yeah. This does not seem to be very...
I've overreached, you're right.
Yeah,
it's
I think
too
it's
optimistic.
It's a bit too optimistic.
Okay.
Bishop g2, d6 already on the board in the meantime. What I wanted to point out is that this brings up memories, and I already mentioned this line, and it will feel irrelevant to our viewers, I'm sure, and maybe it is, but I wanted to bring up some ideas from kind of a similar structure. And I've never actually played this position myself, I think, ever in my life. But I sat next to Sergei Rublevsky a great deal when he was doing this with the white pieces. And in the position after knight f6, bishop e2, which we have actually had this in the last round of the Singfield Cup. This is a position from the game between Levon Aronian and Sam Sevian, where d5 was played. Queen b6 exists here. And one of the things white generally does against queen b6 here is you play castles, and then you quite quickly try to go for this gambit. This is definitely at least something you could attempt.
Right.
And black normally actually says no to the sacrifice. The sacrifice is genuinely very playable, but you can play something like d7, d6 here and just ignore it altogether.
Gotcha.
And I'm wondering if in this position, I'm assuming Vincent will throw in castles because you generally, you can't avoid it, so you want to get it out of the way.
Okay.
But even here, let's say, is a3 ever playable? Let's say a3 castles, and I want to play the same gambit here. The engine says yeah. The engine says black
Not
can take and maybe
terrible.
even should take, but it's playable for white.
Exactly.
Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying obviously to lure the pawn away from c5.
Right.
And I want to play bishop a3, I want to play g2, g4, and I want to claim that this is a kind of a reverse Benko.
For a pawn, Maurice, that looks pretty good compensation for
Yeah.
white. I wouldn't want to deal with this as black.
I've sacked
myself.
pawns for less.
Yeah, exactly. I think we all have.
all of us, yeah, exactly. All of us probably have. The thing is, black is absolutely not obliged to react to this. You can play something like a7, a6 here, rook b1, queen c7, and say, I mean, I'm not. Although this might at some point allow d2, g4. Now that we shooed the queen away from b6.
Right, but that's a tempo for white. The
Yeah.
Queen b6, queen c7, if you're going to ignore this pawn. And this is exactly the kind of thing that Vincent would want to do again. How do you exploit the move queen to b6 to try to prove it a mistake? And I think usually we think about punishing moves like that. Like, how do I punish it?
Right.
But punishment may be too strong a recipe here. The idea of playing for this b4 sack because the queen's sitting on b6, because you get all this play, that's a very worthwhile idea indeed.
And
We
the
are-
players are following
Yeah.
your prescription. Vincent did castle bishop e7. Now, like you said, a2, a3, Peter.
And this is a very interesting turning point, I think, because a3, b4 is one idea, and the other one would be the lines in which white just gives up control over the d4 square, playing c4 and e4 quite quickly. There's a bunch of openings where people have been doing this, and this has become a lot more kind of normal these days compared to when I think I was growing up. You could also do something like g2, g3, black castles, and you play, I don't know, knight e1, f4, g4,
Right.
g5.
Let's go.
And once again, you say to black, since I'm not playing d3, d4 at all, your queen on b6 is basically wasted. It's a
Right.
waste of a tempo, and it's probably also in the way of your counterplay with a6 and b5.
Which is very common.
And I'm just going to do my things on the king side, which you have no real way of stopping. Play becomes obviously very sharp because white does actually have to play for mate, pretty much.
Okay.
And
A la Botvinnik English.
Yeah.
sort of,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, no,
it's a kind of a take on the Botvinnik English.
My friend Ronnie Simpson, the late great friend of mine, he taught me the Botvinnik English. And I used to play this in my early days. This is a structure I would revel if I could get it with the white pieces, because as you pointed out, the queen on b6 is not really generating any counterplay yet, and it's going to need a few moves to do it. And that plan is quite viable, the one of bringing the knight back, pushing the f-pawn, and even going straight ahead, pushing the g-pawn and attacking on that side, as long as the center doesn't blow up, which it doesn't look like it will, because d5 doesn't seem like it'll ever happen.
We are very well equipped to deal with the d5 break.
very
we have,
prepared,
we have
yes.
a lot of good pieces for that.
And that is normally the question. Another thing is, usually black plays for a6, b5 against the Botvinnik structure. The queen on b6 would be ill-placed in that setting as well.
Yeah.
So it's certainly playable. May not be much better for white or anything, but definitely a playable position.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And something I wanted to remark upon is, once again, we will get 2 matches of Gen Z versus the Millennials
Well, let's talk about
in the semis, and hang on a second, in the semis and the final. But how different the approach to openings is, we can see already. Because in the game between Fabi and Wesley, Fabi said, would you like a sharp game and kind of a less explored opening? Wesley said no, and is now playing a theoretical position where it's extremely likely, although I've been maligning Wesley a little bit, and it's good that Yasser showed me the current position. Let's switch to that for a second. Because bishop takes c4 actually does give us a game compared to those lines with
100%.
bishop a4 and b5.
100%.
But my argument still, I think, stands somewhat that the youngsters genuinely just like playing a completely new game of chess. Whereas I think, in particular from Wesley, but Fabi to some degree as well, we will see a lot more correct, in scare quotes, correct play.
I like correct play. Hold on, before we go any further, let's talk about the brackets.
Absolutely.
Let's explore them a little deeper, as again, we will have 4 matches, and obviously we're in the semifinals. Please.
Yeah, and there we have it. In the semifinals, we have, with the colors on your screen as well, Vincent white against Praggnanandhaa today, and Wesley white against Fabiano. the winners will meet in the final, and the losers, there's a kind of a lower bracket here. Only one match of it, but there is a lower bracket here.
Right.
And as I already mentioned, it's a very, very relevant, because somebody will,
clinch,
go away
ticket.
with nothing, as the host of the weakest link
Would say.
You go
Nothing
with
is
nothing.
$50,000.
Well,
Let's
let's
buy.
talk about that too. Let's go to the prize fund. And what are they fighting for, Peter?
Absolutely, yeah. The nothing is pretty substantial. Once you get here, the nothing is, well, not to die for, but definitely something you would want under normal circumstances. But only, once again, in quotation marks, 50,000 for fourth.
Right.
And the other three players get an automatic qualification for the GCT 27, and 75 for third, $125,000 for the loser of the final, and $200,000 for the eventual winner.
I don't want us to get too deep into the round, but I'm going to force us to all choose
Let's do it.
our picks to come away not with first, second, third, or fourth, but with first prize place money of $200,000. And Nasi, I'm going to give the floor to you. Who do you anticipate winning the finals?
Tough choice. Definitely all four of them are capable of winning this event, but I'm going to go with Vincent, the newcomer to the tour.
The debutante,
Yes.
if you will. And I'm wondering why you would do that. You know, we had a graphic prepared to talk about the tournament performance ratings of the players over the course of the Grand Chess Tour. And the tournament performance ratings, Vincent was the highest. Peter.
I'm going to do what I did not do for the Singfield Cup and pick Prague. My kind of comfort pick there.
Okay.
I know. I mean, it's not that I dislike any of them. This is actually a very likable top four, but
Right.
I have a soft spot for the young man, and also I think he's a tremendously good chess player, which that helps.
Fantastic. I'm going to go with Wesley, which is going to force you, Maurice.
That forces nothing.
Maybe to go with our reigning Grand Chess Tour champion.
That forces absolutely nothing, but Fabi is my homie. I mean, straight out of Brooklyn too. Oh, I'm gonna have to go with my gut and say Prague as well.
Prague.
Well,
My gosh.
Nobody
going against Fabi.
Wow, Fabi is not feeling the love on
Just-
our panel.
Just hasn't
Oh
been
my
in
gosh.
the greatest form, and I think this young man has been so bold, so audacious in his chess.
That is true.
And Wesley did say, "Stop winning everything. Can't just win everything."
You can't just win everything.
Well, he took a bit of a break, right? So he can go back to winning.
Go back to winning everything. So.
Right, a pause. And I mean, it took an Armageddon playoff for Wesley to win that tiebreak match in the Singfield Cup, by the way. It wasn't an easy road by any means.
These were tough picks for sure.
Yes, and it's also first time for Wesley and Vincent playing in the Final Four, while Fabi and Prague have experience already. So no one picking Fabi is
I'm shocked.
Shocking, yes.
Absolutely shocked.
Excuse me, we didn't pick Prague. None of us picked Prague to win the Singfield Cup, and the guy tied for first.
Hey,
Dude,
I picked him to win
I
Rapid
picked
and Blitz,
Wesley.
and he did.
Don't be hating on me. I mean, look at yourselves. I mean, I went with Wesley on this one, Maurice.
Yeah, no, I'm going to reset.
Some quiet just went on this side. But I do believe we actually did have a graphic of our four finalists, their performances over the tour, and it's pretty extraordinary. Everybody overperformed with the exception of one player, Peter.
Let's take a look, yeah. And I wonder if this is this just a class? Yeah, this is classical chess. Then this is not a shock at all, because Vincent was the only player to have won 6 games from those 2 tournaments.
Yes.
And that's not including the forfeit against Alireza in Romania.
Right.
So yeah, fantastic numbers on your screen there.
So I picked Vincent before I saw this graph. I'm very happy with my pick now.
I thought you'd seen the graphic before that somehow it influenced you. I went with Wesley. I'm a little bit surprised that obviously Fabi came in as the rating favorite, but I thought he performed significantly over his rating in order to qualify for the Final Four. So that was a surprise for me.
Oh, but when you are rated 2786
And close to 2800.
performing over that rating requires quite a lot of very, very good play. But 2781, you wouldn't term it as a mediocre performance
not by any means.
any stretch.
But it goes to show how in these finals, I mean, it really is a pickup. And the fact that you were struggling, Maurice.
I was struggling because
your choice.
Because again, if the four players, Fabi is my closest friend of the four.
He's my most immediate neighbor. I'm going to feel the heat for the rest of the year.
Yeah, you're going to deal with that standing next to him. He'll just text me and say, "Bro, what's up?" But the reason I picked Prague was actually because of Rapid and Blitz.
He was so impressive.
That's my thinking.
Right.
He won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. I think he's going to eke by Keymer. Note, by the way, we saw that classical chess result, but in the finals, we've had 3 finals in history. We had it back in 2018, 2019, and also last year. Of the classical games played, only 2 were decisive. We had all draws last year. We had draws in 2018. And only in 2019 did Ding Liren and Magnus pick up a win in their classical games. Otherwise, we've seen only draws. The players have fought very hard. These are elite players. They tend to draw. So picking up a win in the classical has been extraordinarily difficult for the players. So I'm not sure their classical ratings matter that much because they kind of game plan it. That they can't afford to lose a classical game. Let's put it that way.
6 points.
It's 6 points. It's too many points.
Yeah.
So you know, one error, you risky and you lose the game, the match might be over before it even started.
Right.
You can't lose both games, and it's absolutely over because of those 6 points. So this is often decided in rapid and blitz. That's usually how the finals go because they're so evenly matched.
Thank you, Maurice. And Peter, jump into the game. What you said Wesley is now invited a game.
Yeah, this is quite a lively position, actually, because it's no longer anywhere near symmetrical.
Right. It's an isolated queen pawn position.
It's also already on d5, which is both a good thing and potentially a bad thing later in the game because it arguably presents more of a target, being closer to the black camp. Black is also some moves away from completely finishing development. And one interesting thing that my screen seems to be suggesting, I mean, castle is the most obvious move in the position. Black probably goes knight f6 because you do want to get out of the corner.
Sure, of course.
Slower moves are available, but it feels iffy not to play knight f6. But then after bishop g5, you might have to allow bishop takes f6. Because if you play something like knight g6 and allow rook e1 check, this becomes genuinely awkward. Maybe just straight up bad. Maybe awkward is not the right way to describe it.
Right.
Now the thing is, after castles, bishop takes f6 and g takes f6, black has the bishop pair. The knight will now come out to g6. f6, f5 will probably deny white the e4 square, meaning that having played, I will delete all of these things, white, I think, generally in the structure very much wants to deal with the bishop on d6. It's quite strong.
Okay.
But if, let's say, we go knight c3 and black plays f5, we are, with a6 and f5, we've taken away knight e4, we've taken away knight b5. The bishop is very difficult to challenge. Black wants to play knight g6, I don't know, queen f6, maybe even king h8, rook g8. This could get very sharp. I think sort of your upbringing tells you
you can't do this.
You don't really want to do this to your own king side. But the way the white pieces are, it's going to be very difficult to organize anything against the black king side. And I think you generally these days, you enjoy playing with the bishop pair, even if your structure is slightly disheveled. We'll see.
Slightly disheveled, Maurice, and tasered. Those pawn structures. If I have a pawn on f7, f6, and e6, I'm kind of happier.
I
just
know what
see,
you mean. Yeah.
I don't know, Maurice. disheveled?
It's not often
what they
you
call
hear.
it in Brooklyn?
No, not often. You said that in Brooklyn, people would look at you twice and then tell you to get the hell out of here. But this position is unusual. And I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen this position. And maybe I'll just check the database and
Right? We have
it's not a line.
one or two.
It's not a line that I play, but apparently it's extremely well traveled. This position. 108 games with the move castles right now.
Which is the
In
most
the live
natural,
position,
yeah.
In the
most
live
natural
Yes, not in the
move.
disheveled position, but in this live position. And this knight e7 is not supposed to be the best move. Queen e7 check, which often happens in this line as a little wrinkle to test white as to where you're going to put your piece. Who blocks the check? White does not want to see an endgame with queen e2, not with that isolated pawn. But white can play in this position the move bishop back to e2 because we've got a tempo on the knight on c6 being attacked by the pawn. And now knight to e5 can be played. And this position, excuse me, let me just get that again. Let's back that up. So here, queen check, bishop e2, knight to e5. And this position is supposed to be very solid with no disheveled pawns for black. Very, very solid indeed. And I want to point out that after this check, the move bishop to e3, knight e5 is, again, very nice. You're gaining a tempo. That's why the bishop moved off of e2. You're gaining a tempo. If you trade now, queen takes, and your pawn is hit on b2, you definitely can't castle because of mate in one. So this would have been a very simple, healthy, solid position for black if Fabi had played this way. Fabi has gone down a different path with knight to e7, knight c to e7, and the much more challenging position for him, maybe even slightly worse, given Wesley free play. But I know that Nazi has some thoughts about this exact position. Nazi, what you got for us?
Thank you, Maurice. Yes, I just want to continue your analysis. Both Peter and you looked at this position, and this is a very interesting position right now. So first, I was considering, let's say, white castles, and knight f6, the line that Peter was showing. After bishop g5, nobody wants to allow the double pawn, so how about knight e4? And I went further after bishop h4, let's say castles, and rook e1. Looks like I'm still forcing you to go knight f6 and double your pawns, but here you can maybe play f5 first. Knight d2, now you go back to f6 and you no longer have to double up your pawns. But problem is after takes and knight d4, now e6 square is so weak, and I think we would all prefer to be white in this position. So then I thought, okay, let's improve on the variation. How about black after castle starts with h6, so you're not allowed to play bishop g5 anymore. And if you play, let's say, rook e1, knight f6, black still manages to castle, and the king is absolutely not in trouble. And I think black here equalizes. So I backed up and figured out what's the best move for white then. Let's start with bishop g5 right now. And do we think that Fabi is brave enough here to play h6, bishop h4, and g5? Yeah, in this line, after there's some queen d4 ideas, absolutely. Attacking the hanging rook. f6 looks very ugly, so I'm only considering knight g6, bishop g3, and then again there is this check, queen e7. So very interesting position, and I'm sure they're both calculating these options. After knight e7, as Maurice said, there are not too many games in the position. My deduction is that white should go for immediate bishop g5 instead of castle and ask all these questions, maybe provoke Fabi to go for h6 and g5. I think that would be a very interesting position. Given that this started as exchange French, we can actually get still a very exciting game.
Thank you, Nazi. I love the way you described that, too, because it's sort of like a retrograde. I'm trying to do this. No, I'm trying to do that. Well, if you're going to try to do that, I'll get in my first. And this is the battle of ideas that I love in the opening. This is what opening theoreticians live for. They just go, okay, this absolute little tweak. And we have another little tweak in the Vincent game. He didn't go for your a3. No, Peter, but he did. He is intimating he might be playing for b4.
Absolutely. After d3 castles in that game, Vincent quite quickly played rook b1, which indicates a couple of things. A3 b4, I think, is still very much on the menu. And also, maybe he wants to play h3 and then bishop e3, and we've protected the pawn on b2.
Clear.
But I think he has now played a3, which is, I think, always going to be the more logical follow-up.
Yeah.
Honestly, I quite like this for white. It feels that white gets a pretty comfortable edge, at least a small edge, and maybe not even that small. The engine starts making kind of awkward moves. If you play queen c7 here, which seems logical.
Which is the most natural move
yeah,
for me.
and then after b2, b4, you have to start wondering how to finish development. Maybe b6,
Can
bishop.
I play b6?
Yeah, let's check.
Yeah.
There are some concrete continuations here you have to weigh, like, I really dislike, top line on my screen right now is b4, b5.
Really?
A move which I would struggle to make in a real game. I
Right.
just don't like splitting my pawns up this way. It feels very counterintuitive, but appears to be quite decent because the queen is being forced to the b8 square, and then you can just play with this knight on b5. Another option would be to maybe play b takes c5. If you take with the d pawn, I can play bishop f4, and this is actually quite awkward because with the support of the bishop on f4, e4, e5 definitely does start becoming a problem. And if you play e5, you've given up full control over the d5 square. This is not great. So maybe b takes e5, and now you have to calculate e4, e5. d5, knight takes e5, using the fact that there's this x-ray on the long diagonal. Queen e5, bishop takes e6, black has rook a7, luckily for black. And we get a kind of a strange position after, let's say, rook b3, trying to play bishop f4. The engine says, with precise play, we probably equalize with black, but it's something to consider. Another interesting point is, it feels like there should be a way to play d3, d4 here, but maybe we cannot really do it straight away, because after c takes d4, knight takes d4, black has knight e5, and very, very importantly, for this one short moment, the knight on c3 is unprotected, giving black enough time to play b7, b5. Although the engine now says this is quite sharp and maybe playable, because we do have f2, f4 as a reply. And it becomes very messy, actually.
Right. I've played so many hedgehog positions in my life. It's strange. I've never really felt the loss of the tempo that queen b6, queen c7 is delivered. But now with the engines, every single tempo becomes important, even in an innocuous position.
Well, here it kind of equalizes itself out, right? Because you played queen b6, queen c7, and I played d3, d4.
That is true
as well. So this
is
But I have almost no experience with the hedgehog. As a hedgehog player yourself, do you think let's say you cannot push for b5. Let's say you're forced to accept this as a kind of a structural situation. Right. Do you think you're worse? Do you think you're okay?
I think I'm okay.
So just like, let's say, takes and b6, you wouldn't be too worried, right?
Right. I'd embrace this quite readily, actually. No problem.
Yeah, this really does look like a pretty healthy hedgehog. And in a way, if we talk about perhaps unneeded tempi spent, the move a to a3 doesn't really belong here, right? You do want to play b3, but not a3.
I'm not even sure rook b1 belongs.
Yeah, that as well, actually. Yeah, that's even worse.
Maurice, jump in on this one. Did you play hedgehog in your day?
Absolutely played hedgehog in my day, and I absolutely agree a3 and rook b1 really doesn't make any sense in that position. You'd love it if they play in this way. One of my best games I ever played, in fact, was against Alexander Shabalov, the black side of a hedgehog, back in 1993. Played on the beautiful island of St. Martin. Those were the days, playing chess, going to the beach right after or before. It was great.
Or during, perhaps.
Seafood barbecue.
Or during, perhaps.
During the game?
During the game. It was very close. Actually, the restaurant, you could see the beach. Couldn't beat that with a stick. I did end up sacrificing a bunch of pieces as a hedgehog.
Right.
He overpressed. He pushed too fast and ended up winning that game. But that game, I would say Black would love to see you open up the game, but the position I'm very intrigued by is the game between Fabi and Wesley. Again, when I play this as white, my goal is never to push my pawn to d5. Like, my bishop is sitting on c4. Why am I blocking this pawn? And my goal is absolutely never to push this pawn. But black has spent a couple of tempi, the pawn on a6, the pawn on h6, in order to get this position. And if you're going to give free moves away, then let's go. But it's very important to note what Wesley just did. Maybe could have been more accurate with bishop e3, but it's very important to know that the natural knight c3 is bad. And this is the kind of thing where you get stuck with your pawn on the d5 square, blocking everything. Just regular development won't do, because if you play like this, for example, and now play the move bishop e3 as you try to develop regularly, black can start to be aggressive. Say, wait a second, are you sure you want to play chess like this? Because as you try to defend your pawn, you always have to worry about this move b4. You might wonder why you might have to worry about this move. Well, right now, right here, I could take your pawn. This is not a piece you can capture back, because whoops, and there goes your queen. So natural development, you just played on autopilot after the move h6 with knight to c3, could land you in hot water. So you have to be really specific right here, right now. Wesley, of course, he's ultra alert, realized this problem and played instead the move bishop to d2 with the idea of bringing the bishop to c3. And now if knight f6, now we're getting in the land of the disheveled pawns. And this one is problematic. Now, it is the case that I could still take your pawn. What's up with this line? If you take. Now, again, you cannot capture, of course, because of this discovery. But you could grab this pawn and say, are you crazy? What kind of line are we going to? And black will say, no problem. You want to play like this? It's all well and good. Bishop takes. Now we're going to play bishop to e6. And it is black who has sacrificed a pawn for the two bishops. Black will soon castle queenside and have a direct target on your king. So this position is great. This is the kind of position you love to play with the black pieces, and Fabi will gladly embrace. So bishop to d2, knight f6, bishop to c3. If you do take the pawn, there is, though, the little bit of a tickle. This move check, and what are you going to do? If you now play the move bishop to e6, it's white who's playing dynamic. I just sacked the pawn for the initiative chess. Simply castling can be met by a bomb on e6, and away we go. So the variations are just getting electrifying coming out of what's supposed to be a staid exchange French. Amazing lines, to be sure. Are we going to see any of these variations? Let's see how the players handle this position.
Thank you, Maurice. We asked ourselves who's going to win the tournament. We also asked Ben Underwood, who ran the stats. And let's take a look at what the pie charts tell us. Who was
I'm guessing Fabi.
I'm going to guess Fabi.
It's pretty much always no.
Whoa.
Wow.
Don't tell me.
Wow, wow, wow.
I can't believe it once again.
That is a shocking insult to the good name of Vincent.
And what about Vincent?
What is 10%?
I mean, if it had said 25, 25, 25, I think everybody would have been pleased on our panel.
10%?
10%? No love.
I would take Vincent at that price. I'll tell you this much.
Right.
I think this is
that's good value.
Clearly plus EV bet on Vincent here. Now that I've looked at this graph.
So Wesley and Prague are virtually identical. Wesley and Prague are 0.4% difference, with Fabi coming in behind them.
Interesting. Road ahead? How do anticipating the matches? It came down to the brackets?
It's that, but I think I want to say Vincent specifically being a 10 is a function of him severely underperforming in the shorter time control tournaments.
Exactly.
He finished 9th in St. Louis.
It's rapid and blitz.
That's yes, you nailed it.
So Vincent has been an outstanding star of the two classical events. He scored +3 in Bucharest, and he ended up on +1, winning 3 games again in St. Louis. But he's had of the 4 players in the field, he is the only one to have had a proper stinker in the Rapid and Blitz events, finishing in 9th.
But hold on, Wesley didn't perform worse than Vincent in the classical events. Wesley won the Singfield Cup.
And third.
He came in 3rd in Romania.
Right.
Vincent won Romania and came in
Vincent
tied
won
3rd.
Romania outright, so you could maybe make an argument.
But he also finished tied for 3rd instead of
clear 3rd. Yeah.
Clear 3rd, as Wesley did. So they're neck and neck in terms of that. But in terms of Rapid and Blitz,
yeah, this is where the difference is. Yeah,
completely different story.
But that goes back to what you said at the start of the show, which is that in terms of these finals, very few games are decided in the classical, and the matches are usually decided in the Rapid and Blitz or the faster time controls. And that's why, statistically, if that's the case, if all the classical games are drawn, it's going to come down to who plays better Rapid and Blitz.
And we saw stats. Yeah. Wesley came in 3rd in Croatia and 3rd in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Right? We saw that. This is Wesley's results.
And here's
3rd and 3rd in those 2 Rapid and Blitz events. That shows his consistency in Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
I believe the other performers, only Prague rivals this performance in his Rapid and Blitz events. Certainly not Vincent and certainly not Fabi. I think we can start cycling to get those details.
Yeah, a so-so result. Very interesting, the stats, but like you said.
Yeah, Prague here has a clear 1st in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and a tie for 3rd in Croatia. Fabi has, I think, a 5th and a 5th. I want to say.
Fabi was very mediocre.
Yeah.
In both those events.
No, he had a 2nd and a 5th.
No, he had
second in Poland.
He came in 2nd
Poland,
actually in Blitz in
this
Poland.
This is actually pretty decent.
So it's not, his is not really all that bad.
No.
Yeah, and the only person who properly struggled in the shorter time controls is indeed Vincent. But I think the sample size is
too small.
Too small for us to make any kind of.
These are those numbers that we don't like. 5th place in the Rapid and Blitz in Croatia and 9th place. But I also think it bears up when you watch Vincent. In his own words, he has not been great in Rapid and Blitz. In his own words, he said, I need to get a little bit faster in the faster time control. So we're not saying anything new. We're certainly not disparaging the young man. What an incredible talent he is. First time on the tour, comes out and wins the first events he plays, takes him a ton of money. In fact, he's the money leader right now on the tour, despite finishing in 4th place because of that incredible result in Bucharest. So no question there about his talent, about his future. He is going to be one of the big stars in chess for the next 10 plus years. He's got a great future ahead, especially if he corrects the issue that he has with faster time control.
Thank you.
But I do want to point out that I think he has a stellar result in one of the World Rapid and Blitzes, and he definitely tied for 1st in one of those, and maybe
consistency is key, right?
Yes, but I just want to point out that it's not always bad for him in the shorter time controls, and it's just this season on the Grand Chess Tour against this field of players, he did indeed struggle. It's like ridiculous to deny it. It's just there in black and white on our screen, but he is not a bad player.
If he didn't struggle, he'd be running away with the tour right now.
Good point. Now that we see him at the board, Peter, bring up the live position, if you don't mind, between Vincent and Prague, because they have once again transposed into your line with B4 and B6. And here we had considered D4, we considered E5, we considered B5. Capturing on C5?
I think having played before, you're not really supposed to play D4 anymore because the pawn on C4 will now be very. I mean, we do need to have the option of playing B3. If you play D4 here,
it's just not good.
I think you're really inviting trouble in the center.
Agreed.
You can try to justify it tactically, but these types of positions very often don't work out for white at all. Machine says you're still sort of okay after Fe5, knight takes E5. And both bishop takes A8 immediately, and the move bishop f4 followed by bishop takes A8. But I think, I would distrust it immensely with the white pieces. I would feel that winning this kind of an exchange by blowing up my own center.
Probably not a good idea.
We're fighting for equality if we do that.
Gotcha.
So I'm not expecting this at all. In terms of what you can do instead, there are those force variations I showed. B5 still exists. BC5, BC5, E5 still exists. The engine also says we can switch to the king side now. We're not going to be playing D3, D4. We're not going to be touching anything on the queen side, but we can just start some kind of random maneuvers.
H4?
I don't know what this signifies. I think it's just the engines just like to play H4 whenever this move is legal and nothing is hanging, you know. It's a bit bizarre. I don't know why H4 is being mentioned on the screen.
That's hilarious. As a hedgehog player, I would be playing knight D7 and bishop F6, and I would be thinking I'm doing just fine, even though I'm lacking space.
Yeah, something, I guess, kind of a slow play like this. And also H4, my guess is maybe we're preparing the H2 square for the knight to be able to meet knight E5 and then kick it away.
Remarkable. Remarkable. Just
We'll see. We'll see. It's a very, very interesting, very fresh position. I'm very happy to
bending, bending but not breaking. And let's go back to the game of Wesley for a moment.
Yeah.
And I thought it was an intriguing choice by Wesley to play the move bishop to D2. Talk to that, Peter.
Yeah, and one interesting point about this is, and this is a concept which I think you see every so often, and it's not a very usual one, and many of our viewers maybe will never have encountered it. Let's compare. I showed the line after castles, after knight f6, bishop g5, castles, bishop takes f6, g takes f6.
Right.
And instead Wesley went castles, black goes h6, bishop d2, knight f6, bishop c3, and we can castle here, right?
Yeah.
And I think the
You've
engine
included h6.
Yeah, the engine actually prefers this one quite a bit, at least initially. They are exactly the same because black spent a tempo on h7, h6, but white did not gain a tempo because it took white 3 moves instead of 2 to take on f6, right? We went to d2 and c3, and then we took on f6. But the structure is softer, so to speak, because we are very often going to be playing knight g6, and it's less protected there. Also, the pawn on h6 might present us white with an opportunity to win a tempo somewhere by attacking
Queen
it.
d2, yeah.
But honestly, I think it's still playable. And I think if I compare it to some of the alternatives, this presents the most unbalanced position for Fabi to aim at. I wouldn't really hate this at all. Although, but also, I think the reason this might actually happen is the way to avoid it appears to be b5, bishop b3, b4, which I don't think anybody plays. I think is just way, way too awkward looking.
Wow.
Even though it seems to be playable, if white goes a3, we're not going to touch it. We're just going to play knight f6, allow you, if you want, to win this pawn. But then the weaknesses of both d5 and b4 should probably equalize this quite comfortably for black. A position like this with queen d6 coming in, I don't think black is even struggling. It's just that we're already behind in development, and spending 2 tempi on b5 before, I would struggle to consider it.
Hold your horses now, because
jump in on
the move b5 has an additional point that's very important to know. So b5, bishop b3, knight f6, bishop c3.
Yeah.
Now you could take with the f knight.
Because we have bishop b7 now.
Because bishop b7 is going to be showing up on the board. And here, if you capture after bishop to b7, this attack with 2 bishops pointed straight at your king.
This is very promising.
Says the Marshall Gambit player.
Oh, easily so. You will have problems here. It turns out, though, it's important to note after bishop takes g7, rook g8, white has the tempo gaining knight to c3.
What a move.
And that's an extraordinary move in this position as...
Dang, Peter.
I mean, this kind of chess game could just simply explode.
I would like to somehow persuade our players to get here. Because this is going to be so much fun to watch.
Oh, my goodness.
If we could somehow, you know,
rook g6.
Convince them that this is what they're supposed to do today.
Yeah, we're gonna give
pass a message.
Yeah, Chris Bird, would you inform the players that we're making the next 8 moves for them? Wow, bishop to d2. That whole beef. I mean, if somebody played b5, b4 against me, I'd almost like...
No, not
crazy.
b4, b5
I know,
alone. But.
And bishop b7, but b5, b4, what?
b5, knight f6 is very... And
wow,
the entire
that's
thing,
crazy.
The entire thing is borderline forced, because if you don't play bishop c3 now, your bishop d2 move makes no sense. No sense whatsoever.
Exactly.
So you're pretty much obliged to go bishop c3. Now knight f d5 is now stronger than knight e takes d5, because here after rook e1 check, it's going to become very, very awkward to make moves, because both against bishop e7 and like bishop e6, knight d4, Maurice already showed.
Yeah, no, we don't like this at all.
If bishop e7, simply taking on f6, taking on d8 and landing the...
Knight on e5.
the threat of all kinds of forks everywhere. Black is
I lived for
barely
this position.
surviving.
Right.
So I guess maybe you try king f8.
Okay.
No, you don't try queen f8. Yeah, because once again, takes knight e5 ends the game, because the queen on d8 is unprotected.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
So knight e d5 appears to be bad, but knight f d5 is very interesting.
Wow.
This is saucy.
One of those crazy...
But I'm sorry.
Please.
I just want to make a quick point, yes.
Please.
Fabi's never seen this position before.
He's not...
Will he play like this, and you've never seen the position?
I mean, you pick up the French defense, and you're in a... Look, I've played the French defense... No, I've played the French defense most of my career, and I've never gotten anything remotely close to this.
I want to poll the panel a little bit. Because this is one of those games where I'm genuinely not entirely sure about this at all. When do you think they began playing on their own?
Say that again?
What move do you think was the first one they made on their own today?
I think Fabi's been making new moves
Since bishop takes c4, yeah?
I think
since
since
bishop takes c4.
97 or something.
Since when bishop c4 landed on the board, I don't think he'd seen that position
What
before.
about Wesley?
I think
How
we're
much
still
does
in
Wesley
Wesley.
know?
I think we're still in Wesley's.
Oh, he burned through half an hour.
We're not in Wesley's break.
He's burned through
107
half an
on
hour.
the
No,
clock.
I mean, when you play bishop b5 and c4 and bishop takes c4, you've had this position before.
Okay.
What can black do other than h6 and knight f6? You're going to play bishop to g5, you're going to take the knight, or
See,
you're
I
going to
think
play
they've
bishop
both
c3.
seen this position, just not analyzed recently.
That's
Even the one
another
on the
point.
board right now.
Even
you
the
think?
one on the board. At least Wesley is aware of it.
Because the timings are very inconsistent. Fabi played h6 very quickly. And, I mean, it's a move that occurs to you, but you would think you'd spend more time on it, right? Because he went
How much
knight
time did Wesley spend after bishop c4 to play bishop takes c4? Because I don't see.
That came
I don't have the
pretty
data.
I
here.
think we have the graphic for this with the timings. If we can get that very nice new invention the production
We see that on
has
the
with
last move, bishop d2, he took... No, this is Fabi thinking for 18 minutes after bishop d2.
Yeah.
But we want to see how much Wesley spent earlier.
Right.
We have that graphic exactly.
Here we go.
And there was also the graph with the timings. I'm sure it existed. I do understand I'm creating problems now for the production team, but there was a graph with the timings for each move, which we've seen during the Singfield Cup. Because it is curious. This is a completely fresh position, but both of these guys are incredible theoreticians. You never rule out that this is something they've seen before.
My instinct is Wesley played bishop c4 fresh.
Come on, you don't just play c4. You don't go bishop b5 and then c4 and take it for the first time.
I hear you. But we need to figure out clock times, which for some reason we don't have those stats. But
No worries.
So
how long it took for him to play bishop takes c4?
Fabi was blitzing until a6.
Right.
Because this is like very, very mainline theory.
Right.
I've seen this, and I play this with no colors. So bishop takes c4. Yeah. Bishop takes c4 probably came as a bit of a surprise. He definitely took some time to play knight c7.
Because queen e7.
Queen e7 very much
Very tempting
exists.
move,
Yeah.
It was the more
and
more common move. Let's put it like that.
Wesley took some time to castle.
Yeah, choosing
Maybe
between
like 15 minutes or thereabouts.
bishop g5 and castle was
Yeah,
his options,
choosing
right?
between those two, he castled. Fabi played h6 quite quickly, and Wesley played bishop d2. That was clearly his plan against h6. I don't think h6 took him by surprise. I think he planned to meet it with bishop d2.
Right.
And now Fabi is in the tank, understandably, because there is a lot of things to consider here.
Right. And considering b5, bishop b7, b5, b4.
Hang on a second.
b5 and knight f6. Sorry,
Yeah,
please.
Math. Fabi has just gone below an hour.
Okay.
And he spent more than 20 minutes on this move, which means that he had an hour and 20 after h7, h6. So knight c7 and h6 together took him about 10 minutes. This sounds like maybe he knows. Those are not obvious choices. This sounds like maybe he knew.
I don't know. They're very sharp and they're not great.
Tell us what you really think, Maurice.
You want me to tell you what I
really think?
I'm just saying, Bishop d2 or Bishop e3 are first engine choices, right?
Right.
If Fabi knew both these moves, Bishop d2 doesn't show up on the board and he goes, whoa, didn't check that one.
No.
I'm sorry, that's not what he does. Fabi is virtually a machine when it comes to these things. And he would have seen Bishop d2 before. If he played knight e7, as you said, and h6, he would have seen Bishop d2 before. He would not be sitting here for 21 minutes suddenly stunned by this move.
Solid argument.
I want to include Nasi here. You like these Caro Kann counter-attacking positions. You see the move Bishop d2, Nasi, and you think to yourself, I should be afraid of that move? Does that move?
This is why I play Caro Kann and not the French.
Right. Your bishop on c8 is good.
It is good, but I'm loving Wesley's position. I think Fabi's already in trouble.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. That's why he's taking such a long time, and we're
Ooh,
seeing him
okay.
play b5.
Rook coming to g2, guys.
He's also going to play b4. Bishop coming to c3 is terrifying.
Yeah.
Well, Bishop b3 will be blitzed out. And I am very curious to see the next move, honestly. And just briefly, while we wait for Bishop b3 to appear and maybe Fabi to make a move, b4, b5 has actually been played in a game between Vincent and Pragg. I said I personally would have found it difficult to even consider this.
Right.
Vincent, on the other hand, is an actual good chess player. So.
All right. By the way, for me, because we're here on this one, I love Prague's position after b5, and I'll tell you in a second. Nasi, in this one, if you were black, wouldn't you be more afraid of f4 coming at you and
Absolutely.
g4? b5 is
I'm
not
a little bit relieved.
Yeah, it's not the terrifying move that goes, oh no, queenside expansion, I hate it.
Once Peter showed that white can play on the king side with f4 and e5s, yeah, I got very scared for black. But b5, I think Pragg should feel a little bit better about it. However, the engine says white is
First
preferable.
line, just first line and a kind of a solid advantage here after takes, queen b8, as I mentioned, because otherwise you allow e4, e5. Any other move allows e4, e5.
Okay.
Has to be parked on b8. But once you get here, the advantage kind of drops. And the way the engine plays this position is also kind of non-intuitive because it goes knight e1 now. Once again, I'm guessing with the intention of playing f2, f4. But this is kind of incongruous to my mind, right? We opened some files for black on the queen side, and now we're switching to the plan of attacking, I'm assuming, on the king side. I don't think e5 is even in our mind here. I think we want f4, g4, g5 yet again. But why have we opened the a file?
I'm not too sure about that one.
Maurice?
Hold on.
Breaking news, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we get ready for a break, I just wanted to go back and the minutes that Fabi took on his move. We do have that information for us. Let's get that breakdown, and there you have it.
I think first of all the minutes. So Fabi took 12 minutes on knight c7, and then h6
back up.
instantly.
The question is, how much time did Wesley spend on bishop takes c4?
7 minutes.
7 minutes, 48.
7 minutes. That's not somebody
That's
who
not instant. That's
who had this position
because
at home.
bishop a4.
Maybe he was not at the board. Maybe he was having a snack.
No, that's not. What kind of snack? That's all. It's lunch.
Yeah, but the biggest breaking news here, of course, is that Fabi played bishop b7, which was not in our discussion.
But hold on, let's not finish with this time though. Let's just bishop b7 is the breaking news.
Right.
But this, look at this, bishop c4. Then Fabi, how much time? Then 13 minutes to castle. This is a clear indication. We had asked the question, whose board? Was it on the board?
Bishop g5.
But knight c7 is rare and also arguably wrong. Because
that's what I said. You guys told me,
queen
tell
e7.
us what you really think.
No. We did
like
argue
your queen e7.
But you could see here that I really feel after A6, Wesley made a business decision and said, I'm not going into those other positions. Let's do something different, and took on C4 with the bishop, and now they're playing chess. And we're seeing what may be a real mistake drop on the board with the last move, bishop to B7 from Fabi, which he played very quickly, and Wesley's ignoring it with the move bishop to C3.
I wouldn't call it ignoring.
No, he's defending D5.
Protecting D5, attacking G7. It's
Yeah.
Yeah, and King F8 played instantly, which is the top. This is the top line of the machine, but Black is now in trouble because even if you do win the pawn on D5, it is currently hanging because of the bishop takes H2 tactic that Maurice showed in a bunch of variations.
Right.
You can just sacrifice it.
Well, in fact, I'm expecting the sacrifice to occur. We're going to be taking a very, very short break as we reset our cells. But during our break, Maurice, I believe it was you who had a conversation with Wesley. So please, to our viewers, enjoy the conversation. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Wesley So, welcome and congratulations on winning the Singfield Cup.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
What does it mean for you to win your Singfield Cup for the third time?
Yeah, it feels really great because no one's ever won 2 in a row or 3 times for that matter, I think.
Oh, Fabi's won 3 times.
3 times?
You won
Okay.
3 in a row. I mean, you won 3, but also by yourself. Fabi is tied to win.
Yeah, the 2018 I put like an asterisk because there are 3 winners. You can't really do that. But also I feel it feels extra wonderful because it carries the name of our sponsor, the Singfields. Yeah, we wouldn't be here if not for them. I wouldn't probably never be a chess professional if he didn't put resources into chess in 2008. If he put his resources somewhere else, I don't think Clevon or Lanier will be here either, or maybe even Fabi for that matter. So it feels really great to win that tournament especially.
You have won the Grand Chess Tour twice. You won in 2016, you won in 2021. Now it's 2026. Is it every 5-year cycle for you?
Ah, wow. Yeah, good point. Yeah, you're really good at math. I didn't know that. Hopefully, yeah, why not? But I prefer it back then because you don't have to do anything. You just get the extra bonus money. There's no finals. But it feels wonderful to play in the finals. Also, my first time. Yeah, hopefully more to come. But yeah, it feels great. Especially, although the problem is the opponents are really powerful as well. So it's going to be a very tough tournament, a short one, but I really look forward to it.
I wanted to ask you that. How do you think it's going to be different? You've never played in a finals. Your 2 were from accumulation of points into the last tournament, but now it's a finals. You've seen it yourself as the players have played from afar. What do you think is going to be different?
Well, fortunately, I have some experience because it's the same format as the American Cup. I played many American Cups. I kind of have an idea how it works, except the players are much stronger here. Yeah, fingers crossed.
You have also 2 young players in Prague and Keymer. Not that you and Fabi aren't young, but you're a bit more experienced than those 2 players.
No, we're old, yeah. For chess, in chess terms, I think 30s, yeah, you're old. I think most players, they peak around 30s and then they retire around 40s, so hopefully I still have a few more years.
We hope you have many more years, but what do you think they bring to these finals with all their youth?
Yeah, they bring a lot of energy. They play a very new kind of chess.
How so, by the way?
Yeah, that's a thing. Like when Gukesh first came, when all these young players, I was very confused because I don't understand at all how they play chess. Well, first of all, their opening preparation and their opening moves are very different. Well, from what we call classical chess, for example, like the Kramnik, Karpov, Kasparov era. The way that they play openings is very different from the way that this new generation plays. Like Gukesh, it's really insane. I think these kids taught us that basically any move in the opening is fine, even the weirdest move, any opening, because they prepare it so deeply. So their approach of the game is really different. As Levon says, they play for a win. With both colors, they're very ambitious, very hungry. They work on chess a lot, and then they show us that there's a very different way of playing chess from how the older generation plays. That's why I really struggled a lot when they first came, when all these new young kids came, because they're incredibly strong, and also you have to figure out, like, I've never played them before in the past, and you have to figure out how they do it. But I think I did a little bit better now because I really spent a substantial amount of time studying the new generation's games. And Pragg is incredibly strong, for example. Potential is huge. He hasn't peaked yet, so he still has lots of room for improvement. And Vincent, he's an extremely confident young man.
Well, if at the end of this, Wesley So is the winner, tell me why that is.
Yeah, I think each of us has a chance. For me, I'll just take it one day, one game at a time. Obviously, I would be very happy to win this. But if I win this, it'll be because of stability and experience. I think experience helps a lot in chess. You know, these young guys, they're very good, they're very energetic, bring a lot of new ideas. But the older generation, like me, Fabi, Magnus, or Hikaru, we have decades of experience ahead of them. So, as Magnus said the other day, he still knows a lot more about the game than these young kids, simply because he's played thousands of games. So it helps. Yeah.
Well, good luck in your campaign. Best wishes in the next few days.
Thank you so much. My favorite commentator. Also, I want to mention that last night I was really impressed by your games against Carissa. You played better than. I played really well. Maybe
I just
you can
like
come
to play
back
bullet,
to chess.
but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Easy play. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the GCT Tour Finals. Let's just take a look at our brackets, Peter, and break it out for everybody at home.
Absolutely. This is a knockout tournament with only 4 players, so the brackets are easily fit on one screen.
Right.
We have those 2 games on the left side for you today. Vincent playing the white pieces against Pragg, and Wesley playing the white pieces against Fabi. And then the winners meet in the final, and the losers play a match for third, which will determine which one of the 4 of our contestants will go away without a qualification, automatic qualification for the GCT 2027.
Absolutely. The top 3 finishers get an invite to next year's tour. And let's pick up the action, because when we left it, we felt that Fabi was making an unbelievably risky decision with the b5, bishop b7. We did like the b5, knight f6 stuff, Maurice, some crazy sacrifices of the g-pawn. This, however, just feels bad.
This feels very, very dangerous at the very least, because, and I guess, Fabi obviously did not blunder bishop c3, because bishop d2 kind of telegraphed bishop c3 is coming.
Right.
And he was pinning his hopes on king f8, recreating the idea of knight takes d5. And actually, if you play something like h2, h3 here, which is still somehow top second best line on my screen, after knight takes d5, play becomes very, very unclear. In fact, black might be already okay. There was an argument to be made for the move g2, g3, disconnecting the bishop from the h2 square, and meaning that the pawn on d5 isn't hanging. But black might actually start something like h5, h4 here, immediately using the hook provided to create some counterplay and kind of justify the existence of a rook on h8.
Right.
Which is why Wesley's choice is by far the best, I think. Bishop c3, e5, once again, doing something immediately against the threat of knight d5, bishop d5, and bishop takes h2.
Right.
Whoops, that's not the right arrow I wanted to draw.
Okay.
you will lose the pawn on d5, but let's say you play something like knight f6. Another thing that bishop b5 does, of course, is it gives white the square on c3.
Right.
You can take, you can throw in queen d8, d6, which I think makes sense. White will play rook e1. And now you can take on d5, but you had to play king f8 along the way.
Right.
Which means that even if there is no direct refutation, and there appears to be no direct refutation, all of these types of positions are, I mean, describing them as unpleasant, I think, is not doing proper
understatement.
Proper service to how bad this is for black.
Right.
You kind of run, and your best case scenario maybe is you lose both c7 and f7, just to kind of castle artificially, and then defend this very grim endgame for the rest of the game.
I think you just used the right word, grim.
Yeah.
This is not what Fabi aspired to when he was trying to win that d5 pawn. And the move bishop e5, I think it just, frankly, it says his strategy was a failure. But okay, we're going to let Fabi stew over this one as we turn it over to Nasi and the game of Vincent. Over to you.
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, I want to catch up our audience on the other game between Vincent and Praggnanandhaa. Vincent is making the top line moves. Knight is on e1, as we looked at it earlier, and he is going for f4. So I try to make very logical moves for black and see what kind of position we're going to end up with. Bishop b7, f4, let's say knight d7, we get the knight out of the way, g4, and sooner or later, black has to react somehow, and I considered e5. After e5, f5, and then I looked at queen d8, because now maybe it's time to try to trade the dark squared bishops and use the weakness of the black squares. But after queen d8, white can simply play knight f3, not allow knight d4, sorry, not allow bishop g5, so black's going to play knight d4, takes, g5, knight c5. It's very double-edged, but after h4, it's hard to find good moves for black. I think black has to sit and wait and see what happens. For example, anytime black plays f6, we go g6, and now all white has to do is put the queen on h5, and that's game over. Anytime you go h6, I'll be able to sack my bishop for it as well. So after knight e1, maybe Pragg needs to find something more active and not sit and wait for white's pawns to start crushing on the king side. But moves are not coming easy. e5 is pretty much the only option. So for example, in this position after bishop b7, f4, you can't play something like f5, of course. This just makes my bishop fantastic on g2. So I'm really struggling to find good ideas for black besides waiting. But we know how not easy it is to wait in positions like this. And white's plan is very easy. As Yasser likes to say, white has a lot of happy moves in this position. g5, h4, h5, and just throw all your pieces on the king side. Pragg should be uncomfortable in this position, but I also want to draw your attention to the clock. Vincent has 43 minutes against Pragg's hour and 9, and it's still very early in the game. They're only on move 18. They have to reach move 40 to get additional 30 minutes. What do we think? Vincent moves are coming in easy.
Easy. And Maurice, add to that.
Well, those are some good lines, and I've got to say, we didn't expect to get barn burner games from the classical.
Yeah.
I mean, there's even a rule that said, if you dare draw both games, we're going to force you to play a blitz game, a bonus blitz game. Now we're getting sharp games. Maybe that single rule has got the players going, I don't want to just risk everything in the blitz.
Yeah.
And got them playing some sharp chess. And I got to tell you, there's some sharp chess in the position with Fabi and Wesley. And you're going to see something curious happen that we saw. Whose game was it? You'll know what I'm talking about when we get there, but I'm trying to remember the game. But the position right now, Wesley is now playing a la tempo. I mean, he's just showing, or I should say, a tempo. With this move, bishop e5, he knew he was ready to sacrifice. And take a look at this amazing line. Takes, and now knight takes. I know that's a bold pawn to capture. Knight to c3. Sure, you got a pawn, no big deal. Knight takes on c3. Knight d7 with check. Bring your king back into the party. Rook check. And now the move, knight to e7. And now simply captures back. This knight, a weird knight to be sitting in a position. And now you would love to play bishop f7, but after king d8, the agent says, you're down a piece and I'm not scared. But the key move is queen h5. And now if black could just castle in this position.
That would be great.
Remember the game?
King f8.
Remember the game that we saw earlier?
It took me a minute
to realize that you can't castle.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
we had a whole half-an-hour discussion 3 days ago, and I still...
You thought you could castle in this position?
I thought, what is he talking about? Like, queen h5, castles resigns. You know, like,
you can't castle. Your instinct to castle when you see the position like this, but the king has already moved.
Right.
So now you suddenly cannot castle out of this position, and your king is just stuck in the middle. There's a rook that's about to land on d1. Now, what game was it, guys? Come on, we should remember. We're not that senile.
no, that's,
maybe I am.
That's Keymer Caruana. If we're talking about this tournament, that's
Yes.
Keymer Caruana, where h5, g8, rook takes h5 happened, then the rook went back
And
to
then the rook
h8.
went back. That's
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. You're the youngster in the group
So
of
it was
us.
a rook move,
oldies
not a
here.
it wasn't the king move.
It was the rook move that caused it,
that
yes.
lost castling.
Correct.
Right.
So here in the position we have on the my screen here, if you just walked into a tournament hall and you saw black sitting here struggling over this position right here on my board, you would say, who's the idiot?
Do you not know the rules of chess?
You know the rule? Just castle and laugh.
But actually,
you-
they do. They know
but
the
they
rules
do.
of chess. And this
You
is
cannot castle out of this position. You're stuck in the middle of the board.
Oh, dear.
G6, for example, is rudely met by the move queen to e5, hitting your rook. You cannot castle. Even here, you would be okay at least castling, giving up your knight. Now you have to move your rook somewhere. Let's say you stay on the back row. And the problem is this move, and you are stuck and done and dusted in this position. But all because of one
is a
simple,
very beautiful line,
problematic
actually, yeah.
castling rule. So
I will say nobody ever goes knight takes d5 in that position. Leaving the bishop on b3 alive is just not something you can do constitutionally. But it's a very beautiful line, and I'm very happy I've seen it.
we try to bring some joy into your life, Peter.
Yes.
And that's the position.
that you do.
Fabi now realizes that the d-pawn is poison. And his king is not in a proper nest on that square. And even if the king is completely safe, the problem is that rook sitting on h8. You can grab a pawn anytime you want. If you wanted to, Wesley's ready to sack it because his king is properly castled, nice and safe, while Fabi's trying to figure out how do I coordinate the rest of my pieces now. He can't go grabbing pawns. That's not going to help. But even just natural development won't help either. And so Fabi is in dire straits. Again, no fine point needed here. He's in big trouble. To have gone into this position with bishop to b7 instead of bringing his knight to f6 earlier. It's only 13 moves in, but I'm not sure he hasn't already let go of the rope.
Wow.
That might be a bit early, but this is a bad position, and also Wesley is now playing faster than Fabi as well.
Big point. Could we see the clock times again, the last two clock times? His last move took how many minutes?
Bishop e5.
I think he spent like more than 20 on b5, bishop b7. I mean, they come as a pair because bishop b7 was played instantaneously, but b5 took him maybe 24 minutes or thereabouts. And he is now once again, 22 to play b5, and then two moves very quickly, and now we're back to tanking because he clearly dislikes his position, and definitely not without reason. This is very, very dangerous.
But I'm looking at the position too, Peter, and I'm seeing happy moves. Knight c3, rook e1, queen d4. I can play these moves in my sleep.
Yeah.
As black, I don't know if I should be playing bishop e5, knight e5, g6, king g7, trying to, I mean, should I be playing knight to g6 and recapturing with my c7 pawn? I don't like my options.
Yeah, I was trying to combine all of these things, but the idea that I have the most in terms of like how I would like my king side to look in 5 moves time, I'm pretty sure it loses by force.
Oh dear.
Because you never have enough time. My idea was, let's say we take, we play queen d6, you go rook e1.
I'm very happy.
And I wanted to organize g5, king g7, knight f6, connect rooks. I'm pretty sure at some point along the way I will blunder, like knight f6, knight c3, and if I try to play g5, or honestly even g6, I'm pretty sure I'm losing instantly to knight f7, rook e6.
I think so too.
Yeah, so like I never have anywhere near enough time to do any of those things. Maybe you can somehow play rook e8 and not lose on the spot, because knight f7 probably is a bit weaker here, because fewer things will hang. Let's check, is it playable? Still playable, but no longer wins, because queen d7, d6, black has knight e7, d5, and maybe you end up with some kind of a defensible endgame.
Maurice will look at this and say, "You are toast." How are you getting away with
you know
this?
me well. I would be calculating this line
This
for
is
at least 20 minutes.
This is still incredibly scary for black, but somehow bishop d5, and yeah, I'm getting carried away here a little bit, and let's say king g7.
Wow.
White doesn't have enough attackers to deliver mate, apparently.
This game feels like a game I lost against Hikaru Nakamura in the U.S. Championship years ago, where I had just this much attack, and then my light square bishop turned into nothing against his open king position. You just gave me traumatic flashback right there.
Yeah. The engine says the best move in this position by far is knight e5, g4, which is maybe not that easy.
That's not.
But it dislikes it
obvious.
immensely for black after knight g4.
What is knight g4?
Trying to get the e4 square for the other one. If we land knight e4, we very often will just win on the spot, I think.
Oh, that's impressive.
So we're trying to remove a good.
awesome.
We're trying to remove a good defender,
defender.
and to land a blow. And knight e7 g8 exists. You know, hoping against hope to preserve a knight on f6, but obviously like not a dream scenario for black to have to make moves like this. Or maybe knight f5 and then somehow grimly hold on. But yeah, all of this is very, very unpleasant. And also you're sitting there as Fabi thinking, okay, I played the French, the guy took e takes d5 against me, and this is my position on move 13. You know, how is this my life?
Yeah.
You're also going to be in severe time trouble.
Yeah. By the way, Fabi, he was so focused, so concentrated over these last 10 minutes. He knows something's gone wrong.
The worst thing is that Wesley is such a good attacker. Wesley, we've seen him sacrifice
Well, he
pawn,
just doesn't get the opportunities to show his attacking prowess.
Exactly, but he's an absolute ridiculous monster when he's attacking. Just so creative, finds fantastic moves. He's done it since his youth, when he was winning title after title in the Philippines, in the Asian games, all of it. He showed the great promise, and he just doesn't do it at the highest levels where he plays much more solidly. But boy, if you give him an attacking position, that old magic from the day will re-emerge, and he can calculate with the best of them. He'll see all the creative ideas. He'll sack one piece after the other without any fear once he realizes he has that kind of position. So this is not it. As you see Fabi struggling here, he knows how formidable a calculator Wesley is. And Wesley also is a fantastic defender, meaning he'll see all your moves. He'll see every defense you have. He won't back down. He'll just calculate which ones don't work for you. And then, boom, he'll land. So we see here, I'm almost sure Wesley has already long seen rook e1, knight f7, rook e6, what happens next?
Ideas
Yeah, he's
like
going to
that.
play rook e1 very quickly.
And look at him right now.
Yeah, everything else is, doesn't really make any sense because you do want that rook on an open file. And also, I wanted to say, remember when the three of us gave that kind of a protracted love song to Wesley of, Yore? When we spoke about how good he was when he was kind of playing openly and not limiting himself to the extremely solid, never-losing player that he is today. When people force him to play,
They can regret it.
he is a very, very scary player to face.
That is true.
We beg for that.
Yeah.
We actually beg for Wesley to play aggressive chess, and then he kind of doesn't. And then we beg that his opponents will test him.
Yeah, push him.
Yes, they're testing Wesley. This is going to get good.
Yeah.
And this is not going to look good for Fabi in the next few moves. If
Very
Wesley-
much Morpheus is fighting Neo hours, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
Drop everything and run to watch.
Yes. Here's rook e1 on the board. If you are, call your friends, because Wesley is about to try to rearrange Fabi's face in this one. And Fabi just going right ahead with knight out to f6, attacking the pawn. But we expect to see knight c3 land on the board. Although the sacrifice with knight takes on f7 will be calculated, happen not to work.
Yeah, it's tempting. Knight c3 first. Invite everybody to the party type of...
I think you develop first and then you start calculating the sacrifices, but...
Wonderful. As we're going to leave Wesley to stew, we're going to throw it to Nasi and the Vincent versus Pragg game.
Thank you, Yasser. It's a very exciting game between Wesley and Fabi, but I am going to draw your attention back to Vincent's game. We're looking at this position, and as I pointed out earlier, white should play f4 and just attack on the king side, but Vincent just played d4. This move that came definitely unexpected. Starting from the beginning in the opening when Pragg played queen b6, it was all about against d4. I think d4 might be an inaccuracy because now after Wesley takes on d4 and goes knight e5, suddenly this becomes a big weakness on c4. No matter what you do with white from now on, black's going to focus on this pawn on c4. Of course, if you play f4, I'm just going to take it. You can call it a sacrifice, but white doesn't have enough compensation. After knight e5, if you try to defend the pawn, let's say you go queen b3, black can play queen c8. You are losing the pawn on c4. You can no longer defend it. This bishop, because it's undeveloped, you don't have rook c1. So for example, you play bishop e3 or bishop d2. I simply take with the queen, and yes, you can argue white has some compensation because I have two bishops, but that's really not the case anymore. So after takes a knight e5, I think Vincent's advantage is almost completely gone, which of course is a big relief for Pragg. Can he play anything else? For example, if he doesn't go for this line, there's another option. He can go knight a5 just to avoid f4 and ideas like this. But here, queen e2, and if you play same line like queen c8, I can defend the pawn with rook b4, a very awkward looking move, but it gets the job done. Pawn on c4 for now is safe, and then white can finish development, move this bishop out of c1 so the rook can come to c1 and defend this pawn on c4. But very strange this decision, in my opinion, going d4 instead of the very obvious option that Vincent had, which was to just play f4, g4, and attack black's king. What do you guys think? This d4, was it unexpected for you as well?
100%.
Very much so. Although I do want to say knight c2 already made me kind of wonder what he's intending. If we go back to the previous couple of moves, Pragg played bishop d7, and Vincent here, instead of once again very logically going f4, you don't even have to go for a g4, g5 immediately, but you can put the knight back on f3. It stands quite well on f3. Knight c2 already made me wonder what his intentions were. After knight e8, you can absolutely go back to the idea of, like, you haven't thrown anything away by playing knight c2.
Not at all.
But knight c2 was an indication, perhaps, that he's looking more at play in the center. And yeah, I don't like this. I think his idea is maybe he hopes he will be able to exert a lot of pressure against the pawn on b6, which would be, I guess, true if black just obliged and took on d4. Even though even this position, machine says, yes, you will lose the pawn on b6 soon, but the weaknesses will provide you with counterplay.
Right.
He made Pragg's life so much easier because Pragg now knows what he's playing for. Whereas after f4, as Nazi was absolutely perfectly showing on her board before the break, just finding things to do for black here is quite tricky.
And Vincent took a lot of time on this decision to go knight c2 and d4. 34 minutes against hour and 4.
Well, for me, the strategic risk of d3, d4 is that I've just saddled myself with a really weak pawn on c4 that my opponent is just going to attack, and he knows where my weakness lies. I'm looking at black's position conversely, and I'm saying, okay, you think my b6 pawn is weak? You think my d6 pawn is weak? I don't think it's so easy to attack those guys. Yeah, so I don't like this decision one single bit. Ooh, and not at all. And Maurice, weigh in.
I agree. It's strategically compromising your pawn structure there with d4. That just gives the hedgehog player joy.
Right. For sure.
This pawn will be captured. is not. You can't allow that pawn to go to d5. Right? We agree with that. It's just not going to happen.
No.
So he will be capturing and wondering, what does my opponent think about this new pawn structure? That set does seem to be just perfectly fine for black. By the way, I was looking at that other line, the other game with Wesley and Fabi, and there's some very interesting lines in this knight g4 move you mentioned, Peter. Let's take a look. So we're deciding rook e8 as the key move.
Let's do it.
And knight g4. Other moves don't really put as fine a point as you want. So knight g4 gets played. And now the question is, what if I take your pawn? Like, what's the point? You do get the e4 square. I move your queen. I move the queen. And this is supposed to be much better for white, which we understand the rook is out of play. But I want to show, just before I go back to this line, another line that's possible here, which is hilarious. The second best move is to put the knight back on e5. You play knight g4, and then you put the knight back.
The capture.
To provoke this capture. An amazing move, really. The move knight c3, we won't take your knight back, we'll trade, and we'll take here and ask your rook a very salient question. Where will you hang out? Because we're planning to take you. This bishop on the long diagonal is fantastic. If you try to block after knight takes and play a move like this, well, we got a double pin working that says you're not winning this knight. Sorry, no food for you. So it turns out that knight e5 is a really powerful move in the position, returning, paradoxical type move. Play knight g4 to play knight e5. But now let's get back to the same line I was talking about. This move is supposed to be even stronger. Queen f4, and now knight c5, and you start to see issues with things happening back here. Now the move bishop to c8 to guard against that. And what's the best move?
Knight e5.
Knight e5 yet again. So the echo of this idea of bringing the knight back in order to discombobulate black's pieces. The whole position is coming down to this rook. And white will be attacking quite quickly in such a position, or just simply dominating your pieces by having great squares. You see the two knights are absolutely beautifully placed for white. Pieces free-flowing. Pawn? What pawn?
Yeah.
Nobody cares about the pawn we're missing. What we care about is how beautifully placed the white pieces are. And this is a sacrifice that Fabi will not want to accept. But now his time is ticking down. Again, we've seen only Fabi thinking in the last several moves. Wesley has just been playing a tempo, move after move after move after move, confident in the fact that he can give this pawn up and continue his attacking ways.
Thank you, Maurice. Peter, these two players know the measure of one another
absolutely.
a lot. Let's look at their head-to-head.
This is one of the more storied matchups in world chess right now, if we talk about the top players, and definitely the most storied matchup of the 4 players we have in the tournament, with more than 50 classical games between each other, with Fabi edging it not a big advantage for him there. 6 wins for Fabi, 5 wins for Wesley, and 40 draws out of 51.
What advice would you give Fabi in the current position, Peter? Put that on your board.
I think you might actually just want to take on d5. We've already had one look at it earlier and described it as grim, and I stand by those words. It is pretty grim, but the position is maybe at this point like you can't really be expected to have a non-grim outcome. So maybe you do this, you go knight d5. The best does appear, like there are some slow moves available, such as like queen d4, but black will very happily throw in rook e8, and we are coming a bit closer to a position you could imagine holding. So the problem, I think, is knight takes d5. You absolutely have to take with the bishop. Knight d5, queen f3, you resign. As I mentioned, leaving the bishop on b3 unchallenged is never a thing in these types of positions. So we always take with the bishop. White takes with the bishop again. Once again, knight d5, queen f3, you resign because your position is collapsing. You can't protect f7 in any meaningful way. So we take with the queen. And now queen c2.
Simple chess.
Yeah, and
develop rook d1 next.
If you allow rook d1 next without doing anything at all, the position once again just completely collapses. So it's either king g8 straight away, or you can throw in rook e8 using the fact that rook a d1, regrettably for white, runs into rook takes e5. There is no luft on the king side, so this tactic actually does net black a full piece. But after queen takes c7, you'll have to play king g8 anyway. And white can play rook d1, white can play h3 straight away. Let's say the top line of the engine appears to be rook a d1 and now h2, h3, or g2, g3, just to create a luft and to pass the move to black. And
now that you've won the pawn on a2, king h7 isn't.
I'm assuming queen c2 check is very strong because we're not really worried about giving up on f7, but we are worried about either having to play g6 or putting it back on g8.
No,
G6,
I have to play g6.
G6 appears to be losing by force to knight takes g6, which is regrettable. The point being that if you take, I have queen c7 check, and this will collapse. And if you throw in,
finish that off.
Yeah, queen c7.
Queen c7,
see the blood.
King g8, and specifically only rook d8 wins on the spot here, but it does win on the spot. And once again, we come back to the idea.
Queen f7?
Queen f7, rook e7. Using the entirety of the board.
I'm feeling the pain. The body blows myself, taking it personally, these kind of moves.
Right.
Oh my goodness.
Look at
what?
Complete dominance.
Oh, that's nasty.
Queen e6
Queen
check.
e6 if you take the
dominance.
See, Peter, you almost deprived us of this pleasure.
Don't stop
pain.
now. Rook h7?
No mate here. We just win a lot of material. Just the extra queen.
Wow.
So, regrettably, you can't play king h7 at all. Best move appears to be h6, h5 with the idea of h5, h4, and rook h5.
Okay.
Honestly, it doesn't look like this is so bad because we did manage to trade a lot of pieces. And this is why I'm arguing for knight d5, bishop d5 in the current position.
Gotcha.
At least you get a bunch of stuff off the board.
Which is
very valuable in the current situation.
Is this forced?
Well,
From the
Can we go back?
position.
Can white play any better? Because this, as you said, is not that bad.
Yeah, I think it's kind of forced up to here, as far as I could tell.
We don't necessarily have to play rook d1, queen takes a2.
No.
We could start with h3.
But if we start with h3, the reason the queen is being lured away to a2 is that here knight e4 exists, which forces white to address the fact that the knight is hanging and maybe gives black time to play king h7. And you start entering the realms of actually maybe equalizing, which is kind of shocking.
Wow.
We didn't really expect that
Not
looking
at
at the
all.
position, let's say 5-6 moves ago. So this is why the pawn on a2 is being given up here. But you once again have something to suffer for.
Yes.
And also our weaknesses are kind of limited to the pawn on f7 and the fact that we're playing a rook down currently,
Right.
which is regrettable and it will cost us something. But you can absolutely imagine maybe getting away with a draw here if white doesn't play very, very precisely.
Well,
And your moves did not seem deadly. It's like
No.
the game is over. We're only one step away from castling,
Right.
so to speak, as black. And once the rooks are connected, if we're up a pawn and we're just giving you the f7 pawn, slightly worse
And
game, maybe that's nothing we're worried about.
And a very good illustration of that is that line with h3, king h7, because if you take on f7 here and give black tempo to play, well, only rook c8 apparently, everything else does. Why does rook hf8 lose? Because queen c2 is once again very strong. Okay. Fabi chose rook e8 though. Fabi has just settled on a move and his preferred option was rook c8. Sorry, rook e8.
But this is where knight f7, king f7, rook e6 terrified me. And why can't I play knight f7?
We had that prior to the break. It looks like it should win.
Absolutely.
But specifically queen d7 only and d6, knight d5 only.
Only.
Yeah, those are moves which are needed not to lose on the spot. But here it seems like black is actually surviving.
Okay, but at the end of the day, I've got my material back, right? But,
Yes, you can do this,
Yeah.
but
No, thank you.
this is very curious. This is zeros on my screen. We are currently 2 up.
Wow.
But you can't actually stop rook takes c7 and rook c2, so I guess you end up with a 3 against 2, which black will hold.
Right.
And also importantly, because there is no h2, h3 included, queen f3, king g8, you have to address the threat of queen e1 mate, so black actually wins the pawn back. Otherwise, I would have, of course, chosen the one with the queens on.
Of course.
And that one I probably would have won, but
But
I
queen
don't get
e1
it.
mate
Yeah,
is,
I don't get it. Yeah,
is an issue.
Let's show this.
Oops.
The rule has to be every time there is a potential mate, you have to show it on screen.
Exactly. Commentator's requirement. We go to a special academy where we get a diploma.
That's a massive difference, I want to say, between two knight moves.
Yeah.
There's knight f7, spectacular, explosive, but probably petering out into nothing, or not much.
Yeah.
Then there's knight g4.
A backwards move, which
the
is
backwards
much
move,
stronger.
Retreat.
which is supposed to be light years better as a move, but much harder to appreciate the devastating effect of that move. And I would say in a position like this, if I'm white, I'm definitely looking at knight f7, knight f7, knight f7, 4 times knight f7.
Drilling.
And rook e6. Are you kidding? You wish you get to play a move like this in a real game.
Right.
And it just rocks the world. Will Wesley find knight g4? This is an incredible moment in the game. Move 17. If Wesley backs his knight up to g4, he's winning the game.
Wow.
It's so difficult to play such a move, to decide you're not going to go down the line where you're going to win a pawn. You're going to calculate it, you look at the line, it looks incredible, but you decided after seeing that endgame with the rook on c6 that you're just going to play knight g4 and chill?
Yeah, I want to point out that queen d1, d4 also exists.
As does rook on a1 to c1.
Yeah, I guess rook c1, knight takes d5 is a massive improvement for black because e5 is also hanging. So,
Right.
But queen d4 stops that problem. I thought maybe c5, which is a kind of a cute idea to exploit the fact that there's no en passant, but after queen f4, we create the threat of knight g6 and queen takes d6. Only move appears to be knight c8, and this is still very, very dangerous for black. Although shockingly not lost. I thought this might just be straight up lost, but it's not. But
How is this not lost, Peter?
Well, we want to play c5, c4, which limits the bishop, and then we actually start wanting to play g6, king g7, or perhaps g5, king g7, and
Crazy.
yeah, I'm also very curious how this is only 0.7 on my screen because it looks like it should just be collapsing by force to something.
Right.
But it appears not to. I'm as confused as you are, honestly.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's also knight f5. Additional problem is knight f5 exists. Now queen f4, g6, black is suddenly fine.
Really?
Because we're about to play king g7, and structurally, as we keep on harping on about, we play d4, d5. If black survives the initial onslaught and artificially castles, structurally black is okay. So knight f5, white has to play queen a7, and now queen b6. You probably don't want this to become an endgame this early, right? You feel like you're selling yourself short here.
Right.
So I'm not expecting queen d4.
So queen d4 has two issues. Knight f5 immediately, c5 potentially as well. So you kind of drop back. Now, give me your thought processes, Peter, because knight takes f7. You keep trying. You keep trying. You're spinning your wheels. You come to the conclusion it's a dead end.
We haven't looked at everything. We'll return to the concrete calculations after knight f7. I want to say you absolutely see knight f7 in the first 3 seconds.
Of course.
The big question is even considering knight g4. Because
yeah, that's what I want to say, is when do you go away from knight f7 and say, okay, I'm looking at the live position with fresh eyes. I don't like queen d4. I don't like rook c1. Do I like h3?
I think knight takes d5 is now legitimately a threat. If you play h3 here, black goes knight takes d5. The problem is, as I mentioned, e5 is now hanging. So all of the positions we were getting earlier, we're just not getting them because black will have additional threats. No, you can't really pass. You have to do something forceful. And this is where it brings me to the line I wanted to show, because we kind of automatically played d5, d6 in this position, where queen f3 exists. It doesn't seem to be doing very much, but you maybe have to assess it, because if black takes on d5 here, we can take on f6, g takes f6, knight takes d5. We definitely preserve some initiative, although once again, maybe you feel you're selling yourself short. Yes, you're a bit better here, but maybe black holds.
Okay.
And there is also an additional problem of rook hf8 appears not to lose, which is really a downer. Once you realize you don't have a killing blow in this position, you probably give up on the whole queen f3 idea altogether.
Right.
Because d5, d6, regrettably, you put your queen on the square, where d5, d6 is less attractive than.
Can we speak to the challenge for Wesley as well in terms of this knight f7 move? Because Wesley's going to calculate all these variations. He's going to see that queen f3 does not really cut the mustard. But this line, I just want to point out, after this move, rook to e8. All right, starting now, that's one. Knight takes f7. If I could get my board up, please. Here we go. So let's just look at how far Wesley has to go. Move 1. Move 2. 3. And now knight d5. 4. 5 moves deep. Still calculating. 6. 7 moves in. Trade on move 8. Now take on move 9. And now looking at this position. 9 moves later to say I'm up 2 pawns at the moment. Am I better? And having clarity again, saying, you know what? I can't really make anything of this position. Right. This is 9 moves, by the way, of a line where you're looking at options along the way. Burning clock, burning brain cells as well, as you have to make this very deep calculation. And then backing off and saying, no, that's not the move. Then the queen d4 line you mentioned, Peter, with knight f5, and then burning clock here, where there are variations to look at. This endgame you talked about, where the possibility of d6 exists, and this pawn is hanging. If you take, we play rook over. We're still up a rook in this position. When I say up a rook, I mean this rook is out of play. Right. Is this a line I want to go for? And there's some argument to playing exactly this position.
I can see why I would be attracted to this.
Sure, this could be a line. And then coming back again and saying, okay, wait, okay, is there anything better? And then having to settle on knight g4, where the calculations here are nebulous at best. Like, it's not like you just know, oh yeah, that's the move. I'm so much better right now. No, this one is thorny, and it's not quite forcing either. This is the moment in the game. We will see the trajectory of this game change dramatically, depending on what move Wesley decides on right here, right now. And his think, as long as he's been thinking, he's been playing very quickly up to this point, but now we see he's approaching just past the 9-minute mark, approaching the 10-minute mark. It speaks to how critical this moment in the game is.
Peter, this is really, really awkward. I mean, to say that knight g4, knight takes d5, knight e5 is the best move for white. That's a big ask.
It is. It is. And we've been talking about how good Wesley is at these types of things and how, how dangerous it is to allow him to play positions like this. But this is still a very challenging thing to calculate, because those types of shuttle maneuvers where you make a move to return to the same square after the situation changes a little bit, they're not easy. After knight g4, there's also a bunch of other moves for black. Let me switch to the proper diagram. I was checking the other game in the meantime.
Yes.
There is also knight, as I mentioned, knight e8 is a move, knight f5 is a move. There's no immediate refutation. White is much better, but there's no immediate refutation to either of those.
Okay.
And also, I think you're very drawn to the idea of knight takes f7 on kind of aesthetic reasons. This is a move we all like to play.
Sure.
You don't often get to sacrifice pieces against players of Fabi's caliber. And
remember the same situation where Vincent Keymer had a fantastic position against Fabiano Caruana, where he had a choice between the calm king g2 and the more forcing knight g6. You guys remember this moment, critical moment in that matchup. Okay, Vincent was in some time pressure, so when you're under pressure, you tend to look for certainty, and he went for a clearer line. But it's this kind of position, cool, calm, collected, knight g4, you're so bad, I'm just going to own this board. Oh, really? It's like that? And then to calculate to make sure that captures on d5 will lead back into a knight returning to the e5 square with just compensation. Really? I mean, you're laughing, yes? It's like high-level Karpovian-type chess. This is not... It's not Tal sacking pieces. Tal takes on f7 and hustles you in some way.
Right.
Karpov plays knight g4 and says, you're tied up. You got nothing to do. I do find these shuffle maneuvers back to e5 with ease, and you're in trouble. I'm going to keep squeezing you. That is Wesley's challenge right now. This is where we find out about super GMs and why they are who they are.
On the other side of that is he is playing against somebody who will defend incredibly resourcefully. This is not going to be a gimme. Even if the position is objectively bad, he is not going to get a free point today. Fabi will fight him tooth and nail.
100%. 100%. We can count on that. We're going to let the players sit there, but Nazi, let's turn it back to you and Vincent and Prague for updates.
Thank you, Yasser. You guys are having so much fun with that game.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I'm missing out, but this game is also very interesting between Vincent and Prague. We just discussed that Vincent chose this d4 move, which might not have been the most accurate option. And let's see how it continued. Black took on d4, and knight takes bd4 is on the board. Here I was considering different options for Prague. For example, if he goes knight a5 after queen e2, queen c7, knight goes to e3, and for now, this pawn on c4 is okay, safe. White can also play rook b4 if needed. So then I considered a different option for black. What if they just take on d4, queen takes d4, and this engine move, bishop a4, it's an in-between move, attacking the knight on c2, and yes, hanging the pawn on b6 with a tempo. So very interesting lines. After bishop a4, let's say we pick up the pawn, because Yasser says you should always take hanging pawns. Rook b6, queen c7. Now, I want to play knight e3 and just defend the pawn on c4, but it has a big downside. Black goes bishop f6, and our rook on b6 is going to be hanging. Miraculously, white is not lost here. Engine saved it with e5, and then after bishop e5, queen e4. Doesn't love white's position, but white's not losing a full rook at least. But instead of knight e3, of course, there is a better option, and it's knight to b4. Not an obvious move. What you want to do here is have this square for the rook, rook a6, so your rook is no longer trapped. And here, attacking moves like bishop f6 or bishop d8 don't work out so well for black, but what they can do is simply play knight f6, bring the knight to d7, and then c5, and have a long-term compensation for the extra pawn. So for example, I'll show you a continuation here. If after knight f6 we play rook a6, knight d7, we develop, and even the engine, who loves material, says black is completely fine here. Simply take on a6, queen a5, put the rook on c8, and are we really happy that our extra pawns are a3 and c4? Well, this was my analysis, but let's see what Prague has chosen. After knight takes d4, he played knight e5. And Vincent very quickly played knight e3. I think he needs to speed up because he spent a lot of time on the last couple of moves, and now he doesn't want to end up in time trouble, so he quickly played knight e3. I'm expecting some move like queen c7 or queen c8 from Prague, and then queen e2 and rook a4. I've been talking about this move rook b4. I think we're going to see it, and it's going to be kind of a standoff. No one wants to take the rook. Black doesn't want to fix white's pawns. White doesn't want to trade on a4. So this is a very interesting position. I don't even know how to evaluate. I'm still thinking about the f4 and all the plans I had on the king side. Peter, what do you think? Could Vincent still make f4 work somehow?
I am, as always, very influenced by, whenever I can see the evaluation on my screen, it's very difficult to completely turn it off. But I think knight takes d4 was much stronger. But also, I think you kind of rebel against the idea of just completely giving up on the pawn on b6. Because knight takes d4 was a pawn sacrifice. You just have to accept you will be playing a pawn down for a while. Just you will have good squares for your pieces. That line you showed with knight f6, knight d7, I think was very instructive. And black, I think, is completely fine. You get those types of positions. Once again, I hesitate to compare everything to a Grunfeld. But you do get those structures occasionally in a Grunfeld where a3 and c4 specifically are left on the queen side. You have so much pressure against them. The way he's playing, I think he'll be a bit worse because he has sort of more pieces that he knows what to do with. Like the knight on e8 is not really where it's supposed to be in a hedgehog structure. It really needs to be on d7 and c5, and it will take black a bunch of moves to try and organize that. White still has the same problems, of course. a3 and c4 they haven't gone away, but I think this is now playable for white, and I understand how Prague landed on what he landed on, but the other option seemed stronger.
From the current position to you both, if I'm in Vincent's shoes, I'm playing Queen E2. I'm defending the pawn on C4. The move Queen C8 kind of suggested the B6 pawn is about to drop off. I'm not too interested in that. How would the game continue from here?
How about that Rook A4 move?
I was going to meet that with Rook B4, as you suggested before, as well.
But now maybe there is no threat, and we can finally return the knight to its rightful square on F6.
So bishop, you develop, I develop, kind of deal.
Can we play F4, please? I want to make F4 work instead of bishop B2.
No, okay.
I think maybe
take the bishop back. Come on, let's have some fun. Let's play F4.
the immediate F4. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cute. The
The
fact
rook
that
on
D4
A4
is unprotected actually hurts white quite a bit here. Well, this is wild. This
Whoa.
exists.
What?
This exists, but it ends in a pretty level position. But it's a spectacular move to show on screen. Knight takes E6 there with everything hanging everywhere. I think bishop B2 is a bit stronger, and now you are threatening F4. I'm pretty sure.
Because the knight on now is protected on D4, right?
But maybe we can still
Wow.
kind of ignore it. And if you play F4 here, we still have Knight C6.
When I played the move F4, I was thinking, I was forcing Rook takes B4, so you had to undouble my, reunite my
Still play
pawns.
knight C6 here?
Amazing.
Yeah, but okay, let's see we don't see this. How bad is Knight G6? For you as a hedgehog
I'm not
player.
unhappy. I'm not terrified. I'd kind of prefer my knight on D7
Oh, yeah.
personally.
But can we go H4, H5?
We are probably stopping it on H4 if we
Oh, you're
can,
going
because I don't like allowing it all the way to H6 or even all the way to H5. I think we can play H5 here.
You're not going to lose the pawn later with bishop F3?
Probably will do, but
Probably.
it'll cost you an important bishop, hopefully. so maybe I'm not that heartbroken about it. No, but this is a very interesting position.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. The engine, as I mentioned, pretty much always tries to play Knight C6 instead. And if not, I also noticed that after bishop B2, it kind of badly wanted to play H5 to give itself the G4 square for the knight.
And that's
but
not
then
a
you can
bad
play
move.
H3.
Yeah.
Then you can play H3. And now maybe it puts the knight on G6, actually. Like in this position, maybe knight G6 starts looking a bit better.
The players, is it just me, or the players playing slowly? I mean, it's a hedgehog
pretty slowly,
position, but it's like both players are going to almost have burned an hour each for the first 18 moves.
Yeah,
It's slow.
Yeah, we are 18 moves in. Vincent is down to half an hour. And Prague is slightly better off on 42 minutes, but that's also not untold riches, let's put it like this.
Maurice, jump in.
Well, we got to jump back to the other game and see how long Wesley has been thinking about this position. We said this was a critical moment, that his next decision would not be easy at all, and we need to see just how long he has been thinking. He had such a massive lead on the clock a moment ago, but he's still deep in thought. Knight F7, he's thinking there must be a way.
Absolutely.
Must be a way to make something happen in this line. The more he looks, the less he's finding. And again, if we could just see just exactly how long he has used so far, not
I
his
want to
previous
say between
moves,
maybe 17 and 20 minutes.
the current
guess.
current move, how much time he has spent. I'm going to say it's up almost 20 minutes that he has spent on this move, as I think we'll see the graphic momentarily.
Well, it's a huge critical moment.
And it's exactly 20 minutes, 20 minutes and 26 seconds that he has spent so far on this exact moment. We talked about how difficult this decision is from a better position. That's why when you're at home, folks, and saying, I was better, I was winning.
Where did I miss?
How could I have screwed that one up? But there's going to come a time when you will have to make very difficult decisions. And all of us here are looking at that knight G4 with an eventual knight return to E5 saying, we ain't that good.
Bro, if you do that,
that's tough.
Tip, you know.
That's tough. You a superstar playing moves like that calmly. We're looking at some, I mean, I'm nowhere near as good as you guys. I'm garbage compared to you guys, in fact. But I got to say, you two must think that's a decision of decisions.
Yeah,
for sure.
If you find that, it is a good day. your brain is cooperating with you properly on the day. Like
100%.
I don't think it's impossible to find, but if you do spot it and you realize how good it is, that's a good sign on the day.
I
That's
hate
a good
to
player. Does stuff like that.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I would be so glued to knight f7. And even though I know it's going to be a draw, it's sort of like, no, I got to play knight f7.
At least I'm up a pawn at the end of the day.
And one thing I will say, which after all the how do you pronounce that word? Peons, the not the odes to, but there is also that kind of a complimentary poem that I've seen on print, but I have no idea how that word is pronounced as is per usual. A word about Wesley in positions and decisions like this. If he doesn't realize how strong knight g4 is, I think he might revert to
queen d4?
No, knight f7 specifically, because it defines everything, right? There is zero risk.
True.
There is that rook ending 2 pawns up, which you will never lose, and you might win once in a blue moon.
Yes.
Black has to find the defensive moves.
Black has to make like 10 precise moves in a row even to get to that rook ending.
Right.
And then we can torture them for a bit.
A little bit.
And Wesley might default to that if he doesn't realize. I'm pretty sure he sees knight g4. Like, there's no way he doesn't see knight g4. I think he is definitely good enough to realize it's a move he at least needs to consider. But if he doesn't if it doesn't settle in his mind just how strong that is, he might revert to form slightly.
And the longer he thinks, the more likely it becomes that he's sacking on f7.
Knight f7.
The longer he thinks, because he cannot believe. Look, he literally cannot believe. I'm not blowing this guy up with knight f7. There's no sequence.
Right.
His brain is calculating a mile a minute, and he refuses to accept that knight f7 is not just crushing it. You can see where his eyes are trained. It's like, you serious? You're surviving?
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to miss the opportunity, because if we all could play knight f7, rook e6, d6, you know that's going in your best games book without any question.
It's hard not to do it. And we're gonna go for a break at the moment. But before we go on break, I just want to tell our viewers that Irene Sukandar is going to be regaling you with some analysis. So enjoy the break, and we'll see you on the other side.
And in the meantime, the word is apparently pronounced peon.
Which?
The word I was looking for is pronounced peon, apparently.
Yeah. Okay.
Any words during the show?
We'll work that out.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the show break. What a day we have. We have so many things going on, even though we only have 2 games in these semifinals. And before I take you to, I think, the game of the day between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, let's take a look at the game between Vincent Keymer and Praggnanandhaa. So we have here in this game asymmetrical English, but there was one time here that that Praggnanandhaa was trying to steer the pot here by playing queen b6, which is a bit unusual, but it is actually just an interchangeable move of knight c6. So the idea is you just want to try to provoke white to play d4, because it's going to be very dangerous to play this line of d4. And that's why Vincent didn't want to take the risk, and then he just played the normal variation e4. And knight c6 comes, and of course now d4 is already out of options. And after bishop g2, d6, and then we see like a very, very normal asymmetrical English in this position, bishop e7, d3, castle, and rook b1. So as you can see in the structure, we haven't exchanged anything yet, not a pawn, not a piece, and we might at first, I thought we're going to see some sort of like a hedgehog position that could arise as well from the Sicilian opening. But here, the rook b1 is trying to open up the queen side by pushing b4 at some point. So a6 was played, and then a3, and after queen c7, and there you go, we have b4 on the board. And a few moves after this, b5 takes, and queen b8, and knight e1. So as we can see, after knight e1, this is already signaling us that probably Vincent would like to attack the king side, because from this structure, you want to play bishop b2, for example, pushing f4 at some point, and of course with the knight on e1, you want to maneuver this knight to be on a better place. So usually the knight will go to c2, e3, and so on, and probably when all the minor pieces are ready, you might want to push all of these pawns to g4, g5, and start the attack. So this position happened, and Praggnanandhaa tried to prepare the attack by playing bishop d7, knight c2, and knight e8. And in this position, everyone was kind of surprised by Vincent's decision by playing d4, because usually if you already have such a maneuver, you don't want to play d4, but instead you just want to kind of close the center, and instead you want to open up the king side, bring all your pieces. But d4 is already an offer to exchange something in the center of the board, and this usually helps Black to determine what to do. And especially now after d4 takes, if you take knight takes d4 with the c knight, of course it's going to be quite counterintuitive, because you could have gotten this position from 3 moves ago when the knight was still on f3. So here Vincent took the pawn with the knight on b5, and after knight e5, now knight e3, and queen c8, and this is the current position so far. My take is this going to be a very long game, because both of the players are going to play some sort of a positional chess, but also there would be some intrigues there, because it's also going to be very interesting when one of them are trying to start to attack one another. So let's move on to the other game that is currently also underway. It's between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana, because there's been some surprises in the opening as well. Okay, Fabi is known to play so many openings. French is one of them, and probably this caught Wesley's off guard. And usually if you prepare against some French opening, you would like to play some sort of a more challenging line instead of what Wesley did in this position, that is the exchange French, which usually, as we know, most of the times it leads to a very equal opening and game, and might end up with a draw. And as white, naturally you would like to have something that is more challenging and giving more advantage to your position. So let's continue. So after taking on d5, ed, and then knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5, bishop d6, here comes c4. And the fire starts here, because after d takes c4, and d5, a6. So here Wesley took bishop takes c4. I just want to point out quickly what happened after bishop a4, which is, I think, the majority of the games on database, they chose to play bishop a4. The idea is simple. You just want to keep going with all of this pawn move, b5, because your knight is under attack. Now if white takes on c6, you just take on a4. And after castle, knight e7, white might collect all the pawns on the fourth rank, but after taking this, you just castle, and after knight here, there's one tricky move here by playing rook b8. Well, the idea is actually just to deflop your knight, but also there's rook b4 here if knight takes c4, so white might want to play a3 first, and then after this, takes and then takes c6, so everything should be fine for black in this position, even though the Valbar leaning towards slightly to white's position, but with the pair of bishops, I think the position is completely playable, and there shouldn't be any problem for black. So Wesley took a less usual approach by taking the pawn on c4 with the bishop, and after this, castle h6, because you want to prevent knight bishop g5 after knight f6, and after bishop d2 here, b5, and I calculated a bit about b4. I think this is a very interesting move to play because you are trying to prevent bishop c3, which kind of happened in the game. So now if bishop e3, trying to go to d4, you can play knight f5. And after this, you play knight e7. So my intention is just so that black could just castle and make everything safe. But instead, what Fabi chose to play was a very dangerous bishop b7 in this position, allowing bishop c3. And of course, in this position, black didn't have any other option to play to protect the g7 pawn. And the best move is, of course, to play king f8. But this is kind of already a decision, a very brave decision to make because you're already losing the right to castle. And after bishop e5, bishop takes e5, knight takes e5, queen d6, everything looks normal in this position. Although, of course, white is better because due to the fact that the king cannot castle anymore, and rook e1, knight f6, and knight c3, rook e8, black is kind of like in a waiting mode, trying to activate probably this rook on h8 and probably trying to find a better square for the king, like a sever square for the king. And Wesley is still thinking, and he is, okay, I was analyzing a few moves here. He can play any sort of move, like queen d4 is very natural, or knight g4 is also very practical. So since white is better in this position, white can do all sort of moves. And we'll see, because after a long thing, we're just going to see what Wesley will come up in his decision. So 2 games are still going on, and both are very interesting. So stay tuned, and let's get back to the studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the GCT Finals. I'm going to get this right in a moment. We are in game 1 of the classical chess semifinals match, and the play has been underway for a couple of hours. And guess what? Wesley did make that move, knight f7, and the longer he thought, Peter, I thought it was inevitable that he would do that.
Yeah, it felt very likely. The moment he spent more than like 25 minutes on that decision, playing knight g4 at that point is a lot more difficult than doing it in the first 5.
And so far, they've followed our analysis exactly, and Wesley knows that the rook ending is rather inevitable at this point.
Well, you do have the sacrifice with rook takes f6. White is absolutely fine there as well. White runs no risks here. Pretty much whatever Wesley chooses to do, but it's a huge improvement in fortunes for Fabi compared to the situations he could have found himself in.
And Maurice, I'm sitting there thinking Fabi could have dodged a bullet here.
Absolutely. He's so happy that this is what happened, but he also trusted his own calculation. This is how hard it is to beat the 2nd or 3rd highest rated player of all time. By the way, Wesley's the 5th highest rated player of all time as well. So this is a huge, big dog matchup. Very experienced players. And Wesley could not bring himself not to sacrifice. The more he thought, the more his time was ticking closer and closer to Fabi's. Right. He had to make a decision, so he made a business decision and made this move. But give Fabi credit for making a deep calculation. Remember, we said it was 9 moves deep Wesley had to calculate. Fabi had to go 10 moves deep because he started with rook e8.
Right.
So he had to see rook e8, he had to see the sacrifice, he had to see a rook landing on e6, boom, 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 and come out and say,
"That's okay.
I can do this."
Yeah, I've got it.
Incredible.
I'm trying to read their body language, and Fabi definitely looks happy now. It's like, okay, the worst is over. And the way Wesley was moving around, I don't think he's happy with knight f7 anymore, and he feels like he missed out on better opportunities. Because now, as Peter said, it's going to head to that endgame.
Most likely Fabio will play queen e6. I think it's a kind of a strange move. You don't see that theme very often, as they are very quickly progressing towards that point. There's also, I wanted to point it out even earlier, bishop d5, we're going to get to that position on our screen as well. After bishop takes d5, you could play king f8 here. The thing is, your wars. You do win the pawn back, I assume, but after something like bishop f3, let's say queen takes d6 and queen c2,
I'm not sure you're happy about this ending.
Yeah, it's not very pleasant. I think black probably saves more of these than he loses. But it's definitely better for white. It's quite unpleasant to play because the king safety is going to be a massive, massive problem for black for the rest of the game. And but then it becomes a question of whether you see queen e6 or not. Because if you don't have queen e6 here, if you have to play king f8, then maybe you actually choose the one where the material is equal, right? Because this one, once again, people routinely make draws in positions like this with black. It's not easy to convert. It just feels like it should be easy. It's genuinely not. But it's obviously significantly better for white. And maybe you choose this one, and perhaps you find the move queen b4, which the engine suggests quite strongly. And then maybe you get the rooks off the board by giving this check on e1, and you think, okay, like, yeah, I will have to suffer, but exactly how much suffering is this? I should be able to weather the storm. Yeah, there you have it.
Played.
There you have it. He's played
and
king
avoided
f8.
that endgame.
He's avoided.
But that's, I think, because he just didn't see queen e6 existed. Because I think a player as experienced as Fabi, if he gets here and spends like a couple of minutes working out what's what, he will realize not only am I picking up the pawn on c7, white also, because there is no lift on the king side, will not be able to stop rook c2.
Right.
And if the black rook activates in positions like this, you just end up in a 4 against 3 pretty much by force.
Yeah. Wow.
That was huge.
Big moment.
That was a huge moment that he decided to play the endgame instead.
Right.
Also, there's some momentum issues to consider, meaning white had it all. Now in this line, black might dream that something could happen. I can't believe my own argument. Sorry, really, no. Scratch that, because he's going to be going down a pawn, and white will. Well, hold on a second. No, he actually gets his pawn back. So queen c2, queen takes and queen c2. Can black harbor hopes?
No.
Or is it just too ridiculous to think?
No, I mean, if you give black like 5 moves in a row to play c5, c4, then somehow play g6, king g7, perhaps, and then, but even that position.
Do I need 5 or just 2? Can you give my pawn a c4 and be happy?
Well, you're much happier, but I still think you're pretty much never winning that. White needs to allow some really unfortunate trades to be in any kind of trouble. Like if you get all the major pieces off the board and the black king lands on d4 or something.
I agree.
Yeah.
However, let's just say this. He's just played bishop to f3. Queen d6 will be played.
Yes.
We believe. And a moment ago, there was a very sad, absolutely depressed rook on h8. Yeah. Somehow it has leapt over the king. It's now sitting on the e8 square. And it's not so sad at all anymore. You're about to also equalize the material imbalance. And Fabi must feel like, this is a position I can defend. Woof.
Thank goodness, yeah.
Wow, and we saw the rook ending, of course, down a pawn wasn't enough. Here, this ending is slightly okay for white. The dark squares, though, I think are a problem, because black can control the dark squares forever, and this light squared bishop is really, it looks great optically along the long diagonal, but you can't overwhelm any dark square setup. And you're not going to exactly get your bishop to control black's king from the f3 square. Maybe from the b3 square it might have said something, but not from the f3 square. Yeah. And could I ask, why wasn't bishop b3 played?
Yeah, and that's exactly the point I was going to raise, because bishop b3, if white could stabilize after that, it would have been a much stronger move, I think. But if you play bishop b3, I guess my board now, if you play bishop b3, black will take on d6. And now you kind of want to play, let's say, queen f3, g3, and rook d1. And if you
fast
get
as
those
possible.
in, I think that's actually trouble for black.
Right.
But the way things are, first of all, c5, c4 happens incredibly quickly.
Let's
And also,
try queen
if you
f3.
play queen f3, there is also queen g2 to worry about. And I'm threatening to get a lot of material off the board with rook e1 check. And also, if you play something like, I don't know, g3, I can even invest in a tempo to play c7, c5. And shockingly, the engine actually does. Here, you were asking, can black ever be better? Not decisive yet, but here, yes.
Oh, yeah. That
Here,
bishop
yes.
is sorely placed on b3 because of that extra tempo that you get. And again, the dark square dance, the queen to d2, the rook to e1, the pawn on b2. All of a sudden, you see all these points emerge because that bishop is not as good as it looks at restraining the king. A little bit, yes, but it's not going to be for long. So this position suddenly looks objectively just fine for black. Maybe a little something for white, but nothing Fabi can't manage.
Slightly alarmed by the fact queen takes d6 hasn't been played yet, frankly, because everything else, like you I don't think ever want to take with the pawn, because that is like you control far fewer dark squares. You create a weakness for yourself. Your structure is much more broken up. After g3, followed by something like queen d4, rook d1, white also probably wants to play h4, h5 somewhere. This is quite unpleasant, I think, in particular compared to the other one. But Fabi has spent some time over the board already with this decision, which maybe he thinks he is in some kind of trouble here? But that would be strange.
Well, this one is quieting down quite a bit. We saw it being extremely explosive, but Wesley has chosen a path that Fabi should be able to defend. But the other game between Vincent and Pragg is now exploding. It's time to shift our attention to that as the last move by black is a hedgehog player's dream, but may turn out to be Pragg's nightmare as he has played a move that it had better be good. And I'm telling you, it had better be good. It's one of those, if it ain't good, it's going to suck pretty awful. Let's take a look at these lines because after pawn takes, and the move I'm referring to is the move d5. This is the move as a hedgehog player, myself, Yaz, you're a hedgehog player. You know, when you play d5, it's fighting time. Like, hello, we're showing you that we're not afraid of anything. And we're always calculating that white doesn't have some kind of straightforward kill. And if he doesn't, then you do it. But look at this line. You are attacking the rook and you're winning an exchange. But you are giving away your bishop, dark squared bishop, I might add. And this bishop is an absolute beast on the long diagonal. And you have to calculate this finally. You have to judge this finally. It's not just calculation, though, in this position. It's really about judgment. What is this about? What is this position about, especially after the move rook to a2? Are you harassing white just enough to say, you know what, I don't think you have anything that's going to destroy me here? And Pragg may be right. I mean, the engine's saying that white is actually better, clearly better even after takes even, and a knight d5 jump, hitting the knight, and after bishop takes, just bishop takes, and saying, we love the bishops. This is pinned. This piece is hit. You could try to get back the material like this, and after a move like queen e2, the question becomes, where are you putting this knight? Can you defend it? No, because of rook to c1. Can you get out with this knight move? Well, suddenly this bomb lands on the board.
Whoa.
Amazing move. Obviously, you can't take because you lose your queen and the rook is stifled. So it's not clear what's happening in this position, the move d5. This is belligerence by Pragg. Let's go. But he may be opening up a position without his pieces being lined up. And we are seeing the line play itself out as Vincent has indeed sacrificed the exchange with e takes d5. No problem. Let's play chess.
Thank you, Maurice. Sacrifice the exchange or gleefully gave it away, Peter? Yeah, I like Vincent's position after the exchange sack.
Yeah, really, really dislike the decision by Pragg. If we go back to my board for a second.
Sure.
If d5 was forced, I would maybe understand it, but black could play, I mean, knight f6 is okay. Even something simple like knight e5, c6, we provoke this trade. And then we want our knight on a d7 square.
Which is fabulous for
Maybe he
a
thought knight
hedgehog
d5
player.
does something, but, and this is a typical kind of a hedgehog tactic where
Sure.
if you recapture, white actually has a decent advantage because both of
Oops.
your bishops are now hanging. But a very, very simple move, bishop b7, d8, just forces white to go back with that knight, and now you can play both knight f6 and bishop f6 seems
No harm, no foul.
seems completely fine. And as I mentioned, like knight e8 f6 to begin with also appears to be completely healthy. I don't know why we're supposed to be that worried about anything
I
here.
much preferred your knight,
Yeah,
knight c6
and
idea.
honestly, it's only rook a2. I'm pretty sure if rook a2 didn't exist, Pragg would not have dreamt of this because the pieces
Knight
are
takes c6 is a huge
Yeah.
threat.
b5 knight c6 is a winning threat. I think. Like if you
Oh,
make a move
well.
like knight f6, I
And
think
you don't have rook
among,
a2.
among other things.
And you don't have rook
yeah,
a2.
among other things, I think this will be kind
Even
of
this.
unplayable for black.
Yeah.
So he has gone rook a2, but the thing is, even quiet moves here give white an advantage. g6 is maybe the best, because as Maurice already shown, bishop e6, knight d5 is shockingly dangerous for black. e5 is hanging, c4, c5 potentially in some cases attacking the rook on a2 is a threat.
Winning back.
Engine says taking and playing knight f6 might be best, but you're just playing a position where you're healthy pawn down.
Right.
Not a dream. But even if this didn't exist, a quiet move like before b5 here, just planning to plant a knight on c6.
That looks really strong too.
Yeah, black is barely surviving here. Once again, it says e takes d5, knight takes d5. Now knight e7 is a threat, b6 is hanging, queen c5 appears to be the
e5
only
is
move.
hanging?
Yeah, so we get here,
Whoa, whoa,
and
whoa,
we are
whoa.
somehow barely alive after knight c6, rook a2, and this is very, very risky for black. We're playing with like two pieces completely out of the game. White is not really behind in terms of material. We have a piece and a pawn for the rook.
I'm kind of shocked there's not a knockout blow.
Yeah, I am
actually.
genuinely shocked by the decision to play d6, d5 by Pragg.
Wow, d6, d5. Again, before he made that decision, I just wanted to share with our viewers that when I was playing the hedgehog, I would play knight c6 here in a flash. Yeah. Knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and go ahead and play knight d5 just for a moment so I could play bishop to d8.
Precisely, yeah.
The knight goes back. And in these positions as black, I love playing my queen on b7 and just kind of reversing the role of who's pinning whom.
Absolutely.
You know?
The machine says it makes sense to kind of make sure we get the bishops off the board if you play knight b5.
All right.
But then yes, queen b7, eventually the knight on e8 will find itself a square.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we can maybe try bishop b5, knight f6, because I think
Exactly.
in this constellation where white is not really ecstatic about the idea of playing f2, f4.
Funnily enough, in these positions, I would genuinely be thinking also about queen a8, and maybe rook takes a3, giving an exchange that way.
No, this is just, I think this is just healthy.
Wow.
And
okay.
instead, you barely win like half a pawn of material. It's not like we won a lot of material, but look what we did to the white position.
Yeah.
The bishop on b2 is now completely unopposed. The structure in the center
It's
looks
improved.
gorgeous. Every single piece makes sense. Okay, Vincent played rook a1.
He just said, I don't like this.
Okay,
pin.
this actually gives black a decent game now after takes and e takes d5, because if knight takes d5 here, we have queen takes c4 very importantly, and we have queen c1 takes a1. Rook a1 is a big miss by Vincent.
And it breaks the principle that when you are down an exchange, you don't trade off a pair of rooks. And that's a core principle that your rook will be gone from the board, therefore unable to be a pressurizing piece in the position. Now, of course, these are general principles, so you have to calculate exactly what's going on the board. But if you're trusting the minors in this position, it's a lot easier for white to go wrong, because the more pieces on the board, especially after you sacrifice, especially with a rook that you have, will allow you to exert more pressure in the long run. Here, he has traded it off with rook to a1, a super dramatic decision to make. And the game's going to evolve in such a way that you literally have to trust your minors only. And once black's rook wakes up on f8, all bets are off. This game changes dramatically.
And you can sort of understand it, because the only reason black is not completely lost is how annoying this rook on a2 is.
Exactly.
But just to illustrate how free white is with options here, one of the best moves in the position is just rook d1 and with the idea of playing rook d2, saying, yes, this pin is
annoying.
Yeah, kind of bothering me. I have enough time to do this. Black, let's say, goes knight f6 and even d5, d6 here with the intention of playing rook d2 next move, and saying the moment I begin playing, the moment like my pawns on the queen side start moving, you probably get completely run over. This particular position maybe holds after rook d8. Rook d1 is not best. But even playing as slowly as rook d1 and kind of saying to Pragg, yes, your rook on a2 is there, but I don't need to deal with it immediately, was, I think, a much better option than what Vincent has done.
And how do these two players match up in their head-to-head? Lifetime classical scores, Peter.
And this is quite exciting because, as you will see on your screen, there is not much of an advantage. Pragg is slightly ahead, but what is interesting is just how few draws they make.
Yeah.
This is 14 classical games before today.
Very ambitious
Only
players.
5 draws.
If you go back to the position before rook a1, everything you said, I found very attractive, the move rook on f1 to c1. The ideas of c5, unless, oh no.
Would have been very strong, actually, if not for the fact that white, by the way, is still not worse. This is a mistake, a pretty big one.
You're allowing the black to trade off. Yeah.
But d5 was such a questionable decision that white is still completely fine.
Amazing, amazing. No, I didn't want to see knight to d3, that is for sure. But I did like b5.
It shows how difficult, as always, chess is. Because Pragg estimated something. He said, my rook on a2 is annoying.
Yeah.
And I know I'm worse in terms of space, but hedgehogs have a way of springing to life.
Right.
And so we might be talking about how bad black's pieces are. It only takes one move for the knight to get off the back rank. Yeah. Suddenly the rook's in the game. Yep. And you better start speaking to clarity in white's position. And clarity is sort of your enemy in some ways when you play chess, especially after you've sacrificed.
Yeah, chaotic as
because
possible.
You have to accept uncertainty.
Right.
And uncertainty is something we don't really like. Rook a1 removes the uncertainty of this rook, this annoying gnat of a rook. It's a big gnat, but it's still a gnat sitting on a2. Rook a1 removes the uncertainty, but actually white wanted more uncertainty in the position than less. And that's a hard thing to estimate in this position, especially when you don't have much time on your clock.
Right.
So down to 19 minutes with 25. Having to make 17 moves, Vincent made a business decision. I've got to get rid of these rooks. I get rid of this rook in particular because it's bugging me. But in fact, he needed to increase the scope of his compensation with moves like you mentioned, Peter. Rook d1 is a move. In that
like
you could have taken on e6.
And knight c6.
d5 ideas. Those ideas would have said, I'm playing for compensation. I'm not playing like I lost anything. I'm showing you that I'm perfectly okay. So this could easily release itself, as I see you analyzing there, Peter, into a position where black finally says, your minors aren't really rocking my world.
Right.
I'm perfectly okay.
Although it is quite scary, because if you continue the line a little bit after takes, and the reason this hasn't happened yet, by the way, is that black does have queen a6, trying to replace one pinning piece on the second with the other. And it's not, like, this is already an improvement over what we've seen earlier, but appears to be slightly less precise compared. First of all, Yasser, you will be gratified to know.
Rook d1 or
Rook c1 is now playable because you have queen a1 in the end there, or rook a1. Rook a1 is even stronger, yeah.
Right.
Because there is now a queen on a6, white unforks itself successfully. But also knight d2, c2, with the idea of rook a1, bishop takes a1, and this knight on e5 is so awkward that white is just, I mean, not winning, but definitely better. And Pragg is now, I think, calculating also what's happening here, because if you don't have e takes d5, you're worse. There are a lot of threats in the center. If you play something like knight g5, knight g6, once again, ideas of b5, knight c6 become very, very strong. So you have to go e takes d5. And now, I pointed out that knight d5, queen c4 works out for black, but there is this I mean, I don't know if Vincent sees it. It's quite an unusual attacking move, because we've spoken a lot on this show about how difficult it is to attack with moves going backwards. He's played queen a6, by the way. But I will just show this move knight d2 c2 here because I think it's very pretty.
Wow.
We go knight c2, we attack the knight on e5. We make you take on c4 with the knight, which is, you would much rather, the queen was on this active square. And now we go knight takes d5.
Give me 7.
Giving a lot of threats to white here that black needs to parry very carefully. The only two moves that don't lose are king h8 and queen a6, which is not really a shocker. You have to deal with the fork.
Okay.
But the position remains very dangerous. If you play queen h6, king h8, for instance, white has queen e7. Now you have to play rook g8. Everything else will lose.
Okay.
Giving up the pawn on f7. And this starts looking very dodgy, right? This starts looking like you might get mated very soon, like if you allow some kind of a bishop before queen h5.
I could be crying, yeah.
But it does appear to be holding up after knight e2 d6. And if you play queen a6 instead, the lines I was kind of referring to, they might appear on the board. Let's say bishop b4. You might have to play b6, b5 because you need, after the check and queen h5, you need to be able to play h7, h6 or f6, f5 and control g6 and h6 squares with the queen. And this seems to be a draw with a kind of a nice study like perpetual, first interrupting the connection between the queen and the g6 square. But this would have been tricky. But I guess because some of the lines like that, Pragg chose queen a6. And now, yeah, rook c1, knight dc2, even knight b3, weirdly. All appear to...
Knight b3?
Even this. Because we're threatening bishop takes e5, there's a pin, right? It only looks like we're pinned along the second. We actually are threatening bishop takes e5 here. And black is still fighting for equality here.
Wow.
There is rook a1 and f6 in that position.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Pragg, what I really like about him, and it's not only because I picked him to win the whole thing, Yasser.
Yes.
He's such a fighter. He's such a fighter. Yeah. I mean, he will play some crazy position and say, let's go. Let's see it. We see him play those turgid Frenches. Mm-hmm. And it's, let's go. Let's see it. Show me. And his confidence level is incredible. And it's really been showing throughout this entire last 3 months. Mm-hmm. He won Norway chess. He won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He tied for first in the Sinkfield Cup before losing in the playoffs. And he's here now in the finals, and he's played with black in an aggressive way. We saw queen b6 in this exact game. He does not mind taking risks. He does not mind letting you sack exchanges. He says, let's go. I know, correct chess, maybe I lose, maybe. Let's see it. You've got to give him credit for his audacity.
Hey.
And this is how he fared in the whole tour, with great success with that audacity.
He garnered the most GCT points. So, I mean, it's working well for him. Peter, from the current position, you know, it's funny, the moment you pointed out b5 and knight c6, I found myself incredibly drawn to that. And I like the idea of playing with the rooks on the board. Can we start with rook c1 in order to reenact the b5 knight c6?
Yeah, well, it's definitely one of the better moves in the position. But let's
get
let's get some.
Nasi will get set up.
Some thoughts from Nasi, because she's also, I'm sure, because the other one actually is pretty dry now. you have the feeling she also looked at happenings in this game.
You're absolutely right, Peter. I am watching this game very closely. So, as you already discussed, rook a1 wasn't the most accurate move that Vincent made, but in the current position, there's a lot of interesting options. Peter pointed out that knight dropping back to b3 or c2 can be very good, and he is, of course, right, but you can such strange positions here. So knight on e5 is hanging. Black's best move is f6, after which white can just take and play knight g4. Such a strange position, and hard to evaluate. Of course, white keeps the compensation. So instead of knight d to c2, because as we all know, dropping pieces back is not our favorite thing to do, I was looking at this line. Let's take the rook and play knight c6. I would love to get this pawn here on c6 and have a protected pass pawn. So I think after knight c6, you don't want to take. You do have this move, queen to b1 check, which forces me, one moment, which forces me to drop back knight f1. And now position gets very sharp. Knight takes c4, bam. So many tactics. Bishop takes g7. You're gonna take with the knight or the king, doesn't make a big difference. Queen takes c4. Engine says compensation is small, but if I had this position at the board, I think I would be pretty worried for black. Of course, it's a relief that dark square bishop is gone. Mate is not gonna come, but still, I have queen g4 coming. The pawn on d5 is still quite unpleasant. Of course, knight on c6 is good, and most importantly, this king on g7 is not very happy. But Vincent has 13 minutes right now, so practical decision needs to be made. He can go into these complications and play with down and exchange with compensation, but with only 13 minutes on the board, it is quite a risk. Or he can simplify the position and not worry about his little time on the clock. What would you guys choose, knight c2 or rook takes a2?
You're giving me a choice there, so
Difficult
I would probably go with knight c2 rather than rook a2. I mean, as I see it, I'm just inviting one other uninvited guest. I still like rook c1 in this particular moment, and he did play rook takes a2. Commentator's curse.
Is he going to play knight c6 as well?
Well,
After
does he
queen
have
a2?
better
Immediate-
options?
On the immediate question,
A kind of a quiet move, bishop g2 f1 appears to be playable. Might
Didn't
be the best
understand that
move,
move.
but it's
defending the
difficult.
queen so you can go knight takes e6.
I also want to ask both of you, would you want to trade queens here with white?
No.
Not especially, no.
He's reaching for something. I think maybe he does want to play knight c6. But
Does he
then
wanna
queen
take-
b1 check is very awkward. Honestly, that position you showed, I'd be extremely happy is maybe an overstatement, but
Here we go. He
bishop
is
somewhere, bishop c3.
He is offering the queen trade.
One of the best moves in the position, but black is interestingly. I wanted to say completely fine even after the queen trade, but no. If you trade queens, the b6 pawn will be in let's say knight g6, bishop d4. You definitely start picking white yet again because we are going to pick up this one. But there's also queen b1 check once again. And now
We're still trading queens, aren't we?
Yeah,
Queen
and if
f1.
Yeah, queen f1 I think is just a better version because after the trade the knight isn't hanging, right? Which is a big deal. I have time to play knight d6 here, which improves
Can we
my
go
board.
c5?
Oh, knight
I
takes
guess
e6, knight
I
f3
guess knight
check.
e4. I guess knight e4, right? Yeah, knight e4, and the fact that both of these are hanging actually makes this dangerous for white.
Crazy.
Yeah, so after queen b1, best appears to be knight f1. Okay. And then you have to see queen d3, but you will see queen d3. It's a move that does occur to you, I'm pretty sure. Trying to trade e5 for c3, white has to take, knight takes d3. And this is now completely safe for black. Because, yeah, you've removed so much material from the board that you should not really be worse anymore. White is still okay after bishop b4, though. But, yeah, I think this is now trending towards black holding and maybe even not being in a lot of trouble, and this will be a big, big missed opportunity for Vincent.
Kind of awkward to play queen b1 check and then go queen d3 though, right? Instead of just
Yeah,
playing the queens.
exactly. It does seem a little bit counterintuitive, but the difference is, as Peter mentioned, queen takes e2, knight takes e2, the knight on e5 is hanging, whereas when you play queen b1 check, you pull something away, knight to d3. Now, pardon me, queen to d3. Now the bishop is hanging. That's a kind of a
What if we
strange
play bishop
reversal.
f1, just
And if
not
bishop
allow queen
f1, we
d3?
can take on d5, and we have bishop h3, which is going to be,
Oof, that's
once
unpleasant.
again, extremely annoying, getting stuff off the board, and this is an important bishop. We don't really want to see it
Even
traded
though
away.
b6 is hanging. Can we take it? Ooh, the engine really doesn't like this.
Yeah.
Guess
Because
rook
I'm
e8
guessing
is
now,
gonna-
if you go c5, you might now start getting mated after rook e8, yeah, with some knight f3 check ideas. This is going to be a lot of pressure on the backswing.
Bonus.
21 minutes for Prague, but this is already moved 26, so this is not as big of a time trouble as this could have been.
All right, let's
I
just,
think he'll find his way out of this.
remind our viewers of the format for these GCT finals, and this is what we have.
There you have it. This is a 4-player knockout, obviously, with the 2 semifinals, and then there will be a final and a 3rd-place match. We are currently in the top line of the format, with players playing classical games, where the win is incredibly important because it puts you 6 points ahead.
Huge.
Which is 3 blitz wins for later in the day. And then we will have 2 rapid games and 4 blitz games. All of that will happen day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, the 2nd classical game, obviously with colors reverse, will happen. And honestly, at some point during today's round, on both boards, it looked like White had a very, very good shot at winning. But the bonus blitz match is sort of back on the way things stand right now. I think Prag will survive. I'm pretty sure Fabi will survive. We'll come back to that game soonish, but there's not a lot happening there anymore. And that once again returns us to the possibility of an additional bonus blitz match tomorrow after the games are finished, as a kind of a punishment for not providing us with any decisive games.
With decisive games. And Maurice, we were watching that Wesley So versus Fabi game. We thought Fabi was in trouble. Fizzle?
He was in trouble. There's not thought. We were certainly accurate about that, but that rook that was sitting on H8 is now in the middle of the board, and it is seeking its revenge on White's position, saying, you made me suffer, and now I'm going to show you how I can dance. And dance it is, and this position is going to absolutely peter out very quickly. Fabi, after b4, because he was threatening rook c5, played knight to d5, a very forcing move. Get the rooks off the board, I will have no worry. Wesley played a3, defending his pawn, and now the nice knight dance, knight to b6. And then bishop to b7 as the knight was headed to this wonderful c4 square. Takes, and more pawns leaving the board. The more the merrier as far as black is concerned. If we get rid of all the queenside pawns, you're not winning this game even if you're up a pawn in the end. G3, and now the forcing rook to e4 played on the board. And what are you going to do about your b pawn? Like I said, that pawn drops. There's nothing else left to play for.
Right.
Just nothing to play for. You could play the move rook to c3 here, attacking the knight, asking it where it's going to go. He can even go to b1. Talk about a dancing and prancing knight flying across the board from f6 to d5 to b6 to c4 to a3 to b1. And we are seeing it. It has happened indeed. That knight was on f6 5 moves ago, is now on b1. What a knight indeed. Now we can see that rook to b3 attacking the knight, knight d2, and rook back to d3. And now this nice trick, rook to d4, would be sweet, getting rid of the rooks, defending the pawn. Nice dance indeed. And how do you even approach the knight? King e1, king e2 is not possible. King e1 allows knight c2 check, picking off the pawn, and we can shake hands in this one. Beautiful defense by Fabi. Will be somewhat frustrating for Wesley to come to this realization as we get the live game. Rook b3 has been played, knight d2, and without question, after rook d3, Fabi sees the move rook d4. It will be a spectacular drawing idea. And the rook again, the hero.
Yeah, Wesley.
It was garbage on h8. It's a hero getting to play the move rook d4. Would you have suspected that?
No.
Several moves ago.
No.
Wesley could play a 3 against 2 for a while there if
Can he play bishop takes?
Exactly, but I think rook takes b4 is the point. Well, just knight b1 back. I think Fabi just wants to be done with this. And honestly, I think Wesley probably plays rook b3 here. There's not a lot of hope after either rook takes d6 or bishop takes b5. So,
could we just go back to the moment when Wesley had played bishop to b7? Because we went rather fast. I saw the move knight c4, and I saw the move bishop takes a6, which I really didn't want to play. Could Wesley have played a4? I'm assuming if you take, I wanted to play f4.
There is rook e7. And you might regret giving me a passer on the a file.
Rook e7. Bishop takes a6, knight b6. Bishop takes a6, knight b6, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It gets to a3, it gets supported by the rook on a7. There's absolutely no call for white to introduce an element of risk.
I had focused on rook b5, but I had an answer to rook b5 after f4. Okay.
Yeah, and I guess the reason he played knight b1 here is that if you do this,
I could play bishop b5.
you give Wesley a chance to play this out for another
20 moves.
Even though, like we all know, this is a very, very comfortable draw that Fabi will make pretty much 100 times out of 100. But knight b1 is an immediate draw for which I think will not be entirely unattractive to Wesley as well, because like you're just not winning this position anymore.
What's the psychological effect of this draw for both sides? Will Wesley feel like he missed something?
Yes, 100%. Yes.
And when he goes back to his room and his engine shows him
he won't
other
kick
options,
himself.
will he say that was just too tough to find?
Yeah,
and I had to go for knight f7.
That's a crazy.
It's one of those where I think you kind of forgive yourself. It is a difficult one. It's not like he missed something which he is supposed to find every single time. But he will still, of course, be disappointed, because as we keep on returning to, a win in a classical game here puts you 1 foot in the final. It is possible to come back. First of all, you need to make a draw in the second one, because otherwise we're back to parity. And you could, let's say, lose 1 rapid game, and then in blitz things are sort of back alive because you're only 2 up, and that's the price of 1 blitz game. But obviously, going +6 after game 1 is a very, very comfortable situation to find yourself in.
What about Fabi? I mean, talk about a drowning man, and suddenly a life raft came from heaven somewhere. Well, he actually made his own luck in this one by playing rook d8 and challenging his opponent after some deep calculation.
You think he
come
wants
up with
to
something.
thank the Lord for the life raft?
For the life.
Well, I mean, I don't know what your religious beliefs are, but however you say you survived, whoever you want to thank, your rear end is no longer in the fire, and you get a second chance to make him suffer now after this amazing save by Fabi. So difficult to beat these players. And I know Wesley's shaking his head. It's not every day you get such a great position against Fabiano Caruana and make him suffer. Also, he was suffering on the clock as well. Just may feel certainly a little bit disappointed that he didn't get the most out of that position.
Absolutely. In the meantime, on our second board, Pragg did find queen b1, d3, and is now not worse in the slightest.
Wow.
White, in fact, has to take on d3, unsurprisingly, because everything else doesn't even equalize for white anymore.
Oh dear.
And after the queen trade, white still has a bunch of moves which are okay. But yeah, black is just fine. If you give black a tempo to play knight e8, d6 here, you will start needing precise moves to make a draw, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, now that you mentioned that a queen trade knight takes, white needs some precise moves, offer some for Vincent.
I think what he will be attracted to is the move c4, c5.
Okay.
Because I think you can sort of expect black to just take on c5 here, allow bishop b4, just play, I don't know, knight d3, or really... Oh, okay, I blundered h7 here. I guess this is why you don't play knight d3, because after bishop f8, king f8, eventually I will get hit by this double attack. So we choose a different square.
You mean the Bobby Fischer h7?
yeah, that's what he meant.
We choose
an e6 issue.
We choose any other square, and we obviously never ever lose this position, because 3 against 3 you never lose. So I think c5 probably is the most forcing way to kind of invite the game to end. You can also go bishop b4, which forces the knight to some awkward squares. I mean, knight e5 exists, but if you don't want to allow knight takes e6, which does give white a second pawn, you can play knight c1. It doesn't get captured on c1. Knight c1, let's say, I don't know, bishop d2, we have a tempo to play knight d6 now. And after, let's say, bishop f3, the knight can go to d3 or even a2, apparently.
Wow.
Oh, wait, back up. One move, please, one move. Bishop b1 is met by something hitting the knight on the...
Only e5 only, but black is better now.
Only move, yes.
But black is better now. The queen trade has happened unshockingly.
D3,
Yeah.
yes.
Vincent is, by the way, down to under 10 minutes. But it is for 12 moves in a position where simplifications, I think, can reasonably be expected.
Well, especially something about the C5 move, with the clock times, with the...
So it takes, black can throw in, he takes D5, but I mean, you start having to think, because this is a dangerous passer.
It really is.
I'm not sure you're playing for a win like this. I think pretty much every single human player just grabs the pawn on C5 and runs.
So thank you very much.
I guarantee you, Pragg will look to see if he can win that position.
Yeah.
He might end up grabbing the pawn anyway.
And then he will take on C5. Yeah.
Right.
If
but
we get
he
here,
will look. This young man is so impressive. And he's starting to emerge as one of those with that swag, that confidence. I say there's a great story about Michael Jordan in the Dream Team. You got the Dream Team. You got the best players in the NBA ever going to the Olympics. I think it was 92 Olympics.
think so.
In Barcelona, I think it was.
Barcelona.
And they're practicing. And you've got Magic and Patrick Ewing and Larry Bird. And it's like the elite 80s players. And then you got Michael Jordan. And Magic at some point poked the bear in practice and said, "Come on, man, you're supposed to be so good. You ain't that good." And Michael looked at him, and he said, Michael, from that moment, started putting on a show. Just between the legs, up and down, boom, down the lane. Come this way, spin around in the air, and lay it up off the other side of the glass. Jump shots from all distances. And practice was over, and Magic and Bird are sitting in the locker room, and Michael walks in and says, "There's a new sheriff in town." And Magic said, with a smile, he looked at Bird and said, "He ain't lying." And that swag, given the man who has dominated chess for the last 15 years, Magnus Carlsen, has begun to shy away from classical chess for some time now. Now is a father. Maybe he retires in a couple of years. Who knows? At any moment, he could just say, "I'm good. I did everything I had to do in chess." Somebody's going to have to be the new sheriff. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be, as we see this as repeated and we're getting a draw, this generation, sorry to say the millennials, they've kind of shot their shot, done their thing, and what we're seeing are Gen Zers take over. Gukesh being the world champion at the moment. Sindarov looking to get the title. He's got that swag. And Pragg saying, and Vincent, which one of us is going to be the new sheriff? And I got to say, Pragg is starting to emerge. He is showing that, hey, I went to Norway Chess in Magnus's house and took the title. And I'm hitting people all over the place. He's starting to show some signs as well. I see him, I see Sindarov, I see Nordebek. I see Vincent needing to show that too. He's sort of new-ish at the moment. But who's going to be the new sheriff?
It's going to be very interesting to watch that race because this generation is unbelievably exciting. This is such a privilege to watch them play.
I agree.
Because their approach is just, it's a stark difference to what we are used to seeing, and honestly, just in a good way. It's not even a compromise of any sort. They feel a lot more ambitious. They feel a lot more risk-taking. Their approach to chess in general, I think, is a lot more uncompromising than the previous generations. And it's every time you see them play, in particular against each other, but also obviously in those matchups against older players, it's a breath of fresh air for sure.
Absolutely, and there's so many other great names to add to that list, and including some American names I'd like to toss in there. How about Andy Woodward, our U.S. junior? How about Mishra? How about...
Well, Hans Niemann is closer than any one of those at the moment.
Exactly.
And Andy Woodward, they're still 26-30.
Wonder Liang
at the moment,
making the Olympic team.
Wander is hovering at the 2,700 mark. Sam Sevian.
Sam Sevian.
We really hoped would have been a star. So yes, we would like to include some American names. I think Hans is the closest at the moment, and I got to say he doesn't want for self-confidence. Let's say that.
He has the swagger about
He's definitely got some swag. You might love him or hate him.
Right.
He definitely has the swag and will want to claim the role of top dog, but he still has some things to prove.
Well, at least mention, like include him in the conversation.
Yeah. 93 was chosen. 93 is a very logical move by Vincent because that was
C5.
That was the one sort of out of place light piece, minor piece that he could have included in the game. But now, if Pragg plays 96, he has you have to develop this knight, and knight d6 is a lot more on point and a lot stronger than knight f6, which I think shouldn't be a shock because it's kind of more centrally placed. It attacks more things. Okay. White needs to start playing precisely. You start running risks here. Let's say maybe you want to go knight c6. Black just calmly goes rook f8 e8.
Okay, just developing the rook. Yep.
And asks you to make a move.
Bishop to d4 is too early. Wait a minute. I'm getting undermined here. Just
d6 b5 is a topic, definitely in some positions.
Yeah, I'm getting undermined here. I don't like this knight any longer on d3. I would like to play knight e5 in this position. No longer like this.
Yeah, knight e5, I think the problem might be takes, and... okay, I thought I found something beautiful with knight takes c4 here. But it's not great because I blundered knight b6. I thought bishop takes d5, b5. But you have to start playing very, very precisely. Like here, Machine says black is better after knight f5, for instance.
Oh, even better. Wow.
Just better, yeah.
Well, because this was the question I was thinking now. See, if I'm in Vincent's shoes, if I could take on f5, go ahead if you don't mind, Peter. There must be. If I could get that was unfair. If you had taken on f5, if I could get that majority going, if I could get to play c5.
It's so easy to miss this move, e takes d5.
Yeah. Right, you're supposed to be taking pieces.
Knight d6 on the board.
Knight d6 on the board, as you expected, Peter.
If Vincent ends up actually in trouble today, and he might, because he's down to 7 minutes for 11 moves, and you have to now control the game quite accurately. Best move appears to be king f1.
King f1?
Actually, by some distance.
Really?
Yeah.
I considered bishop f1. King f1 wasn't really on my agenda.
Bishop f1, I think the problem is after... Oh, okay.
So many in-between moves.
Ooh.
94.
94, and I'm getting one of your bishops or the pawn on f2, and... And you haven't really achieved anything in the center just yet. I guess you can try d6, but after rook c8, you're apparently never getting c4, c5. And Machine says this is now lost.
Yeah, this is I can feel has gone south.
He's gone knight c6, which is one of the better moves. But after rook e8, this is what we're discussing. Yeah, rook e8, by far the best. By the way, -1, well, it's dropped now. It briefly showed me -1, but king f1.
But the rook is awake.
Yeah.
In one move, knight d6, he's been waiting to play this knight move and give a line for this rook. You have no rooks to counter. You're just counting on your minors, and hopefully your pawns will somehow roll up the board. But they're not. c5 cannot be played. You can't harmonize the phalanx, if you will, to push.
Yeah.
This one is very tricky right now for Vincent with only 7:25 left on the clock if Pragg finds the move rook to e8.
Yeah.
Not a hard fight.
It's still tricky for black as well because I think it's very possible to lose control with the black pieces. It's not trivial, and Pragg is also down to 11 minutes. But yeah, after rook e8, you start feeling like this might actually properly turn around.
Well, the problem really this knight on d3, Nasi, is awkward. We want to get it, but we don't want to get rid of it with bishop f1 because of 94, which is annoying.
And I think this was actually the point.
King e2 is
I think that was sort of the point, yeah.
Okay, that's why we were coming to king f1 and king e2. Let's pause our analysis because we do have a very special guest in studio, and we'll toss it to you, Maurice.
We're going to try to keep our eye as much as we can on that, and if anything happens, let us know.
I'll let you know.
Please. But at the moment, we've got Fabiano and Caruana with us. Fabi, we know, and I know you certainly know, that you were in trouble in this game.
Man, your feeling of escaping what looked like such a difficult position.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a stupid move in the opening. Like, I mean, there's this main line with like here, and okay, they make some draw usually. And this move I didn't know, but I mean, the first move that comes to mind is this, here, like castle, I guess knight f6, or bishop g4, but I thought knight f6, rook e1 castle, and just feels equal. I mean, I play rook e8, my king is castled. And then I was thinking, okay, why not to play a bit more ambitious, keep the pieces on the board and try to put pressure on d5. And when I played it, just completely missed bishop d2. Okay, bishop e3 apparently also, although this does allow knight f5, it's probably why he didn't play it, but yeah, and after bishop d2, it's just a very unpleasant position. I mean,
we had a question about this. Bishop c4, was that a move you had looked at all?
No. I mean, first of all, I didn't even expect the exchange French. So I had checked this line many months ago, and I remembered that bishop a4, b5 is kind of the critical line, and bishop c4, I just didn't remember anything, but still I should be able to figure out. And I did kind of figure out that queen e7 is the move, but then I did my typical thing. And then, yeah, I was considering this, but, you know, it's like, first of all, rook e1, king f8 is one thing, but also this one is also like very hard to assess, and it feels like black is risking much more than white. So then I decided to go for b5, and yeah, b4 I didn't like a3, although maybe I should have gone for it, but I actually just thought this position with the open a file and everything was very, very scary.
But bishop b7 was the culprit. Well, now that you play king f8 and he played bishop e5, this must have come as some surprise.
I saw the move, but I underestimated how dangerous it was, and I started to realize just how dangerous this can be. If I ever take on d5, I thought, like, take and this kind of, yeah, knight c3, queen f3. I mean, I was afraid of knight c3 especially, but knight c3 I did not really want to play. And the problem is also that white never risks, so it's like a free roll for him. And I was kind of happy when I played this rook e8 because, I mean, at least I calculated knight f7, I'm more or less escaping. And then there's this move knight e4 that he was apparently missed something, because I was going to go for this. So what did I miss? Here, rook d8. Oh yes, actually I did start to wonder, is this winning? But I only started to wonder after he had played knight f7. So luckily I didn't have to think about it too long, because otherwise this is good. But
amazing position.
Yeah. So knight e4 was dangerous, because the problem is that there's like very nice tactics like knight f7. You know, it's just some nice geometry always. And then I was briefly considering what about knight g8, but then I thought knight f7 wins as well. King f7, rook e6. Here says I don't win. Here. I was considering this. I guess I survived this barely. But I mean, in a million lines, I'm just either getting mated or maybe I make a draw. So actually, I might have gone for this knight g8, because I don't think I would have done this. I thought that this was incredibly dangerous.
The engine's giving this was playable though.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of mistakes. But knight g4 was very strong, yeah. I mean,
did you see knight g4?
No, actually no. I was considering knight e4 a lot. I spent a lot of time considering that, and then queen d4 scared me a lot too, because of this position scared me a lot.
Did Wesley see knight g4? Do you know?
No. He mentioned knight e4 after the game, and then I told him this line with rook d8 and everything, and I'd even forgotten that I had considered the queen sack at some point. But knight g4, and I mentioned queen d4 didn't, but knight g4 didn't. I don't think crossed either of our minds, because the knight looks so nice on e5. It's a bit of a backwards move, but it makes sense because you get knight e4, and yeah, I probably wouldn't have survived this position.
And instead, the sacrifice, you calculated this how deeply?
I mean, when I played rook e8, or I was already kind of a few moves before, basically up till this moment, I mean, and considered a few moves here, but okay, I thought this is a miracle. I mean, a dream to get to this point.
Your rook jumped over your king in this position somehow.
Yeah, and these like sacks I was considering, but I thought that there was even a margin for safety, like queen d5. I always thought that I can go to f8 or g7, and he doesn't have this queen g4 check, and dc, I mean, the pawn is covered, so I have these rook e5 things, and so yeah, I thought maybe I'm still suffering here. Oh wait, I can take. Oh, this is just a draw, yeah. Yeah, maybe I should have considered it deeper, because my rook is just so active now. Maybe, yeah, it would have probably saved me a little bit of suffering, because this position is still a little bit. Queen c2 it's surprising that this is better for white. I thought I would just be okay here. Okay. Yeah, and then it got concrete because if he allows rook c5, I just make a draw without a problem. And this.
Your knight maneuver.
Yeah. There's like some nice important detail that here I need rook e7. Because rook b5 it doesn't work as bishop a6, but rook e7 is important. And yeah, I thought he would play on a bit in the end. But, I mean, it's still like he's pushing tiny bit, but very tiny, because he can go to like this sort of thing. I have rook b5. Actually, here I thought that I have knight d2. I thought this was just a draw.
Still a little work, apparently.
Bishop c4, okay.
Well, you're feeling, as you're looking at these lines now.
Still a draw, yeah? From before, and still a draw, I guess.
The words we used was dodge the bullet. Is that how you feel?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
So what does this give you the momentum going into tomorrow?
Well, I really still need to just play better in general. I mean, you know, I have a very safe opening, and I'm just getting in trouble within 2 moves. So, I mean, for me, the match is dependent on if I start to play better at some point.
All right, well, we've got an exciting game that's concluding right now, but thank you very much for showing us all this fantastic analysis. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good luck, Fabi, as well. Jumping to the Vincent and Prague games.
We are about maybe to see. He sees it takes d5, yeah, and I think Vincent will also now realize that the move he wants to make here is just borderline unplayable, but he does have better options.
Does he want to play?
Well, I thought maybe d6, but I guess maybe f6 is very strong. Because I think humanly, maybe you aim for this and you hope you at some point get bishop d4 and c5. Machine says f6, bishop d4, rook b8, -1.5.
Wow.
Like really, really
so
bad.
for white.
No, it doesn't, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe you go here because, strictly speaking, maybe you actually are supposed to play knight takes f5, now play f4, bishop takes f5, and c takes d5, and maybe you actually hold this grimly.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's, like, this is just going to be so difficult for Vincent to kind of reorient himself and start looking for better ways to make a draw.
He might lose the
fight for a
d4
draw,
pawn, right?
not make a draw.
With f6, rook e1, you might lose the
this
d4
is bad.
pawn.
This
Yeah.
is, but maybe you still somehow survive.
Wow. Let's pause our analysis and toss it to Maurice.
Again, with the clock ticking down in that game, Wesley, we might have to go back to that at some point. But
I just want to say Prague is so insane. He plays for a win with black, with white, with black.
with purple even, if he had that color.
Normally in a match you play solidly with black and play for a win with white, right, Peter?
Right.
But
or with no color.
But with Prague, black, green, white, he plays for a win. Yeah.
It's, we talked about the battle of Gen Z versus the millennials, and it looks like Gen Z is kind of nutty, and they like to go for it no matter what.
Yeah, they got their own pairings, right?
Yes.
They should play us against the kids, not the.
Not the other.
You will have it starting
Next round for sure. Yeah. Well, we're following that, but let's talk about this position right here. This was the moment in the game.
Yeah.
Knight f7. You look like you were looking for absolute clarity somehow, but you couldn't find the knockout punch. It took you a long time to decide.
Yeah, the problem, well, basically I just blundered king f8. Okay, but maybe as Fabi said, he could also take and queen e6. Yeah, I just totally forgot about king f8. Well, the problem is that I was so confused with rook e8, like knight f7 looks so dangerous. So first of all, I didn't see knight g4. And then I was looking at, I didn't consider queen d4. I didn't like queen d4 because the queen gets sidelined on a7. I was looking at queen c2. But I was very confused how big my advantage is. And then I spent a lot of time, and I thought instead of just going back and forth, I'll just take. But the problem is that I was calculating some beautiful lines like queen d8, d6, knight f5. Oh, queen h5. That one I missed. What the heck is that?
Wow.
Whoa.
Is
whoa.
Absolutely nasty.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Ooh, that would be stylish. Mating on h8.
Yeah, the problem, yeah, I shouldn't have taken on f7. I was so disappointed. Yeah, the problem is just all works for Fabi after knight d5. Yeah.
You mentioned that you missed king f8.
Yeah, well, I just thought, okay, I'm a pawn up.
Oh, you thought you were just going to go pawn up. I see.
Yeah, I thought, okay, here, And I
Oh,
just
but
played a
you
pawn.
saw this position?
Yeah.
But
So I mean.
it's not exactly the best pawn in the world to be up.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw a pawn. But knight f7 was quite stupid. The problem is I spent like almost half an hour, so I wasn't completely sure. I wanted to play knight e4. Yeah, something like this. But maybe black is fine. I want to play queen c2 also. Like I was really tempted to just go queen c2, but I wasn't totally sure. Let's say he takes. Like, okay, if I take with the knight, I'm already not better. So take. Yeah, I guess I should have gone something like this. Yeah, knight f7 was too hasty. But problem is like I spent 35 minutes, so then I figured
Got to do something.
I just gotta. Yeah, the problem. Yeah,
It just doesn't work out.
Yeah,
Surprising.
but to be fair, I was never more than slightly better, so it's not like I was winning. Like I didn't consider knight g4 though, because I thought he can take and knight e4. Yeah, knight g4. Okay, it's a weak engine, so I'm curious to see what a higher depth engine would be. But obviously, it's a quite a big miss. If knight g4 is a big, but yeah, the problem is
Okay.
got too hasty with knight f7.
Well, you weren't that hasty. You said half an hour almost on the move. So you definitely did think about the position. It just was hard to evaluate other moves.
Thank you. Yeah, the problem is I thought rook e8 wasn't possible because of the piece sack. So I was really shocked when he played knight. So I was expecting like here, okay, take. Then I thought I have queen c2 in very nice position.
Yes, with a very nice compensation.
So that's why when he played rook e8, I really wanted to play queen c2. But you just have to be accurate which piece to take with on d5. And I got a bit confused.
All right, well, tough game, tough defense by Fabi. You probably washed this one out of your system pretty easily.
Watch this. Yeah.
I mean, not worry about it too much because knight g4 is not exactly the most simple move to play.
It's not like it's winning. And Fabi's just really. Yeah, my mistake is Fabi's really excellent at calculation, and I went for a very forcing line, so that was a problem. But take it a game at a time.
All right, well, let's take a look before we let you go, just very quickly at the live position.
Pragg is just winning now.
And it looks like Pragg is actually just winning from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, bishop h3.
A few moves were played. Just up in exchange. Yeah.
What did he do wrong? I thought, Pragg is just.
F1.
Well, the problem is that Vincent with 3 minutes on the clock, he loses like 100 or 200 rating points. I mean, when he gets into time trouble, he starts making big mistakes. So that's a problem. But earlier, can you see the game? I thought when I saw Pragg play d5, I thought it was a really insane move. But I guess it worked out.
It was pretty insane.
It wasn't good.
And
yeah, like I would never play d5, but it works perfectly. I mean,
he was worse. Apparently, if you find the right moves, but rook a1 was played at the end after the exchange sacrifice.
Where was Vincent's blunder? How did he get?
Well, rook a1 already starts to throw it away. After rook a2, there is a bunch of d takes e6, for instance, is very, very strong. Simply, just
rook
with the
a1
intention
here,
of playing knight d5.
Try to trade off rooks.
That's why when I told you yesterday, the new generation just play totally different kind of chess. Like when I was watching this game, I had absolutely no clue what was happening. And then Pragg seems very comfortable. Yeah? Like Pragg got everything under control. I know what I'm doing. And I was like, what is this position? I think, I don't know how. I think Pragg just feels very much at home in this kinds of insane position.
He really does seem super confident. Yeah. All right, Wesley, really thanks so much for regaling us with an incredible game and your thoughts, and good luck in the rest of your campaign.
I thought, okay, I'll play for brilliancy. I simply blundered queen d. I really thought it was going to go here. And then, I didn't pick queen h5.
Queen h5 would have been
nice.
That would have been nice.
I was hoping to do this for you, but my opponent's too strong.
That's quite all right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck.
You look forward to more. Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Wesley. Nazi, we have a position where, first of all, the results.
Yeah, a draw in that game between Wesley and Fabi, a very exciting game, a lot of content, but ended up somewhat fizzling, and the match score stands at 3-3. And looks like Pragg is about to go 6-0 up. And we missed a very dramatic moment. I don't know if it's easy for our production to find precisely the moment when e6 takes d5 landed on the board, because I think that
deserves.
I wanted to watch the reactions there.
Are you want to see Vincent react to this?
Because honestly, I'm not sure he saw it even then, because I think you play something else. I don't think you play knight takes f5 if you see it takes d5. But regardless, this is the kind of position. Bishop h3 hasn't been played yet, in fairness. Other moves are also very strong, but bishop h3 is by far the best, because you just cannot bring the king into the game apart from maybe playing bishop g2. And then there's a very, very comfortable setup. I play rook e4, and then I put it on d4, and nobody goes anywhere. You cannot get to this rook without exchanging two of your queenside pawns for the pawn on b6. And then 3 against 3 on one side is fairly trivially winning.
White's king is so perfectly
He's reaching
cut
for the
off
bishop.
here.
Right.
Oh, he didn't. Wait.
No, he's played it.
He's played it.
h3,
Bishop is on
yeah.
h3.
He has played it.
Yeah, and this is just a bust. You can play c5, but then after b takes c5, bishop e6, the pawn once again just immediately drops off.
Question, could Vincent play g4 in the current position?
Yeah, but it doesn't really help anything.
I'm going to play f3. Well, I can't.
You can't
move
none of your
anything.
pieces can be touched. Yeah, you're completely stuck. Eventually, I will find a way to bring the king closer to where the action is, and stuff starts dropping off. No, I think it's just a bust now.
I mean, you can see it on Vincent's face. He knows now he's in huge trouble.
Something just has clicked with Pragg. You feel it. You feel it in the last few months. He made some turnaround. Maybe it's post-candidates accepting the fact that, okay, I'm not the challenger to the title this time around. I can play a bit more freely. Up until then, he seemed tense and uncertain and not playing great chess. But now that he doesn't have to worry about that anymore, he can just play and focus on tournament after tournament instead of all about the candidates, all about qualifying. He is now a different player, and he is showing in the last few months. Just incredible, aggressive, confident play. As Wesley said, playing moves that you're like, what are you doing, bro? And he's, oh, chill, calm yourself. I got this. And it's just absolutely impressive seeing him play.
Yeah, and honestly, how much oxygen does a performance like his backhand of Norway chess gives you? Like, you win 4 on demand in a row. 4 classical games in a row, including one against Magnus. How much oxygen does this must give you?
Yeah, well, I was watching Sindarov win back-to-back 4 necessary wins at the Singfield Cup, and he almost did a third one as well. That was really remarkable. This ending is just lost. Yeah. I mean, I turn off and I go, if I was Vincent, I would have done something different earlier.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he missed it takes d5. There's no way. There's no way you play this move here if you see it takes d5, and our production team is ready to show us some spots in the game, I think, which may have been
big
crucial.
mistakes. Yes.
Yeah, that's
this
the one. That's the one I wanted to see. Yeah, that's the one I
wanted
wanted
to see. Knight takes f5, which he did with 4 minutes 24 seconds.
Clearly, he doesn't know yet that that's a bad move. But now he says it.
Yeah,
now
he takes d5 and. Yeah, knight e3. He still had drawing chances if not for knight e3, but knight e3, I think, puts the final nail in the coffin there.
Exactly. Shakov e takes d5, right?
Well, yeah.
He couldn't find the right response after.
Exactly. He could have played for f4, Peter, in that crucial. You've got it on your screen.
We were discussing this even way before all of this appeared on the screen, and this might actually, shockingly, I'm not even sure this is entirely lost, because we want to provoke b6, like the setup I'm aiming for after f6 is something like bishop d4, and let's say if you play b5, I want maybe to play d6 and put this one on c5.
Precisely.
And yes, I'm still not going forward. Really, it's going to get very well blocked on d6. It's never getting to d7.
But I've anchored the bishop.
Yeah, but we create a situation where we know how our things are protected, and black needs to show some respect to that passer on d6.
Right.
Maybe like rook c8 might be arguably stronger than f6, but even here, let's say we go bishop d4 and we aim for exactly the same construction. You can improve the rook.
For sure.
But then you still have to make the same decision. Are you giving me the b pawn? Are you, like, is this winning? Maybe it is.
Maybe
it is, but it's not clear.
And
it's not clear. It still has to be proven that this is winning.
By the way, and he's looking for clarity as well, or the right path. We're saying he's completely winning. But But he is under 2 minutes with 4 moves to make. You don't want to make a sudden trip up somewhere along the line. I don't see how he does it, but he is stopping to think right now. Is Pragg, as his time ticks down, we don't think he's going to lose the game, obviously. No. But you just don't want White to set up a fortress accidentally. Yeah. So here is Pragg, time ticking, 1:37 left on the clock, and he is searching for the right way, the most effective way to place his pieces in the next few moves before time control.
Actually, if he allows White King to come out to D3, I think then it's savable.
Yeah, so well, I guess the Black King by that point will be on C6, so you're probably still in trouble. But this is a major improvement for White because it will take some taking apart. This is a very sturdy setup. I'm honestly slightly surprised Rook E4 hasn't been played yet because
it's such a natural
move. The moment you realize how untouchable this setup is, I think you just go for it. And then eventually, like, if I need the threat, I will play B5 eventually, and just get the entire queen side off.
Maybe not eventually. Maybe.
He's under a minute now.
Wanted to consult you guys. Is there any structure on the king side which is a draw 3 against 3? Let's say if we completely lock it down. Let's say H4, G3, F4 versus H6, H5, G6, F5.
Yeah, I don't think as Black you want to leave a pawn on G6 because I think that your best hope is to have a knight on H3, right? You have H4, G3.
He's not played Rook E4, which is a bit surprising to me, but it shouldn't really change the evaluation of the position.
So wait, now if Vincent goes King F3, you can't stop my king from going to the D file, right? Which is a big improvement.
Yeah,
it's a massive improvement.
would never have. Actually, now B6, B5 is the only thing that gives, like, the engine starts saying if you don't play B5 now, it might be a draw.
Wow.
Wow. That I wouldn't have guessed either.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought, okay, Black threw away such a massive part of his advantage by playing King F8, which is something you want to do. You kind of like to centralize your
If you make a move like
King E8.
King 8, Knight D5, I think you lost a pawn, right? So
no,
B5, Knight C7 check.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Well, now my king became the target.
Yeah, and this is why I really don't understand this choice. It seems so natural as well.
And he missed it.
He
missed it.
And now B5 appears to B5 only move, by the way. If you don't play B5 now, you once again back to being lost, I think. But B5, King E7, Knight D5 check, King D7, and we just go, let's say, H4. And how are you crossing the 6th?
Yeah, you want King D6, King C5.
The river 6th, you know.
Put the rook on B8, and then King goes to C5.
Why have we allowed this?
Yeah.
I am so mystified by this. I understand he had 3 minutes.
Peter, 4 moves to make with 3 minutes left. You don't see the Rook E4 idea. I understand.
How do you not see it?
How do you not see it? Okay, that's another question. But when your time is ticking, things happen. Funny things happen, and he did not evaluate that position perfectly. That time now has come for Vincent to find the right move. He must see the setup with B5. And you might argue he should see it quickly and easily, but when your time is ticking down, strange things happen to the brain, even among these great players.
If you begin with this, the only problem is Rook C6, but it's a major problem because the knight gets driven back, and then Black maybe drives even the king back, and then starts to aim to reestablish the same setup with the Rook.
And he did not see it.
Nope, he played H4.
Okay. H4, and now Rook F6 check, only thing that wins. Because I'm guessing we want to play Rook D6 and we don't want White to have King E4.
Can we still go King E4 and go after the B6 pawn? Knight D5?
Move 40 will be very difficult to do
Knight
this
D5?
with White.
Yeah, I like it. I like the suggestion that you're making.
Rook E6.
Oh, Rook E6.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, what happened to our F2 pawn?
Pragg just took a look at the clock. He's got 2 moves to make.
And if you go King
he's got to
E2,
find Rook F6 now, or else.
Or else, yeah.
But Rook F6 is a forcing move, which is useful to have in your pocket, driving the king back. So he might see it for that reason. But he is now down under 20 seconds.
I think he's going to move the king.
And
King E8.
ticking, by the way.
12.
Now he's under 10 seconds.
And he did not see it.
He's gone King E7 and now Knight D5 check followed by B5, I'm assuming, leads to exactly the same setup that wasn't losing earlier.
I am definitely playing Knight D5 check.
Move
Beyond
40,
everything
right?
else, you know, like just centralize the knight. And will I follow it up with B5? Well, That we'll have to find out.
And you can't do it in the other order because king d6 c5 will then actually be available.
Vincent doesn't
to
have
black.
any useful moves left, so I think knight d5 just is automatic only move. And then after he gets 30 minutes, he can
Funnily,
think
you should say that. There's actually, crazily enough, knight f5 check.
king f6.
But then king f6
And then
c5
knight
d4.
d4.
Ah, knight d4. Hang on.
That's an
I
idea.
mean, you know, at just the moment when I think there's nothing else, you have to do it this way.
Rook e1 seems to be
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, suddenly you go, wait a minute. I know there's other
One thing I
options.
did not expect is for this endgame to be such a seesaw of the evaluation. I thought Prague will coast after the bishops have
You
come
kind
off.
of expected in queen and pawn endgames where players miss. So not in rook versus knight.
Honestly, for these guys, 3 minutes for 4 moves is not really
Plenty.
normally panic stations. Yeah.
Especially in the endgame, right?
Yeah, but knight d5 check, specifically followed up by b5. And
Yeah, you have to do it, but
To not allow rook c6.
yeah,
but
and
then his play becomes so
will
much
escape.
easier.
Wow.
We should. I mean, eventually, I'm assuming this is what we'll get. So there is still a discussion to be had about how you save this position once the king lands on b7. And
Okay, h5, just
yeah,
H5,
h5, king
G4.
b7,
g4, just to put something over there.
g4, it goes h6,
King
Can I go back and forth? Maybe knight e3,
king
knight d5.
f4, it goes
He's now
that's the thing.
under Prague on the clock. He's only got to make one move, but it is the move, knight d5. Everything else lands him in some hot water. So
As a matter of
he
fact,
needs to
I'm
find-
not even sure this is such an easy draw, but because the way the engine plays this, like there appears to be a difference. He hasn't.
And he did not find the move on move 40. This endgame has been totally seesaw.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now you're no longer
Confusing.
you're no longer going to get it because the king will be too close and you will not be able to lock it out of the c6, c5 squares. King d7 and king d6 both appear to be eventually winning.
I think king d7 is a little bit more normal from my eyes. King
Prague
d6.
under 10 seconds.
7, 6, yeah.
King
yeah.
d6.
King d6.
Okay,
And after
so
king
knight
d3,
check, knight. Oh, I can't move.
yeah. After king d3,
Yes.
king c6 appears best. But then after knight f5, you actually have to give up on g7.
Remarkable.
Whoa.
We're still winning though, because we go rook e1, we go rook b1. If king c3, we go rook f1 and pick up this one. And
This is
shockingly,
not
the
that
knight.
easy.
Why is this so winning? Like, okay, rook
Check
b3 check
first.
specifically, and now b5 is a threat, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, for a moment there.
We're not in time because we
B5.
dropped the b pawn, and this one you
Right.
do lose. Because yeah, I automatically took on b4 straight away, and I thought, why is this so clearly winning after knight f6?
And
Should
it's
probably cost us the h pawn. Although, like, the heartless engine still says even this is completely winning. Just,
no.
Two
but I would be
passes.
worried. I
Yeah,
would be
thank
worried.
you, Nasi. I mean, absolutely.
I would be very, very worried.
Well, we've made time control,
Yes.
and that takes that dynamic out of the game.
Right.
But it was there the whole time. The last 4 moves, it's very easy for us sitting back, relaxed, looking at this all together. The 4 of us, we've got engine help. They had no such luck, and they made literally 4 bad moves in a row, starting with rook e6. But again, the clock, the psychology of the clock. This is the one thing I have learned as a commentator, as somebody sitting on this side,
Right, of the table, yeah.
is when you see it, the best of the best of the best, as the clock is ticking down, they start to try to manage certainty in some way. I get clarity. I don't need to do anything specific, concrete, look for certain setups. And that, all we need is to get to move 40, then we'll think about it. And so you lose the precision in that moment because the clock is ticking inexorably down and you just want to get to time control. And you end up making soft moves, you end up not being so precise, or you make forcing moves that are also not necessarily accurate. It's just not easy. It's not easy. As you can look at it and say it's easy. You could point to the engine and say, come on, just do that. They don't have that luxury. The clock, pressure ticking down affects the quality of the moves right at that moment.
Yeah, you lose that calm, that you have when you have ample time on your clock. We are going to take a break, but our coverage will continue on the other side of the break.
Fabiano Caruana was born in Miami in 1992 and raised in Brooklyn, where he discovered chess at an early age. What began as a childhood interest quickly became an extraordinary talent. By 14, Caruana had already earned the title of Grandmaster, becoming one of the youngest Americans ever to achieve it. Seeking stronger competition and training, he moved to Europe, where his disciplined approach and deep strategic understanding helped him rise through the international chess ranks. Calm under pressure and known for meticulous preparation, Caruana built a reputation as one of the most precise players in the world. His breakthrough came in 2014 at the Sinquefield Cup, one of the strongest tournaments in chess history. Caruana shocked the chess world by starting with 7 consecutive victories against elite grandmasters, including several of the world's top players. The performance instantly established him as a serious contender for the World Championship. In 2018, Caruana won the Candidates Tournament, earning the right to challenge Magnus Carlsen for the World Chess Championship. Their match became one of the closest in modern history, with all 12 classical games ending in draws before Carlsen won in rapid tiebreaks. Beyond trophies and rankings, Fabiano Caruana helped inspire a new generation of chess fans through his intelligence, consistency, and competitive spirit. His career stands as a testament to dedication, preparation, and the pursuit of excellence at the highest level of the game. Born in 2005 in India, Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu emerged as one of the brightest prodigies in modern chess. Known simply as Pragg, he showed extraordinary talent from a young age, becoming an international master at 10 and one of the youngest grandmasters in history at just 12 years old. Raised in a family passionate about chess, Praggnanandhaa trained alongside his sister, while his calm focus and remarkable calculation skills quickly drew worldwide attention. As he climbed through the ranks, he earned victories against some of the strongest players in the world, including multiple wins over reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. His breakthrough on the global stage came during elite international tournaments, where his fearless style and maturity stunned veteran grandmasters. In 2023, Praggnanandhaa made it to the Chess World Cup final, becoming one of the youngest players ever to compete for a spot at the very top of world chess. Beyond trophies and rankings, Pragg became a symbol of India's new chess revolution, a generation of young talents reshaping the future of the game. Quiet, disciplined, and relentlessly determined, he earned admiration for his composure under pressure and his ability to thrive against elite competition. For Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, chess is a blend of creativity, precision, and resilience. And with every tournament, the young grandmaster from India continues to show that the next era of chess may belong to him. Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began Wesley So was born in the Philippines in 1993 and learned chess at a young age, quickly emerging as one of the country's brightest talents. Raised in a modest environment, So devoted himself to the game with remarkable focus and determination. By 16, he had become one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. As his career progressed, Wesley So gained international recognition for his calm style, positional mastery, and incredible consistency under pressure. In search of greater opportunities, he later transferred federations and began representing the United States, joining one of the strongest national chess teams in history. So's breakthrough on the world stage came from a series of elite tournament victories. In 2016, he won the prestigious Grand Chess Tour, outperforming many of the world's top players. Around the same period, he achieved the extraordinary unbeaten streak in classical chess, going more than 60 games without a loss against elite competition. Known for his disciplined and resilient play, Wesley So also became one of the strongest rapid and chess 960 players in the world. In 2019, he won the first official Fischer Random World Championship, defeating world champion Magnus Carlsen in the final. Beyond his achievements, Wesley So's journey reflects perseverance, humility, and dedication. From a young chess prodigy in the Philippines to one of the world's elite grandmasters, he has inspired countless players with his quiet confidence and relentless pursuit of excellence.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the GCT finals. Peter, we have a result.
We absolutely do. A very eventful and potentially a stunning game. Some variations Wesley showed us in the studio would have been instantly published everywhere. The game between Wesley and Fabiano did end up in a draw after Wesley did not find the best continuation in an incredibly promising position.
Brilliance of the year, Maurice, if he had found Queen H5. That was a stunner for you during the interview. I saw your reaction to Queen H5.
Well, that's if Fabi had let him
Queen
get the move
D8,
with Queen D8 instead of the move Fabi actually played. And I got to say, the defense by Fabi was absolutely sterling. I mean, just incredible, frankly. You see Fabi say, I went for this position. How many of us would waltz into knight f7, boom, looks like just a bone-crunching move, and then he calculates deep, and says, I'm okay, I'm all right. That was very impressive defense. And I got to say, Wesley, it's one of those that you can just flush out your system quickly because there was no forced win unless you found knight g4, and even then it's not a forced win.
Absolutely not. And Peter, our formats for tomorrow, what can we expect?
Let's take a look at what's in our future. Day 2, we will still play the classical chess only, the same time control of 40 minutes, not 40 minutes, 90 minutes for 40 moves, and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game with a 30-second increment from move 1. Scoring remains 6 for a win, 3 for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. And in that Wesley-Fabi match, more currently we think than in the match between Pragg and Wesley, there could be this bonus blitz game, and we could talk about this because we kind of breezed past it a little bit in our introduction. They play basically an endless blitz game.
Whoa.
There's going to be a coin toss for the color of the first one of those,
right?
And then they will play blitz until somebody wins. If they make a draw, colors are reversed, and they play on and on and on and on until somebody wins a blitz game. And at the end of all that, if they made 2 draws, the score is 6-6, but they do play those blitz games, and the winner gets an additional 2 points, and they go into the day of Rapid and Blitz with a score of 8-6.
I have a Wimbledon 3-day.
A little bit, yeah.
5-setter in mind.
Isner versus who?
Right, Isner versus...
So guys, did you notice the different impressions the players had during the interview? So Fabi felt like relieved that he escaped and survived today, but Wesley said, you know, I was never much better. I didn't see knight g4, it was only slightly better. I think that kind of positive attitude that Wesley has helps him a lot.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Because most players would feel like, I missed such an opportunity. I was much better against Fabi.
Yeah, we like to beat ourselves up. Speaking of beating ourselves up, Nasi, the current position between Vincent and Pragg, we know, because we're sitting here with a chess engine informing us, that with perfect play, Pragg is technically winning. But is this so easy?
No,
Not at all.
I don't think so.
And on each move, they're not making the top 2 options by the engine.
Right.
And the evaluation keeps changing after each move.
Okay. Current situation, obviously, I don't want to play king e2 and allow king to d4. That's just bad. No. So I have to play f4.
Seems like it. But like for you, Nazi, if you had this with the black pieces, I assume you think you're winning?
Yes,
you think it's difficult,
be, right?
but you think you're winning.
Yeah, because after h5, white has technically 2 weaknesses, right? g3, 1. And the other one is that you can't move the pawn, so like b4 is also a weakness. So that should be enough for black to win.
Yeah, and honestly, once again, we have to preface this by saying that this is the engine that kind of gains depth slowly. But I want to say maybe rook f6 threw away the win again.
Wow. Because
the evaluations on my screen after rook f6, f4 appear to suggest that this might not be winning anymore.
And white just stands in this position like a fortress, doesn't move any more
yeah,
pawns?
if h5, we go king e4 and then put it on d4. And we have, as a reply to rook g6 check, we have knight f5 check.
King e6?
Just king e4, and you can't touch anything.
Next turn, maybe c5.
Rook g4? I want to play g6 and win the pawn on g3.
I guess we start some sort of counterplay on the other flank, and if you
knight
do play
d4
g6,
check.
yeah, knight d4 and king f3, and your rook is going to start looking a little bit silly.
Trapped my own rook.
You're still fine, but yeah, you've done things to your rook which it might not appreciate.
I think
this is kind of shocking.
Self-loathing.
Yeah.
It's kind of shocking because it doesn't seem like there should be much of a difference between rook f6 and king c6. And I have a feeling one is winning and one isn't. Because you're just not allowing the same setup. If white goes f4 here, we have rook d6 check. And white is not in time to establish the same kind of a setup.
I apologize, Peter. Take that last move back. Knight f5?
Yeah, we had this. Rook e1, b1 wins. And this is exactly why he didn't play it. Because I think voluntarily giving up on g7 and trusting in this being winning is not how humans can try to convert these endgames.
Right.
This is exactly why he didn't play it because of f4. He didn't play it because of knight f5. Because knight f5 creates a double threat, which will cost you a pawn here.
And the crazy part is rook g6.
And also knight e7 check. Yeah, no, that's absolutely certainly the reason he did not play king c6.
Gotcha.
But I think it's a kind of a very nice teachable moment about how important it is to actually start creating threats with your rook. When you're playing rook against knight on an empty board, your rook on e6 currently is being very well contained by the knight on e3, and it's not going anywhere. And even giving up a very healthy pawn on the king side just to activate that rook and start attacking pawns appears to be winning on the spot.
Remarkable.
And
Just remarkable.
again, we wouldn't be surprised by that if it works.
Yeah,
But you'd really kick yourself in the teeth if it didn't.
absolutely.
Oh, let me just activate my rook to give the guy a pawn. He's got equal material. He's fractured my pawn structure. He might pick up my H-pawn. Who knows what happens next? It had better work.
Oh, yeah.
And there we see F4 played.
on the board.
You see,
And this knight, we were worried about potential setup where the knight creates some sort of fortress, and it looks like it's closer and closer, though black still has something to play for. It's not beyond clear, but
I think in this particular position, there's going to be a switch, because I think you can no longer hold it quietly with white, because the rook does become active. And I think if you do nothing at all, you probably lose. But white actually starts counterplay. White goes knight g4, tries to swing it over to e5.
There.
And it becomes a bit of a race, which white might not lose, shockingly.
Yeah, at a certain moment, I have the move c5, and I start thinking that if your king's too far, I get enough counterplay on the king side.
Yeah, like if you play king d6 here, even h5, h6 is something you have to consider with ideas of like breaking up the king side and
Knight f6.
g6, knight f6.
Right.
And c5 almost makes a draw. It seems like it doesn't, but it comes close.
Right.
h6, g6 might be the only thing that wins. Knight f6 and rook h2 might be the only thing that wins.
As well.
And you still have to calculate, but I guess the king is close enough.
Well, that was what my question, Peter. Is the king close enough? Knight takes h7. I'm assuming rook h6. Knight g5.
I think f6 is very annoying. Otherwise, I think it's specifically f6.
f6, of course.
And you have to give me a tempo to play king d6. And what Yasser was trying to show is that f5, king e5 is enough, and it would be.
Exactly.
It absolutely would be, but we're not getting there.
Right.
Yeah, and I got some feedback in the break from interested observers to our stream, and I want to defend the stream a little bit, because we are being currently very sharply critical of the decisions being made. But to my eyes, the only one I am genuinely going to stand by my opinion that this is kind of inexcusable at this level is not playing rook e4.
That, no.
Choosing between king c6 and rook f6 here is very tricky.
Right.
Even if one is correct and the other one isn't, I absolutely understand how you don't play king c6. The one I genuinely cannot wrap my brain around is not playing rook e4 and move 37, or whichever move it was, e37.
Yeah.
That one I just can't understand.
I'm with you. I mean, yeah, sure, we enjoy poking the players from time to time, but rook e4 and rook d4
let's
was
go back.
a screamer.
Yeah, for that moment, once again, bears repeating, because white definitely wants the king on d3, as it is right now, and as soon as you realize this setup basically forever prevents the king from crossing over.
Freezes the knight and stops the king.
Yeah, you just do it and go from there. There's really nothing even to calculate. White can play b4, b5, but you can never play knight d5 without the king on d3, because you instantly lose both of them. And I will just calmly, I will play king f8, I will play g7, g6 to make sure I don't blunder a rook in one move, and then I will come to c5 and collect everything. There's nothing to think about anymore.
Exactly.
I just don't. This one I just don't understand.
By the way, I just saw Prague very confidently, very, how do I put it, conviction, king c6, got up from the board. He's convinced he's winning, and we're sitting here in the nice studio looking at h4, h5, and the engine's saying, you got a lot of work to go. A lot of work. There's no rook g6. There's no easy way for the rook to penetrate into white's camp. And Maurice, I'm sitting there looking at the move h5, and how confident are you that after h5, specifically that move, that you would win this with black?
I would have no confidence in myself.
Okay.
But that's only because my end games aren't that great anyway. But, and by the way, Peter, I would say, that's what the stream does. The stream doesn't want us to attack their heroes in any way.
Any way,
they call it
shape,
an
or
attack.
form. Yeah.
Like we're talking badly about the greatest players on the planet, and that they sometimes make mistakes, and the reasons why they make mistakes as well. They'll be kicking themselves in the teeth. Trust me.
Sure.
It doesn't take us to do it. They'll look at it and say, "Why the heck didn't I play this move?"
Come on.
And so we know why certain mistakes are made, but we don't understand, as you mentioned, why other mistakes were not made, except for time pressure. I'd say this endgame is one certainly of, I was going to say small margins, but I think Black has a little bit wider door to try to walk through in order to win this game. But it's clear, if you start liquidating pawns, it gets super hard, super quickly. 2 for 1 on the other side. I'm giving you the 2 pawns for the B pawn. But I want my king to be active on the king side, and I want to start trading pawns on that side.
Yeah. Right.
Once that happens, it's going to be a draw. And so can Vincent pull it off? Can Prague change the trajectory of that game? This is not easy at all. There's no question about it. This is not easy. They both know it. And it's who plays accurately within the next 4 or 5 moves. I think that's the entire window. I'm going to bet that it's 5 moves from now, we'll know whether or not Black is going to win this game. But Vincent needs to find the right setup.
Agreed. And I want to say Prague could very easily not get punished for the inaccuracies that got him here. It's still like, I think a couple of, like one indifferent move here, and White is probably back to being a quote-unquote objectively lost. And I myself don't really like harping on about mistakes players make, because I've been there, I've done many of that.
Right.
And I am generally try to be as non-judgmental as possible, but that particular one kind of stuck in my craw a little bit, yeah.
For sure. I'm looking at this position, and again, in my dream fantasy world, as White, I would like to advance my kingside pawn so that, and get ready to jettison the queenside. But I want to make sure I have enough counterplay. That's on the king side. That's why I'm starting with h5 Peter, and go through the lines that you think are most likely to go. I'm assuming rook d6 check.
I guess, yeah. There is maybe some slight argument for provoking g3, g4, but I don't exactly know what that argument is, because it feels like we
want to make that move, actually.
Yeah, there is b6, b5, which is maybe
I find that
something.
helpful.
But the problem is we can sort of ignore it. Even something like king c3 here, and we are now, I assume we are now somewhat threatening knight g4, e5 check. There is no particular good waiting move for Black, because if you play rook e6, c takes b5, king takes b5, knight f5 appears to be maybe kind of a trivial draw now, even, because you are losing the pawn on g7, because
which would be a
even after this check, there is an additional fork from d4, which allows us to play something like king d3. And this is what we're talking about. The moment the pawns begin disappearing,
right?
Even if Black doesn't fall behind in the race,
knight e8,
knight e8 or knight f5, and White very often just holds these types of positions without even too much trouble.
With the king so beautiful on e4 versus the offside king.
Precisely,
there.
yeah. So b5 doesn't really feel like it's making much progress, so we probably give this check. Yep. Now the king has to go forward. You have to go for activity.
Right. And
now let's say you try rook d2.
Right.
And we play, there's a bunch of moves on my screen which all appear to be somewhat playable. Knight g4, g3, g4, even knight f5, which the engine doesn't much like, but thinks maybe there's not much difference. Let's say we play g4. We kind of want to keep it tidy and want to continue asking Black to make moves. I guess rook b2.
That's the most annoying one.
Yeah, and now we can play knight d5. Black plays b6, b5. I'm very curious if I'm actually losing after c takes b5. King takes
that's
b5
the one
and
I
h6.
want.
Yeah.
Now this is the dream. I can't get any better than what you've just showed right now.
Seems like we are losing, but if we are losing here, we're losing very move by move, because we are going to destroy a lot of Black's king side here.
So
And we
after
probably made
H6?
some inaccuracies. H6, GH, only move.
And then, of course, I'm going to go King E5,
Or
King F5.
Yeah, there's always King C4.
And knight
it looks
to
like we're
F6.
short. Somehow we're short here.
Knight H7.
They managed to, and also knight f6, rook b5 being mate is kind of
awkward.
Slightly awkward, yeah. I think if we could play knight f6 here without getting immediately mated,
we would be happy.
if we could swing this knight from h7 to e5.
Instead of knight takes h7, apologies, Peter. Knight to g8.
Still king d3.
Knight takes 6. Knight takes
and
h3.
still king e3. Only move, but it does win.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Vincent did find h5 to his credit. He's down to 14 minutes, but he did work out that he needs to continue gaining space on the king side.
Of the players who consistently on the Grand Chess Tour, and somehow Vincent is one of those players who consistently gets into time trouble. He burns a lot of clock on good decisions. He makes a lot of good decisions, but he's always behind. He seems perpetually behind on the clock.
That's actually, if you remember, one of the topics of conversation we had during the Semifinal Cup was actually the exact opposite, right? It was him being nervous when his opponent is
and
very
that's
low
true
on the
too.
clock.
That's maybe one of the things that stood out for us
Two
as well.
things can be true.
Yeah.
But what I mean is he's not always behind. He had a bunch of very good positions and also like half an hour against 5 minutes, and his hands would clearly start to shake a little bit.
Right. Nervousness.
But I mean, he converted some of them,
Yeah.
and he kind of Maurice floated this idea to him in one of the interviews, and he kind of said, "No, I don't think that's true at all. We still think it might be, frankly."
The players, both Fabi and Wesley, have made this point about Vincent, and I'm not sure he's aware of it himself. A lot of times, players don't watch themselves, certainly not on screen afterwards, to see how they reacted and what the commentators were saying. But he does seem, as much of a genius as he is winning tournaments anyway, obviously won first place in Romania, in Bucharest. But there's every last player you see, I don't care who it is, this includes Magnus Carlsen, has a weakness of some kind. Every single player. And Vincent's main thing we've spotted so far is just the way he handles the clock. There may be others that are too subtle for us to recognize ourselves at the moment, but that has seemed to be an issue for him. He cleans that up, he's going to be one bad boy. He already is. But if you're going to have that swag when you look over at everybody and say, "You're not pushing me on the clock, I'll beat your tush," in all positions, all time controls, that's what you want to have, that confidence. And there, I would say, a couple of players on the planet who have that kind of swag easily. And in fact, from the younger generation, Prague, and especially, in my eyes, Nordebek.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's also include Firouzja in there.
Sindarov, too.
The time is like, I'm actually going to beat you because of the clock. That's when you really have the swag, the Nakamura type swag. I'm going to beat you because I'm going to be worse on the clock, and then I'm going to turn it around and still beat you.
H5 on the board, Peter.
Rook e6 check played, not unexpectedly. We thought this was going to come. King absolutely has to go forward. If you don't play king e4 here, you're probably done.
Right.
But also, I don't think it's possible to make any other move. Like
But this demands huge calculations. You might be bailing on the queen side on some level.
But you can't play without the king here. The knight on its own will never hold against the rook. You need two pieces to fight against the rook.
Definitely. Okay, go ahead. King e4. Let's go one more time. King e4. I think you're doing white a favor by playing a move like b5.
I think so.
I mean, even if the tactics don't work.
In this spot, I think we just very, very happily take go knight f5 and we expect to hold.
Exactly.
At this point, we just expect to hold.
Exactly.
No, b5 is not a move. Rook d2 has to be.
It has to be played.
And now we tried g4, but maybe knight g4 is even cleaner.
Okay, so we're trying to put the knight on e5. We're not going after the g7 pawn anymore. We're going after the f7 pawn. Yeah. Okay. Rook to g2.
Yeah, it actually trades f7 for g3 and then plays knight g5.
Okay.
And says we are expected to hold this because let's say h6, we go knight e6 check, we play
King to d6.
King d6, we play king f5, and
wow.
this starts looking like it should hold, right? Because g7 is quite weak. We haven't even started attacking the queen side yet. King e4 played, as expected.
Right.
Yeah, this is just fine for black. This is a very sturdy setup, this one with the knight on e6 and the king on f5. You can't give checks to it. You can shuffle, and c5 maybe is a big mistake, and actually the only move that holds here is knight d8. But I think you recognize that you need a pass, right? You just need a pass.
That's not that obvious.
You know, once Pragg came in here,
yeah,
and in a position where we thought he was, I think it was just winning, he came in, he said, I wasn't sure this was winning at all. I just was playing, making moves. And then afterwards, he was very surprised as he saw the board. He was like, oh, I am just winning this position after all. But he was he's very practical about it. He doesn't need to be just winning. He just needs to have something that he can play with. And I think that's where he is right now. I'm pretty sure he doesn't think he's winning. Well, he's not sure he's winning.
At the very least, he's not certain he's winning.
Yeah, he's not. But he knows it's a 2-result game.
Yes, that's what he does. Yes.
And so let's keep playing. Let's keep posing serious problems to my opponent.
Right.
And see what happens from here. This position, it looks extremely difficult because white can always trade off the queenside pawns, it seems, and really go to town on your kingside pawns.
That's the thing that scares me. If I was absolutely confident that the move c4, c5 would always trade off the pawns, I feel better as my holding chances. I'm always afraid that if I play the move c5 in the wrong moment, black will play b5.
Absolutely.
And
very
then
good point.
I never get my b pawn will die.
Just don't do it at the wrong moment.
Yeah, that's right. Well, thank you very much.
Something I wanted to check.
Oh, sophisticated analysis.
Deep.
Something I wanted to check was g6 and then the idea of taking with this one.
Ooh.
But we're never really creating a passer on the h file. And in fact, the engine says f4, f5, and white is fine now. Kind of shockingly. I guess then really with the intention of giving up 2 for 1 and holding the other side.
Gotcha.
Knight takes f5. Let's say, where would you put the rook here? Do you throw in the check?
Okay.
Yeah, and rook e1, and yeah, the engine just goes c5 here. And
That's
says,
yeah.
And this one is just a draw now, just g4 and.
The black king is too far away.
No, I think honestly it now defends it passively. I think this is just a theoretical draw because it goes knight h4 here, and then king g3 and says zeros.
Whoa, really? Okay.
So once we go past a certain threshold, even 1 versus 1
We can
starts becoming holdable.
Okay, remarkable.
Although
a lot of these endings, 1 versus 0, even though you have a rook, starts to become holdable. Because your king can't come close, or that pawn is going to get lopped off.
Right.
You definitely want the pawn to stay back on h7 for as long as you can.
Far away.
And see what you can do, but this is not easy at all.
I'm going to say that I think very few people actually studied enough of rook versus knight to instantly understand that the one I have on my screen is a draw. But if you have to go there, you will feel that you will definitely at least have drawing chances. Rook d2 played by Pragg.
As expected. Once again, Peter, I think we tried 2 ideas
Yeah.
or 3 ideas. Knight f5, g4, and now you were recommending knight g4.
Knight g4, my current favorite. Yeah, I think it's maybe the cleanest. Even there, you have to play very precisely. You are not guaranteed anything just yet. But yeah, this is, you have to calculate it move by move. And I'm kind of reluctant to go too far down the rabbit hole before Vincent chooses one, because they both, I think they're quite difficult things to calculate. There's a lot of branches, and we could get very carried away with something that is not going to happen.
And I'm asking you not to calculate, but to intuit. What is a setup that you would like? Obviously, your king is on e4. That's a good setup. Your knight on e3 would be best placed where else? And should you have your pawns on g4 and g5? Or
I like knight e5, king f5 setups.
Knight e5 and king f5. Got it?
I think they are decent because they also give me some leeway, maybe not to give up the entire queen side just yet.
Okay.
And it re-anchors my knight to a degree, which is why I'm leaning towards knight g4. But this is very tricky still.
Same question for you, Maurice. No calculations, no looking at the engines, just like in your mind's eye, what would be your best fortress that you could imagine there? Knight's the healthiest here, king's healthiest there. Structure should be this.
The biggest thing for me is the fracturing of black's pawn structure. Not so much even my own setup.
He has gone knight g4.
And I want my pawn on h6. I want the compromised structure for black.
Right.
If I can play h6, then your pawns become a target, especially that h7 pawn. And even the f pawn becomes a target. My biggest concern is what's happening and how fast on the queen side. If you are able to take those two pawns quickly, you just have a b pawn, and I'm not stopping your b pawn. It's just not going to happen. So I'm very concerned about that. I need the timing to be just right where I put a pawn on h6, and just when you go after me on that other side, I'm able to trade in some way.
Right.
And just create nothing. I want 0 on that side. And it just be about the fight on one side of the board. Because if you get a superiority there, I could just be busted.
Yeah.
So that's my instinct. I'm not even thinking about where I really need my knight to be.
Right.
I just really, really need to compromise your position and then start going after your weaknesses, which will just be available. And there'll be some weird tricks. There's a weird trick I just thought of, in fact. If you're on b4, my knight's on e5, knight g6 takes, moves. Like, here's a very strange trick that goes. Rook,
Tell me.
The knight, is it black's move? Rook b2.
Rook b2. Yeah.
h6.
Okay.
g6. This is losing, but knight e5 check.
Maurice, if you want to put it on your board.
I can.
Well, we're doing it right now.
I can follow your line easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on. Oh, they're on my board. Okay, I'll show the point I'm making.
Okay.
So rook b2, h6, g6. You should have taken, but knight e5 check. Some position like king c7, and I wanted to make a random move like this.
b5.
Just to make this point. No, I need him to take my pawn. What I need him to do is take my pawn somehow, but I don't see how he does it. Because if he takes my pawn, I need a free move. I want to play f6 and knight g6 is what I wanted to do. Something bizarre like that, just to show what I'm talking about, to create that play on the other side. That's the only way I would get some other random play on the other side.
King
but
e5.
it looks like I have much more than that, in this position. So right now, this is game position.
Yep.
Black plays rook b2, knight e5, king back. We're going to take something. And once we do this and do this, you get nothing. It's not even like a setup we're after. We're just, our pieces are too good. We have too many pawns. You start attacking this one, we play g4, and you're not getting anybody. This move does nothing. I don't think we even need our own setup. I think we just need to start decimating your other side of the board and make sure you don't get 2 of them. And so there's going to be multiple chances for us, depending on what black does. And I think it's black is going to dictate the action with every move.
Instead of rook b2 that Maurice was showing, can black play rook c2?
All right.
Let's take a look.
My idea is that I want to keep your knight on e5, like you go knight e5, right?
Right.
King c7, and I want to play f6 next.
Right. So the knight is stuck.
Yeah, this is where my king f5 setup, I guess, is so good, right? Because f6 h6 exists.
Yes.
This is maybe something.
How easy is it to find it?
Nice.
Well,
but this one
you will
see.
out of desperation.
This one you see, because suddenly you got a breakthrough, right? Pawn breakthrough.
I think this one you see out of desperation. But
Unlikely to go king f5 though. So let's look at king d4 or king d3.
okay.
Okay.
And they just immediately lost, right? Rook
Yeah.
g2, knight f7, we take on g3.
Yeah, this one doesn't hold because rook h3 takes h5 happens too quickly, I guess. Or even rook b3 and then rook. It's interesting
But
that it
even
doesn't
this is
go
not
rook
clear,
h3.
right? You go rook b3, I play b5. I was trying to analyze this. Engine says it's completely over, but like h6 here, and then f5, and then even.
Is this so convincing?
It says -5, but I
Yeah, with the
was
h pawn
disagreeing
starting
with
to
it.
run, I think this generally does lose. And also something
Dang,
I was.
It wasn't so. Sorry.
Yeah, no, even this you have to calculate precisely. But I think our
Right.
king is not far enough away for us to worry too much. Like I go h5, I go rook h1, f1. I have two, like I have a replaceable passer on the h file. Right? It's probably enough.
Well, there's like 95, f6. I want to play knight f3.
Yeah. No,
It shouldn't be that easy, right?
Yeah, I can see where you're going with this. Like in this position, if I play h4, we suddenly win.
Yeah.
Because this is now
Win.
win enough.
Win.
But yeah, h4 is a bit oblivious. Yeah, let's go rook f1, knight f3.
King.
I was going to start with
c6.
f7.
But once again, like we're a bit worried about c5,
Yeah.
but
Right.
b6.
but then the rook will swing over to this one, and the king is
tie.
in control.
Blacks up a pawn in this position.
Yeah. No, what I wanted to say is
Passers both sides, both flanks.
yeah, I showed an incredibly important variation and then said, okay, this is an easy draw. I think it's a study. The critical move, I believe, is rook g2. And now, if we don't play knight e5 check, we've lost straight away along the lines of what we already showed.
Okay.
King c7, for instance, here as well, like if you do this, and you take on f7 and you return it to e5, like goes rook b3 check, that puts your king on an awkward square, and then the king starts coming in, and this is lost once again. So we do have to play knight takes.
Whoa, you all of us are like, please. show how
Why is
it's
that
lost.
like king h4?
No, I think here you just win slowly. You don't even need to make precise move necessarily. Like king e6, I don't know,
g4.
g4, rook e3. I will start even threatening to liquidate into
Kind
some
of
pawn
in
endings
Zugzwang, and I
potentially.
have to keep moving the pawns,
Yeah.
and then we can.
No, eventually,
Right.
eventually you will just run out of moves. I think, right?
Yeah.
This one is not difficult, which is why I cut it off.
Okay.
But knight takes f7, rook takes g3. I showed this position a bit earlier, and I said, okay, now this is a very sturdy setup. In fact, I think it's genuinely a study, because after rook g1, everything else loses. And the reason knight g8 doesn't lose is we're using f7 as a springboard to bring it back to e5 and then play before b5. So after rook b1, it is very specifically knight f7 check. And after king e7, I still haven't lost the b pawn because I have knight e5 and the fork is there. And then I will play b5, and then it does become sturdy enough. Yeah.
Defense.
So I was a bit blasé about all of this earlier. King
do have a
d6
move,
played,
though.
and now h6, the only thing that holds.
But it's very sensible move
But also
as
that's
well.
probably the only move you make.
Knight e3 is also natural. Comes to mind. You want to play knight f5?
Yeah, knight e3,
Darn
black.
it, you're right.
Maybe, actually, maybe this is also not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
It's-
want to play h6 because I'm with Maurice 100%. I want to definitely break up the team on the Black's team on the king
So, yeah,
side and
let's-
give my king fighting room. Fighting
Let's
squares.
discuss that first, because I think
Okay.
it's the most natural. If g
H6.
takes h6, we can now do what Maurice was prescribing all this time. We can actually do this, and we hold fairly comfortably because the king side is so broken up, we will have enough counterplay against it.
Makes
So
sense.
gh is not a move, g6 is the move. We go knight
Okay.
f6.
Right.
You have to get rid of the pawn on h6, otherwise we will
You may
once again-
lose.
Yeah, we will be completely fine. So you probably do this,
Okay.
and then we take,
With f5
and we go
check?
knight g5. And very importantly, f6, which was very strong earlier, would drop a full rook.
Right.
But f5 and rook h1, this looks lost for white.
It-
If I was calculating this, I would think I'm losing
No, but
the
I
g3
get
I
pawn.
would
c5
think we
check,
were
and then I run,
drawing.
and then I run towards f6, right?
Take king e7. How do you defend g3 pawn?
Knight to f3
Oh.
to e5.
Yeah,
Rook h3, rook
and
g3.
this turns out to be a draw. But yeah, welcome to anyone to figure it out from afar.
Wow.
This turns out to be a draw.
Amazing. I just have enough counterplay with my
Just
c-pawn.
enough, yeah.
C5.
No,
to
these are all
C6.
studies on studies on studies. Yeah, this is not going to be.
Wow.
And managing this in a practical game, evaluating all those types of positions, ending up in positions that look close to being lost, but are actually, in fact, drawn. With time ticking down, and now that's where we are, this is what the players will have to manage. And I think the bigger problem is obviously it's Vincent, because it's a prayer of a result for him to get a draw. He's not going to win, but he might lose. So
Right.
Prague will keep the game going and force Vincent to calculate constantly on every single move. Seeking, what do you want here again? Certainty. You're going to seek certainty. You're going to seek clarity. and sometimes it's just not there. The variations are just too convoluted. And that one you just showed, for example, Peter, I mean, you could waltz into that thinking, I'm going to lose this, and find out that you were drawing there too? Forget it.
Well, on the other hand, intuitively, we remove so much material off the board, and we end up in a position where black has 2 left, but the g6 one is very backward. It probably needs to be traded for the 1 and the 4, and then it's 1v1. And 1v1 with an active king on d5, you feel like you have a shout, right? You don't know if it's a draw because you're not a computer, but you feel like maybe I'm not resigning just yet, right? And that gives you enough hope to maybe go for it. Yeah,
there was some qualifying maybes in there.
And he has not played h6.
There were some qualifying maybes that I don't trust.
Wow.
And he's played a different move.
Wow.
93, which is not horrible, but seems to be, if it is a draw, it's a much trickier draw. Once again, I don't know how much I can trust the minus 1.2 I see on my screen here. At depth 20.
But honestly, I think this was the move that you said also that for yourself, you found it as natural. A natural move. You're defending this pawn on c4. You're setting up for knight f5 check. Why is it such a terrible mistake?
Asking the tough questions.
I don't know if it is. Best appears to be
I guess
rook
it's the
b2.
rook b2. It's the very concrete line.
I had to qualify it as with terrible too. You got to give you credit there.
Yes.
Only rook
b2,
b2.
probably, right?
Only rook b2.
Yeah. Now, importantly, I don't know how importantly,
And
but
if I
maybe
play knight d5 here, Peter?
95, we probably lose to f5 followed by b5. Yeah.
Is that so simple? f5, b5?
Things are. I mean, yeah. You can. I think
Is
you can
it so
see it.
simple?
I think
I would
you can
never
see it.
consider f5, b5.
f5, I take it.
But it creates a passer, no?
Well, I go
93 back?
93.
Rook b3,
And on king e4, rook b4.
king e4, rook b4, and
That's bad.
things start falling apart. Yeah. I think it's findable. G6 also appears to be strong, but I think f5 is genuinely something you could.
Depends if you have only 5 minutes. I don't think it's that
Yeah,
easy to
yeah. I
find.
mean, on 7 minutes might not be easy, but
By the way, we should make one tactical point. 93 has a veiled threat. If you play g6 to stop the knight from going to f5, if you thought the threat was actually knight to f5,
Wrong.
it turns out c5 is the veiled threat, with the knight finding the c4 square.
Exactly.
So don't think I just had to retreat helplessly. No, there are subtle tricks waiting on every single move. And it seems as though f5 is the direction, but in fact, c4 is another direction. And by the way, rook b2, which looked like the most forcing strong move here, c5 doesn't do the same trick because the king will move.
Knight d5, this still looks fine for white.
I don't
Are we
think
losing the
I don't
c5
think
pawn?
you can afford this. Yeah,
Just rook c2?
rook c2 or rook g2 followed by rook c2. We haven't created enough counterplay against the king's side. It feels here. Yeah.
Now I wish we had already played h6.
H6 somewhere earlier, right?
Yeah, if it was already broken up, I think we make a draw here. But here, I don't think we do.
Good
Yeah,
point.
But, I'm fully expecting more swings here.
Sorry, Peter, that absolutely final position where everything was achieved marvelously, and we go h6, and they
Even this is
even
probably
this.
painful, right? And then you have to give me an outside passer, and I will probably, with the king cut off, I will probably convert, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. I was thinking you would have to.
GH, what did you want to do?
I was going to go king f3 and try to play 2 versus 2.
Could have played g4 also.
Yeah.
Just for fun.
Did not see it.
Okay, we have some
Rook
moves.
b2, knight f5 check is on the board, I think. I mean, definitely knight f5 check, and I think the rook is on b2. My board is not updating
Yeah, mine's
for the
not
time
updating
being,
either.
but I can see it from the video screen.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not
And now
updating
it's bottoming out on my screen. It says -2 and a bit, which is probably decisive.
Does it matter where the king goes? d7, c6, c7? Does it make a difference?
I think eventually it goes to d7 because after king c6, the engine goes knight e7 check, and best play appears to be king d6, knight f5, king d7.
Okay.
The point being that here, once again, we are inviting you to play knight d5 because we know a 5b5 exists.
Could that move king c6?
c6 chosen. Now...
And of course, if I go knight d4 check, then also you step back to d7.
Then king d7, yeah, then king d7.
Forces me to go
Knight
b5.
g7, rook b4 does appear to be, yeah, knight e7 check. And here he will have to, I guess, reorient himself.
But on king d7, I go knight d5, f5, b5 doesn't work anymore.
No, no.
So then, do you repeat?
King c6 and you repeat, yeah.
Do you go to b7 temporarily?
Maybe. Yeah, you could actually argue for king b7, provoking some move, knight d5 or b5, and then switching to going rook g2, rook c2, perhaps.
But you know, playing king b7, you don't think you're winning with king on b7?
No, I think now that he realized white is not intending to take on g7 at all, I think he probably will find king d6, and then king d7. We'll see. Vincent is ahead on the clock now. Prague burned through a lot of his time finding rook b2.
Yeah, 10-5 now. And that comment Wesley made about Vincent, that once he's down to 3 minutes, he plays 100, 200
that was harsh,
points below.
That was
a
pretty
bit harsh, right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, we saw that in Rapid and Blitz, and I think that's why Wesley made that comment. Because Vincent had great positions in most of the games, and then he would fall below 3 minutes and blunder just pieces in one move.
Yeah.
Prague's having trouble now finding exactly the variation that gives him the best chances. And he's down to 450. I'm starting to feel like Vincent might survive this.
Yeah, it's been
more times than not.
As long as he doesn't go knight d5 after king d6.
Yeah, but he probably won't.
You guys have been talking a lot about king d6 and king d6. Sometimes you just want to get your king out of any tricks. King b7?
It's one of the better moves in the position, I think.
Just now you can't fork
Also, important not to play b5 here because
exactly.
there's a skewer in the air.
There's a skewer.
So knight d5, we throw in rook g2, king f3, rook c2.
That's the one I want.
Knight e3, and...
Now I've drawn the king back. Now can I go rook b2, knight d5, king c6?
Rook b2, b5 appears to be holding for white.
That's the setup. Remember? Yeah. When the king was first came to f8.
Shockingly, it appears to be rook h2 specifically, and if g4, we're just in time to play king c6, so that b5 can always be met by king c5.
Gotcha.
And we are maybe back to being somewhat in control. Now, this is... I have no idea how many more changes of a variation we will see in this game. Plenty, I think.
Down to 3.5 minutes,
Frankly,
though, Prague.
quite a lot.
How can he find these subtle details with only 3 minutes on the clock? We can't figure out with all the time.
Exactly. But king b7, I must say, just getting... No. He stayed in town. King d7?
King d7, but now after knight d5, he will have to... I guess maybe he wants to gain time. I think he just goes king c6 here.
Can you play king d6 here?
Yeah, you could, but white probably spends that tempo to play g3, g4. Now f5, b5 is no longer...
He's played, yes, king d6.
Yeah, king d6 played.
So g3, g4 is, as far as I'm concerned, very useful for white.
Yeah.
Progress.
Yeah.
Useful and required, yeah, both things at once.
With 10 minutes on the clock, too. Plenty of time to realize what he needs to do.
Because there was a couple of variations, Peter, where black had a very useful tempo, rook h2. So I'm taking that away to begin with, g4.
Interestingly, after rook e2 check here, king f5 might be losing, because my initial idea would have been obviously to activate the king, but I think this might be, okay, it is losing, but not to what I thought it will be, which is very funny. I thought g6 and rook e4 might be winning. Takes, and king... Yeah, and b5 as well, but king g5 appears to still be holding even here.
Okay.
Because b6 is hanging. After b5, we have knight c3.
Very important.
Otherwise, we would have resigned, but we do have knight c3. He has played g4, by the way.
Kudos to Vincent, finding the best moves.
And really fast, too. He didn't spend much time on it.
This might be a draw now.
Could you just clarify one thing for me? Without the move g4, I'm desperate to force a draw. Knight takes b6, rook takes b4, king d4.
Yeah, and it's going to be a draw now, but here you lose to f5. I was about to mention this.
f5.
f5 specifically,
You're blowing
and
my
we
mind.
fixed the weakness, and this appears to be winning now.
f5 wins?
But your idea is extremely relevant because it is a threat now. Like against rook b1, the engine says we were taking on b6, we're playing king
really?
d4,
Okay, cool.
and we are holding this.
So without f5, this is fine.
So very nicely spotted by Yasser, but doesn't work just yet.
But f5, I feel tasered after f5. Like, did you see f5 coming? Like, what? Hey,
h6 was
Played
played.
h6, and I think
that's
now we
compromised.
can actually do this.
That's
And
compromised.
in fact, we must, seems like.
The only move is knight b6.
This just straight up makes a draw. I feel confident that 0.5 here is just a draw.
Okay.
But maybe nothing else makes a draw now.
But because he didn't take knight b6 before, I'm afraid he won't take it now either. Probably play king d4.
King d4 allows b6, b5. It's extremely risky to allow b5, I
C5
think.
check.
c5, king c6, b7, and king c6, d7.
Yeah.
It's very, I would be very worried about removing the option of getting the entirety of the queen side off, right? Because
And
that's
how about
maybe how
g5
you
here?
lose.
It's also tempted. I know I'm weakening h5.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like, I agree with you, Nasi. Very, very tempting is, I want to do something that gives my king access to the king side.
Yeah.
So your suggestion of g5, very salient. You know, like, I would
Might
love to
be-
go
might be
g takes
okay.
h6 and king f5 on a
Might be
good
okay.
day.
Best move appears to be rook b2, b1, which is a kind of a
I was
cold,
afraid
hardened
of-
move that nobody makes.
No. Who's playing rook b1? That's
Completely
crazy.
ridiculous move.
That's called hearted.
And it might actually be winning, but I have no
That's
idea why.
completely ridiculous move.
Yeah, like this is not allowed.
No, can we take on g5 and go rook h2? Let's play
Yeah,
like
that's like
humans.
Yes.
that's too reasonable.
We absolutely can, but then I
But
think
wait a
h6
minute.
holds.
Because at a certain moment, I'll
And
be
in
able
the
to
end
play
we will-
knight takes
Rook
b6.
h4 check.
Rook h4, we go forward even.
Bravely marching.
Yeah, force you to take, and then we will remove the b6
I thought
pawn,
I had
and we
time
have
to
enough.
include b5. I thought I could include b5.
Hang on.
Move ago.
Yeah.
Yes,
right
include
now.
b5. Oh,
King
maybe I
g5
should have given you the
exists.
check.
Yeah, king g5 exists, and then knight e3, and I still force you to. I mean, you don't win the pawn on c4, you trade the pawn on c4,
Right.
and then white
But
holds
that's
somehow.
yeah, that's the hold.
So many kind of
There
short
are too many
studies.
lines. There are too many lines,
Yeah.
and we're using an engine as you analyze there, Peter, and they've been playing now 4 hours. What time is
5
it?
hours?
Is it 5 hours?
Must be getting close.
Yeah, I'm sure they're tired. And
It's four
It's
4
absolutely
hours
still anybody.
and 41 minutes
Mm-hmm.
in that they've been playing. They've been calculating. They've been churning through the variations. They've been going through their emotional ups and downs. They look peaceful almost sitting there. Two gentlemen playing chess.
Isn't it?
You know, isn't it just kind of relaxing? Yeah, right. I mean, the tension alone will cause mistakes and will cause occasional blindness as well, as Vincent is now churning those variations. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see a mistake pop up out of nowhere that causes problems, but
Well, the thing that I find very attractive here for white, in my mind's eye, if the B pawns are gone, then I have the move
they are.
knight e3
Exactly, and this is the setup, I think. This is exactly the setup.
that
Rook b4
I
will
can
happen.
hold.
We go king g4, and we're aiming the knight back to e3, pushing the king on
Exactly.
e4.
Right.
Everything is protected, and we also want to play knight f5 every
Bingo.
single time.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I would find myself so drawn to knight b6.
do you think Vincent really realized that he couldn't allow f5? So he started with g4, and then he went
I
knight
think you
b6?
got lucky on that one. Sometimes you just got to get
Probably, right?
lucky.
I think, yeah,
If you had hit me with f5 in that moment, that would have been.
I'm with you guys. Yeah.
well, now he's
Don't know if
got
he
a
had seen it.
beautiful setup with those pawns marching up the board. He was able to trade 1 for 1 instead of 2
Right.
for 1. So
that's already a success. You
That
can
was
use
a
it as a
massive
decoy.
success.
King e4, king c5,
Yeah.
knight e3, let's say rook d4 check. We can go forward all back, apparently.
Or back.
Doesn't even matter. King f3 is completely fine. Because we do want to trade c4 for g7, and
that
after
would
that
be-
we will hold so comfortably.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
By the way, is there chances for g5, g6, g5? You know what I mean. No.
Only move, by the way.
Yeah.
Even this is still very easily lost in a practical game because you don't play g5 for some reason and you design, yeah?
Right, but you
g5
do play
Yeah,
g5.
but g5 does hold.
That's what I was hoping.
And here, the
Is it
idea
knight
is we
h4?
go this, and specifically knight
Knight
g2.
h4. Yeah.
So I guess if the rook is not on d4, we're losing it. Because there will be no fork. There will be no fork on f3. All of this is completely unfair.
I have seen a lot of these knight h4 and just perfectly timed too.
Yeah.
And usually you
what Yasser is describing here is the fact that this position is a draw.
Yes.
King f7, we don't care. We just go king h3.
And your turn.
Yeah, and we just say, well, please
Anytime
make a
you
move.
allow me to play king g4, I will.
Yeah, so we're shuffling here.
Yeah.
Which
No, but hold on. I can't set up a rook on e6 and come around?
No. I mean,
No, I will take on g6 when your king is
no, I
too
think
far
we swing
away,
around.
right?
We put it on f4 then. But let's see how far I need to allow this before it stops being a draw. Okay, I mean, blundering king f4 will stop it being a draw. But yeah, even this, like, what's your progress here? I just go king g4, king g3, ad nauseum.
I was thinking that if you go king e3, I would play.
No,
knight
hold on. But I
g6.
have.
This is still fine, right?
No, I have king on e5, rook on a6. Where are you
Okay.
going to be when I do that?
King g4, g3, g4, g3, g4.
And two checks do nothing. Yeah.
Wow. And
Right.
back at the ranch, the
Back at the
players-
ranch, we are quickly approaching all this.
Yeah, Vincent is now returning his knight to the e3 square, where it will be ready to launch
Rook g3.
knight f5 check. Whoa, whoa! Is c5 check? Where does the king go?
c6, d7.
c6, d7.
c6, d7. No, it's too early. It might,
Too early.
It might be okay later, but it's too early now.
Okay. Knight e3 to defend pawn on g4 and threaten. Oh, those tricky
G6
knights.
maybe?
Yeah, I think
Because you don't have g5 right
yeah,
now.
he is trying to do something very quickly. I think g6 is likely, but we can. But now machine says takes, and f5 is quick enough.
Okay.
Because g5, c5 check, and we have two runners, and king d7, the only move that
White
makes a
playing for a
draw.
win now?
You should be a little bit concerned
Yes.
suddenly.
Yes.
Yeah.
King e7 loses to c6 and then f6 check.
The rook is useless in
Look
defending the
at
pawn.
this. F6 check
Oh,
here. and,
that's so pretty.
followed by knight f5 and f7, and the f pawn actually becomes a queen. This is pretty nice.
Look, there's a very funny line here.
Okay.
That was
Knight
pretty
e3
good.
forced, yes?
Yes.
And now king c6.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, king e4.
King e4, king c5.
And yeah, but I have these two squares, and you can't shift them.
Well,
shift me
okay,
from
you have,
them,
you have to perceive that in this position.
And
Exactly.
walk
Actually,
into a
F5.
pin.
F5, and
F5,
rook
gf,
h3.
rook h3, yeah. And shockingly, this is fast enough. This is what he will try, maybe.
Knight.
And now we have to go,
G4?
yeah, g4 or d5, and then play f6.
F6.
next move, yeah.
And then it's 1 versus 1, but your king is once again.
He's trying it.
Shuttled
He is
out.
trying the line. King c6.
Yeah, I think
Because the king
we're
has
likely,
to go
we're likely
backwards.
to see that, yeah.
But you just happen to have enough room.
But if I start with
Exactly.
king d3, so on king c5, I go king e4.
I think we can probably play f6 and force you to do it anyway. Yeah.
F6.
Although now we also have this draw, apparently. We can chase your rook
king
along the
f2.
g file and take on g7 and get
That's
everything.
ridiculous.
Now that's the
Little bit,
most
yeah.
ridiculous one.
A little bit.
That is ridiculous.
I mean, if that's a
I
draw,
mean, even
you
rook
feel like
h1, knight
chess is
g7,
unfair.
that should be winning for black. It's not, we know, but
Yeah.
it looks lost.
It looks.
The black king is coming in.
But king g2 is just in time.
No, the shocker for me here in this position is that knight e8 is a draw. Rook h5, knight f6, and this. Not knight f6.
King
Okay,
G3.
get out of here, computer. Go home, computer. Go home, computer. You're drunk.
What is this? F5, knight G7?
Yeah. No, this is a little bit too much.
So that should be
bit
should be the end of your study, Maurice. That you get to this position, and thanks to the move king g3, you're an exchange and a pawn down. The king g3 draws.
Honestly, like in a live game, I'm still not sure even this is a draw. Like, why is this a draw?
For example, king g4 is losing.
Yeah, king g4, king e6 we've lost. Somehow king f3 needs to be played to be able to play. Oh, for crying out loud!
That's the only move?
Well, give me the pawn on h6.
Was that the only move?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
I love this. This is
after
definitely.
king e6 it is, but here king g2, rook h5, knight g7 is also a draw.
And king g3, king g2?
It's the same position again. Yeah,
Is that a repeat of the same position?
Yeah, it's like a very nice threefold going all the way around. Like a threefold that will take us 15 moves or something.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, all of this
my
is.
goodness. And in the meanwhile, Prague's
minute.
Prague's time has ticked down to a single minute.
It is, yeah. I mean,
This is definitely more likely a draw now.
yeah.
Not just because of the position, but the clock times.
Well, and also taking that b6 pawn off the board so that there's no longer any chances of having a passer there.
Yeah, it's so.
Now it's so vital for Vincent's drawing chances. Sorry, Peter, you were
absolutely.
about to say.
Okay, something happened to the evaluation on my screen, which, okay, it's because it's not deep enough and it doesn't realize knight f5, king f3 exists. F6 played.
Didn't you predict a moment ago that we could get this position?
Yeah, and knight f5 is exactly the study we just observed. The big question is, do you lose if you go king d3?
I would say no, off the top of my head. Why should I lose after king d3?
Well, we only discussed f5, but the engine also goes rook g1, says king e4 strictly required, rook e1.
Okay.
King d3, rook a1.
King e4?
King e4, rook a4 minus 4.
Minus 4.
So that study we just saw with knight f5, king f3 is maybe the only thing that draws now.
It forces
Sorry,
a
I
draw.
don't understand. King
Good
d3
luck.
back?
Good luck to Vincent here. Yeah.
Peter, I think the stockfish is just playing with you. I don't understand. King
I
d3,
think so.
same
too.
position.
You know what we should
No,
do?
it's
I
not
think we should
anymore.
prank
Oh,
Peter.
there's rook a3, rook c3, and I mean, Zugzwang.
Yeah, it really isn't somehow.
This is a Zugzwang?
I have to move f4.
And now you have to go
Well,
knight f5.
Why is knight f5 a Zugzwang?
c4 check.
Okay, move my king somewhere good.
King d5 probably.
Yeah, well,
And I get to take on g7, and that's a Zug?
even this position turns out to be lost because I guess after knight f5 I give a check from the third,
And you get
e4.
king e4.
and I get king e4, and
No,
you've taken almost all of them, but not all of them. And that's,
Almost
yeah.
all of them.
Okay.
This could cause panic.
Yeah.
You need to find a concrete line here.
Good luck to her and all that sail in her.
And knight f5
knight
is
f5.
absolute genius. It's beautiful. It's a study. A lot of people say, why do we need to do studies? There are times when it will matter a lot. And this is a study. We've seen these kind of studies before. We've all studied these kind of studies. Knight f5,
Disclaimer.
the perpetual chase.
Disclaimer needs to be made here. This is big study speaking.
Big study. Big study.
This is a representative of the big study over there. Absolutely. He is trying to.
He's selling a chessable course, and I've got these studies right
King d3
And he
was
did
played.
not find that variation, which would have clarified things wonderfully for him. Instead, he's
Knight
backed up to
f5.
d3, and
Rook g4, king f3.
let's just repeat the line he could have played.
Yeah,
because
let's
it's
show this
beautiful.
again because it's extremely beautiful. He had to go knight f5, and then king f3, and then king f2, which wins him the g7 pawn.
You
And
drive the rook away.
let's say rook a1, knight g7, king takes c4, and You can even start with king f3 here. Knight f5 also draws.
Okay, that's the most reasonable.
Knight
let's
f5
say.
and let's say king g5. Now we have to play. We need to get the king over to g4.
So you can't allow king e4.
Yeah, I think knight h6,
More
king e4 you
reasonable.
lose. Yeah.
Right.
So you play king f3.
Blocking the
Yeah,
king.
and then let's say if rook h1. Yeah, king g4 holds, and just back to f3, among other things.
Wow.
F5 instead of rook g1.
He's going for the other line we looked at.
He's going for the other
h3.
line, and this doesn't win. Yeah,
This does
specifically
not get him there.
specifically because of king e4, and then you have to immediately create a threat of f6, and that holds.
Another life of Vincent.
Incredibly intricate endgame, yeah?
Yeah.
A lot more intricate than you would have suspected, I think. Even I think it's fair to say.
Oh, 100%. I would not berate myself in any way, regardless of the outcome. These are very, very complex endings.
Yeah.
But no choice here from Vincent's point of view. I mean, he's in this horrible pin.
Yeah,
He's got to get out of it.
Yeah,
King
there's no
E4.
way. There's no way king e2 holds. So you have to play king e4, and then I think you have to gamble with. I mean, not even gamble.
You just hope you're.
After
you
king
have to
e4,
hope.
Peter, can Pragg play king d6 just to stop you from trading the f-pawn?
How to do that?
But you don't really.
Knight to
stop
d5.
me, right?
No.
Rook h5? Because on f6, take rook c5.
We do have king e4. We do have rook h5, by the way. Sorry.
Rook c5 and king d4. But I guess you do play king d4 here.
Only move, right?
Maybe not a shocker. That's the only move that doesn't lose. And we are progressing quite quickly towards that. If you don't play either knight d5 or knight g4, which I guess in most cases end up being kind of the same move,
Right.
you lose again.
Okay. So let's start with knight g4, just to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rook h4 does not stop f6 because we can still play f6, which is
Nice.
potentially relevant.
Well, it's a nice line.
Yeah.
f7, g5.
And it's a check.
It's a check.
It's even a check.
I thought it was a draw.
Yeah. So did I there for a second. Yeah, but it's not a draw.
Let me
It's
explain the
not a
rules
draw.
of chess. So,
Yeah.
guys, when the king is placed in check.
Yeah, so black will have to play g takes f6, knight takes f6, let's say king takes e4, and king e5 or f5.
5.
I guess most people will play this and then just actually
So
start
coming
pushing.
back to f3 is lost?
Not.
Should be okay, right? I go king g3.
Yeah, still fine, yeah. King g3.
And then
you
attack the pawn.
then you have to start going up, though. You can't wait forever. If you wait passively, you will lose yet again, so it has to
This
start.
is harder, yeah.
Yeah.
3 minutes for Vincent.
But in a certain way, Vincent has only moves at this point.
Yeah.
Knight g4
Yeah,
or knight d5
You
with
can't
f6.
play. You can't play king e5 and give black a tempo to play rook h3. It just makes black's push like two tempi faster immediately. Like this.
Exactly so.
Just cannot be right. Even if you don't believe you're making a draw after knight d5, you still play knight d5 or knight g4 because you just know it's stronger than the other one.
Exactly.
You know, it's one of those moments too. I don't think it's going to matter, but when you do studies, you try to decide why it is one is better than the other. In this case, neither matters.
Knight
Same
d5
move, knight
or
d5
knight
or knight
g4.
g4. If it were a study, you would absolutely know that there's only
required.
one line that matters. So you get caught up in overthinking things right now.
Right.
Should it be d5? Should it be g4? How can I prove which line is better? Just pick them. This is a practical game, not a study. So he might be on pause right now as he seems to be going under 2 minutes as he's contemplating the benefits of
Either
the moves.
one or
Which
the
one do I
other.
play? Which one forces the draw the most effectively? And he is now under 2 minutes, and his time is about to go under Pragg's, and that has occurred. Again, overthinking things at the moment because one of them will get the job done. Either one of them.
There's a one line I want to talk about. Knight d5,
Yeah.
king takes c4,
Okay. f6.
f6, rook takes d5. Did we look at this?
No, I take a pawn on g7.
Why is this a draw? Rook d8.
f5.
F5
Right?
loses.
F5 is losing.
F5 loses?
Rook e8 check and king d5, and your pawns are not good.
Oh, and king e6.
So I think because of this line, Vincent
okay,
won't
this is
play knight d5.
you have to play knight g4.
Yeah.
Because in this position,
No, but king
f5 also loses. King e5 is the only
King
move
e5, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, king e5 draws.
But why does king f5 lose?
Now white is
Because we
winning.
need to be able to play f5. If you play king f5, you lose to h5. And now you're torn apart.
King g5,
You can't
h4,
connect
yeah.
your two plans together.
Gotcha. Okay.
No, but I think that's a very
why you
solid
played
argument for
knight
knight.
g4.
Very
Knight g4.
nicely spotted, Nazi. Yeah, thank you, because we were kind of ignoring it, and it's.
Well, once Maurice pointed out that in studies usually both moves don't work. 'Cause,
Right,
There's
yeah,
some
yeah.
truth to that in even a practical game.
You know, this is a
Well,
very nice.
let's find the most accurate
Yes.
in that case. Well, kudos to Vincent for
King
choosing.
e5, by the way. That is like a printable study as it is. Yeah. Like
Dang.
you have one move that brings your king closer to the passer, and one move which pushes your own, and you do neither.
That's chess.
No, the principle is a centralized king. The principle.
Yeah, right.
No, I mean, it's
The commentator making up the rule after the fact.
no, but seriously though, it's
Position's crazy.
I mean, not as spectacular as that, but it's a kind of a distant relative to that famous King G7 C8 study, right? To a
Very
degree.
distant.
Yeah. I mean,
Knight
Sorry, king
G-
c8, king d7 study?
the
think
King
it's a
G7 pawn
Keymer.
C7 versus pawn
Yes,
C7
yes, yes.
bishop H7 study. Yeah.
We should even show here that after king e5,
Yeah.
Oops.
rook g8,
Yeah, we go King F6.
King
We have
F6.
no choice. Yeah.
king d5. If you go king f7, take h5,
White wins.
white wins. F5, h,
White
No,
wins.
white's just fast and it gets the queen
queen
check.
a8. Yep.
It's skewer.
At the end, you can show that, but,
Yeah, but
it's not
obviously-
going to matter
obviously king e4 is
because
a bit
this
stronger.
f6 is liquidating material.
F6 just in the nick of time.
It must be captured or black loses.
Yeah,
Yes.
So
No fooling around anymore. Yeah, and this honestly must feel to now both of them that this holds. I'm pretty sure. These types of positions very often hold.
Yeah. After the move F6, Paul Benko would say, okay, no more yoking. take the pawn on F6. No yoking.
After rook h1, is king f5, king g6 tempting, or do you go king
It
e5?
is. It is, but there are even choices, right? You can
Rook H1. as you-
H1 played. I'm assuming even F5 is a draw.
We have a
frankly.
table base now that says drawing moves are king f3, king e5,
Oh,
and
okay,
king
F5
e5.
does lose. Interesting.
Pawn f5
Hold
is
on.
losing.
Okay.
Pawn F5 is losing.
Any knight move is losing.
Yeah, but
King f5
I
is
think
fine.
King F5, G6, and then Knight H5 feels sort of
Feels-
very, very logical, right?
Apparently
The most direct.
Black has one losing move here, rook h5. The only losing move.
No, excuse me. There's one other losing move. Resigns. Resigns is a legal move.
Yeah, so after H5, the draw is King G5, H4, and now the well-known mechanism of just staying behind this passer and chasing it all the way down and
Right.
removing it from the board.
You can make a discovered attack against my pawn, but not against my knight.
And here, yeah, it's very important that Rook G1 doesn't win the knight because he can take with the knight.
Exactly.
it was very important that the f5 pawn was shielding your knight.
It was, yeah.
Yes, that's what I mean. No discovered attacks
H5
against the
played.
knight. H5. We're
Yeah.
expecting king.
Even King G6 is a draw, but like, why would you burn a full tempo
Of
doing
course
that?
not. King G5.
Yeah, so you play King G5, H4, and
I
is
like
this
your
a draw?
knight G4.
It's probably still a draw, right?
Yeah, I
H3.
like and King H4.
But now you have to play King H4. Yeah.
What
F5,
would you-
F5 Rook G1 would be
Unfortunate.
slightly unfortunate. Yeah.
Black's king is just too far away.
This game was an adventure. I mean, this was remarkable.
Looks like we will end up with the quote-unquote expected result of 2 draws, but they weren't exactly grandmaster draws, were they? They were
Not
full
at
of
all.
full of life and.
Absolutely.
I think we just saw accuracy level. It was 90% for both of them, which is quite low for a classical game. There's so many mistakes in the end game, right? They were not obvious at all.
At all.
Yeah, but it's harsh. It was a...
And if we have 2 more draws tomorrow, then we will see those bonus blitz games. Which I think we're all excited about.
Well, I don't know if it's punished the commentators or punished the players for drawing your games.
An important point which I specifically clarified with Chris Bird is if the second game tomorrow is a draw while the second game of the match, while the second game of the day is still running, they have prepared an additional board in a separate hall so that the clock banging doesn't distract the players who are still playing the classical. And the blitz will begin pretty much
Instantly.
Like 5-7 minutes, Chris
And
said.
then flip a coin, who gets what?
They'll
nice.
put them in a confessional. And knight g4 on the board, 35 seconds for Prague, but we now know it's a
I'm intrigued why
easy
you have to
draw.
flip a coin. Given that one player, the players are different, so have different points on the Grand Chess Tour itself.
Right.
What's the advantage of Prague winning?
Yeah, give him something.
Winning the tour.
Right?
That is-
Is there any advantage at all? 1 plays 4. Okay, I get Vincent Keymer. He's not like a weak key I'm getting.
Right.
He's a monster.
11 seconds.
Maybe
by
he
the
should
way.
get some advantage in the tiebreak, but right now he's better make a move right there because, and he would have, of course. If only his king were closer on the previous move, maybe.
Knight f2?
I think that's the most forcing draw, right? Yes, or knight f2,
The
knight
knight
g4.
f2.
Not
yeah.
after knight g4, but you have rook h3, f3.
Sorry, say that.
So that doesn't end the game immediately, right? Knight f2.
Knight g4.
After rook h3, I think knight f2 might be wrong,
rook
right? Because
f3.
you are giving me rook f3 and maybe.
Right.
I mean, it's still a draw, shockingly, but why give that?
Right. No,
But
my
we can just
intention
play a-
was
we
to
can
play
just
a
play a
five, of
five,
course. Yeah.
Yeah, rook on h3 is
Yeah,
very
that's a
badly
little-
placed.
That's a bit of a silly rook. Yeah.
Yeah. The clumsy rook, as I
But
would.
king d6, can we keep pushing the pawn, or we need to be careful? King e6?
No, I can play f7.
But we can. I think we can stay on h5, g5 squares.
Right.
He's gone knight f2. Yeah. He
Yeah.
sees all that.
I think that was again very good, very well spotted by Vincent.
Which of them will be more disappointed by a draw today?
You know, on a good game,
Prague, I think.
a well-played game, I feel like I'm so happy I played a good game.
And I think what I said earlier is true of Prague. He's going to say, I'm not sure I was ever winning.
And then we will show him that one. That
And then he'll be
that one
disappointed and
diagram.
angry.
Specifically that one diagram. And we'll tell him, yes, you were.
Yes.
Yes, you were.
Yes. Rook
So you
e4.
break it to him.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I think he knows, frankly.
I think he will know before he even comes
Yeah,
here, right?
I-
Someone will tell him.
I think Vincent will ask him, why didn't you play rook e4?
Dude, you could have played rook e4. By the way, are we in some kind of fortress so that I can just play king h5,
Yeah, I
king
think
g5?
so. I think
Because-
there's no reason to even push f6.
Yeah, the black king can't.
Can come close to the pawn, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we can absolutely just do this. Wait for h3, go king h4. There's no
Yeah.
reason to
You're right.
hurry with this.
Exactly.
I wonder if they'll come right away because this is such a fascinating endgame. They might spend some time analyzing together. We might not be able to get them so easily for the interview.
Yeah. And there we have it, king h5. 2.5 minutes for Vincent. The players are getting a 30-second bonus for each move they make and complete.
Down to 1 minute, but I saw Prague went down to 4 seconds a couple times before he made a move.
I
And that
can't.
look on his face right there just suggested he's trying to figure out, how can I finagle something, but
I can't
become
recall
increasingly clear.
it ever happened to me because it was almost a part of my movement. I moved and I hit the clock. I move where I hit the clock. I move where I hit the clock. But sometimes people have failed to press their
press the
clock.
clock,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Has that ever happened to yourselves?
Yeah.
Yes?
My opponent was nice enough to remind me.
And say, hey, excuse me, you're going to lose
Yeah.
on time if
Very
you don't
nice,
press.
because I was winning and I could have flagged.
And you were oblivious.
Yeah, completely.
Wow. And you, Peter?
No, but I think you're talking about slightly different things. You're talking about actually you go very low and then you make a move, but you're not in time to press the clock, right?
Or at any moment.
forget.
At any moment in the game, have you ever failed to press the clock? At any moment.
Is it?
You made an opening move, you shook your opponent's hand, and then something stopped you from pressing the
I've
clock.
been present at kind of very famous or infamous incidents, which but they
when
never.
people
but never
forgot.
happened to me. No.
Yeah. And you, Maurice, you ever failed to press your clock after making a move?
Too much hustle, chess, and blitz. I'll tell you
It
that.
had some upsides. And then we have, again, knight.
Rook G1. Prague is intending to play out rook versus knight, I guess.
As long as the king's in the corner, maybe.
Yeah. These are not
just-
very difficult.
Right.
No.
Take on h4. I like how Vincent is thinking. Like, you're not going to grab the pawn?
There we go. Yes.
And knight G4, knight H6 check even is perfectly.
Knight g4, king f4.
I think I'm actually still okay after knight H2, but I did blunder.
yeah, exactly.
I will freely admit I completely blundered king f4.
That's the cold shower moment.
Yeah, like.
Is Prague leaning back?
Okay, we're gonna make a
He
draw.
understands.
The game is done. He knows it's done.
But f6 is easier, right? They take and I go knight e4. I don't want to be in the corner.
Yeah, knight e4, knight g3.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, even knight d3 check, which is a completely ridiculous move to play in this position, that still draws.
There you might lose the knight. Do you come back immediately, knight f2?
Immediately.
Yeah, you probably
Probably,
have
right?
to start
Yeah.
running towards safety as soon as possible because there are some studies definitely on the topic of cutting the knight on an empty board where it doesn't actually return back to the king. I'm guessing like if we were to start constructing that, we go knight d3 check here, and then we make an absolutely insane choice to go knight c5, and now we do lose to like rook d1, I guess, or rook g4 c4 even. Rook d1 also wins. Yeah, I thought rook d1 was good enough. Just denying white any way back, and eventually it gets corralled in a corner somewhere and
Exactly.
picked off. But obviously nobody ever does
play knight
it
c5.
on purpose. These positions only occur when you begin with the knight very far away and it never comes back.
Exactly.
But he's thinking here, considering all the options, f6, knight g4, knight h3. Do you think he's still worried a little bit?
No. I would be playing king h3, king h2 personally, just bringing the king close to the knight, and such an easy draw.
We've seen easy draws get blown.
By the way,
Yes, we have. King h3, king e3.
Yeah.
Famously,
Rook
Judith
G8.
Bogar lost a rook at knight versus
And now
rook
let's
at
say
knight.
you go knight h3, and after king g4 you go knight f2 check, and you have actually lost.
Ooh, what?
So you're obviously nobody will do that, but
Right.
you're still in this position because the king is cut off on the very end of the edge of the board. You're still a couple of bad mistakes away from losing.
So yeah, sir, you should still be worried. You said no.
I thought this was so easy.
King h, anything like if you don't put a piece on the h3 square in this position, you have lost.
Wow.
So you have to go back king h3.
Yeah, or knight h3 is still fine, but after king g4, you just you cannot play knight f2 check.
Knight
King
g1?
g2 is a draw, knight g1 is a draw. Yeah.
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 But yeah,
I think he played knight h3.
yeah,
Knight
We have rook on
h3, rook
G8.
g8 came very quickly by Prague.
yeah. Vincent is weirdly
Hesitating, right?
more concerned than I expected him to be. F6.
F6, king
Prague will
takes
take.
F6. I'm assuming the knight has to go to
Well,
f4.
every move here is a draw, including king h5, but
King h5 is
And
the
then
one
back to
thing
h4.
that's, yeah, is
And
the
then
one
back
thing
to
I'd be a
h4.
little bit,
Yeah.
okay. King f5, king h4, okay.
Are we gonna start counting 50 moves, or?
No,
guess
we're
so.
not getting that far.
Well, what move number was that, by the way?
73.
73.
Magic number is 123.
73. King
No, I think
takes
they're
f6.
gonna play maybe like 10 moves, and then
Yeah.
it'll be a draw.
Well, the thing about this specific ending is the fact that the king is already cut. This is the maximum the player with the rook can achieve. So if the guy...
Well, Rook G7 now, there's only one move, but he'll find it, and that is Knight F2.
Well, everything else immediately drops a piece.
Right.
So instead he's playing Rook to G2. Now there's only one move again. And
King
that's
H5.
King H5, but he'll find it.
Nothing else, everything else drops a piece, right?
We love when we have only one move.
Yes.
Can't afford it.
Like
Can't even blunder.
I have
So
a
nice.
feeling maybe he's taking on H3 now.
And again, only
King H4.
one move.
I
and
think
that's
Pragg has
King
seen
H4.
But yeah, you don't play Knight F2, Rook F3. I mean, it's a bit...
just one move blunder.
It's a bit...
And there it is.
Yeah.
Harsh.
You don't test a little bit, Rook A3.
Maybe you... I don't know, but looks like Vincent demonstrated that he's no longer panicked. And
Rook
then
G4, King H5, Rook A4.
Knight to probably
F2.
any square. Yeah, any square.
Even
Any
G5.
square even.
Well, not F4. F4 would be...
Yeah, or
unfortunate.
F4 or G5. Yeah, but
G5
either
G5
G...
is fine.
G5 is fine.
G5 is fine. Oh my gosh, G5 is
And
fine.
after Rook A3, where do we go? King H4.
Or H6.
Oh, oh my goodness. Sorry. I thought G5 was taboo.
Nope.
It was a-
Rook is on F3.
No draw for just yet.
Again, knight can go to both available squares, G5 and G1. And I'll be playing G1. I don't want knight to be kind of hanging there on G5. Yes, table base helping us. 2 drawing moves.
Now this is
So-
this is one of those end games you never want to lose because you come back home. Somebody's going to say to you, "Why didn't you play?"
Yeah. No, but this you generally, unless you're playing something with no increment, you don't lose. And the one where you feel really kind of bad, I guess, is Rook and Knight versus Rook.
I was going to
But
say,
tho-
this is an even easier draw than Rook and 9 versus Rook.
Much easier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Much easier.
Much easier.
Yeah.
And Rook and Knight with the king genuinely already cut off.
There's
somewhere
some
in the corner.
real-
Yeah, they are occasionally not that easy.
Yeah. No, there's some really nice studies with the Rook and Knight versus Rook in just specific positions where, you know.
92 may have drawn, but no reason to move your knight away from
Yeah.
your king. This is the standard drawing technique you
Keep
learn
the
in grade
king-
school.
Yeah, keep
Rook
the
takes
king and the knight
H3.
close.
Question mark, question mark.
And on Rook before check, do you stay on H5 or do you come out to G3?
I think I'd play king G3.
Yeah. I would too.
There's no real, yeah, there we go.
There we go. Thank you,
Ooh,
Pragg.
thank goodness.
I felt it coming, yeah.
Thank you to Pragg on behalf.
Yeah, and he immediately, I think, pointed the king f8 was, yeah, that was the first thing he pointed to.
Yeah.
The d4 square and saying king f8 was wrong.
Yeah.
Instant reaction.
Instant.
He knows. He had enough time after it became tricky to kind of go back and see what
But
he
then,
could have done.
but then the realization also sinks in later that he's thinking to himself, well, if my rook had been on d4, white would never have an active king, and the knight would have been stuck as well. Oh, shoot, I should have set that up at once instead of trying to activate my king. I bet you he convinced himself, how can it be bad to activate your king in an endgame? Yeah? Maybe we can hear some of the comments.
Sure. Like after this exchanges, I should have something rather better thing.
It's too faint.
Not good.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I couldn't see it properly.
And Peter, this is how our day went.
Yeah. In the end, as mentioned, order reestablished itself somehow. But we could very easily have had 2 decisive results today.
Wow.
Wesley was much, much better against Fabi, and Pragg was straight up winning more than once, actually, but once quite simply against Vincent. And Vincent was also better in that game early on. So
Absolutely. And tomorrow,
tomorrow we will do it all over again with colors reversed.
And a potential bonus.
And a potential bonus blitz match if the games are drawn yet again.
I'm betting one of those games tomorrow Maybe not both, but one of those games, I'm betting, will be drawn, and we will see bonus blitz. Those are the odds.
I think so.
And Maurice, it goes to show how hard it is to win a game, a classical game.
Chess is hard.
To begin with.
Chess is hard. You have a big edge, you have a small edge, you're losing, you're winning. They just draw somehow.
They find
These
a way.
players are elite. They defend with their lives. Like, food is on the line, rent money is on the line. I mean, you just don't break through that easily. And yeah, you can have a great position, means nothing. They just elite players, very full of content, but small margins. You miss it, you don't win.
Exactly. And Nasi, your final thoughts of these finals as we close our broadcast.
Yeah, I think today was the first day of classical chess, and the theme was good defense. We saw Fabi defend the position where his king was in the center. He never managed to castle and survived very well. And Vincent was defending this endgame for about 30 moves, and sometimes he had to find the only moves that were not obvious at all, but he did it with very little time on the clock.
He did it indeed. Thank you, Nasi. Thank you, one and all. What? One last thing?
We're all happy with our picks.
We are all in the same boat here, yeah. And
everybody
we're all
is
in
still
it.
in. And look at VAR. VAR didn't even choose Fabi either. Oh my gosh.
Okay, we can't let Fabi see this.
No. We all have to hide the broadcast.
Our argument is nobody's ever won the Grand Chess Tour back
Twice.
to back. Back to back. So it'll be very difficult for Fabi to pull off.
Nice excuse.
That's our excuse, Fabi. It's not personal. Don't come attack us.
That's what it's all about. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. We'll see you all tomorrow. And meanwhile, good night from St. Louis.
Bye-bye.
Ooh.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.